Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and I'm going to start a new series called ServiceNow Admin. In this series, we are going to discuss about various aspects of the ServiceNow Admin. So let's get started. So if you have not subscribed my channel, I would request please like, share and subscribe. So this is my channel, and if you need this documentation, you can visit my website called snowexpertrohit.com. There you will get this kind of documentation. There are many other uh, uh, documentation, any other video available in my channel. If you want to watch, you can go ahead and watch that. So I have created different playlists. You can go and watch that. So let's talk about that. Who can get the benefits from this video? So I'm going to create a multiple video one by one um, as a series. So who will get the benefit for that? So this admin series, the benefit will be the user will have 0 or 6 month experience. They will get the benefit from this video. If you have more than 6 month experience, let's say 1 year, 2 year, mostly you have know that basic stuffs like ServiceNow, how they are operate, all those stuff. So I'd recommend that if you already have more than 6 months experience, then go and watch other video in my channel. But this is basically for the new people who are going to start their career in ServiceNow or who have basic knowledge, just join, uh, 6 months. Now, after this completion of this course, you will get an help from that CSA certification exam. So when you start your career, you need certain certification. We'll discuss also in our video. But if you want to build your good career, you need the CSA certification. So in this video, we are going to discuss various aspects, various portion of the CSA exam also. So you will get an help from for your CSA exam. Okay. So let's go to the next slide. So in this video, what are the topics we are going to discuss? First thing, we are going to discuss about ServiceNow overview. So what is ServiceNow? Why we need the ServiceNow? So who are new, they don't know that why the ServiceNow needed. So let's say that the company hire some ServiceNow developer. Why they need the ServiceNow developer or why they need the ServiceNow instance? We'll discuss in our this video. Next, we'll talk about that list and form. So what is list in ServiceNow? What is form in ServiceNow? Then we'll discuss about the table and fields. So what is custom table? What is the out-of-box table? We'll discuss that. Then we'll talk about the customization. Not only the BRR UR policy, there are many other script or basic script or basic configuration we are going to discuss. Then we will discuss the major application in our system called incident, problem, change, knowledge, and the SLA. So these are the major applications. So when someone started their career in ServiceNow, so these all are very frequent question, or these are very basic module they normally work. So we'll discuss that in incident, problem, change. Then we'll talk about the dashboard, workflow, reporting. Those are come under ServiceNow administrator. And then finally we'll discuss about the application scopes, instance health, and stats. So these are the things we are going to discuss in our series one by one. So let's go ahead and see the next thing. So first thing, when you start your career into ServiceNow, the first question in your mind, that what is ServiceNow, right? So if you don't know about that, what is ServiceNow, why we do need the ServiceNow, so let's understand that, explore that. And then how we get the free instance, industry, how they maintain their ServiceNow instance. We'll discuss that in our class upcoming day. So first thing, what is ServiceNow? In a high level, ServiceNow is a cloud platform. Like, you don't need to install any application in your system. Let's say that, for example, any application we install, right? So Zoom, TeamViewer, those are installable software, right? But ServiceNow is not an installable software. It is a cloud-based, so you can search in your any browser, give your credential, and you can start accessing that. For example, Office 360 right now, right? So we can access the mail from mobile. We can access the mail from any of our computer or any other computer, not only the single computer, any other computer, right? So what is the benefit for using the cloud platform? Let's say that you are installing a software in your system, right? Once you install that application, your system got crashed, so all the valuable data will be lost. In this case, we use the ServiceNow cloud platform, so that all the data are present to the cloud storage application. We just access and use that, and we don't need to have any dependency. So let's say that a organization have 10 user, right? So 10 user have organization, they are 10 developer, right? And you need to create separate desk for them. So you created separate desk for them, right? So now if you install one each and every system, if you install the software, So tomorrow you can't, like, if one user did not came to in your systems, other user cannot utilize that until unless it's a cloud. So if you see, you install this application in your system. Now if I try to, someone try to use this application, they cannot, because there are certain user password, all this stuff sit, right? So if it is a cloud based, you can just open the Chrome environment and you can start using that. So basically, ServiceNow is a cloud-based platform which have a workflow automation, so which have a workflow and automation system that can improvise your daily-to-daily activity. So basically, there will be several tasks. The task will be performed by certain user, and then the task tracking, ServiceNow will track those tasks. So let's understand, for example, how they are tracking. For example, I am a user or any user. Sam is a user. So this is a user who have a computer. So this is a laptop he have, and some reason this laptop is crashed, right? So he is not able to use that laptop, or maybe some functionality is not, he is not able to use that. What he will do? He will log into the ServiceNow instance, and then he will say that I'm not able to use this application. Let's say that my laptop printer is not working. So he will go to the ServiceNow instance and create an incident. Once you create an incident, right? So he will receive an incident number called 1 or something like the incident number. Now what will be happen once that is incident is created? System have a capacity based on that. Caller. Let's say that you are VIP user, or maybe you are a normal user. You selected that category as a hardware and then desktop. Based on that, system will automatically assign the best user, suitable user for you. Okay. So let's say if you are a high VIP user, system will assign you a very expert level engineer. If you are normal user, your category is a desktop, so it will assign to desktop engineer. System will know that for which purpose you are raising, and based on that, automatically system will assign that ticket to particular user. Once it is assigned to particular user, the user will start working on that particular incident. Now what will be happen? So after some time, so he work on that incident. After some time, he resolved that. So once he resolved that, he just marked that resolve into the ServiceNow. So he, maybe, let's say for example, he is a desktop engineer. He visit your desktop, and or maybe he visit the router and resolve the router, and then update the incident state equal to resolve. Once it is done, system automatically sent a mail. So once the user update the state equal to done or complete from the ServiceNow instance, system will automatically send a mail to the user, and user will get a notification that yes, my instance is resolved, or my laptop is resolved. Now I can go to the service center or pick my laptop from there. So they will go and collect that system from that service center or any other center, and then they will provide the feedback if they like, right? So this engineer have worked great, within 1 hour they resolve something like that, they can provide the feedback. So this way, ServiceNow will track all these details, like what is the current status, who got that incident, that all will track by the ServiceNow. Now, how do you get the free developer instance? To get the free developer instance, you have to visit this developer.servicenow.com, and here you need to create your personal account. Let's say in your email address and all those details you have to give that. Once you give that all these details, you will get a developer instance or personal instance for your practice purpose. Like when you learn that Photoshop or any of this application, you can get a free software for 14 days or 20 days, right? Similarly, you can get a ServiceNow instance for 10 days. So if you are using, you will get a 10 days. Now, if you're not using, within the 10 days, this instance will be taken by the ServiceNow. But if you are using, you can use for long time. So there is a long time commitment. If you are using for every day, ServiceNow will give you that long time. But if you're not using within 10 days or 20 days, ServiceNow will automatically take that environment. So how do you get that environment? So you can go to the developers.servicenow.com, and then you can get the instance from there. So if you need the step-by-step step how to get this developer instance, I'll give a playlist link in my video. You will get that all these reference video there, like how do you get that all these like developer instance. There have the step-by-steps. You can go that. So this is the developer instance or developer website. You can see developers.servicenow.com, and in this environment you can log in here, and from here you can get the personal environment or personal instance. This instance will be only accessible by you, and this is for your practice purpose. Whatever practice you want to do, you can practice that. But this instance will not be used by anyone. But in your organization, the same instance will be used by multiple person. Like multiple user is going to use the same environment for your organization purpose. But this developer environment is only for you per practice person, and the name is called, we call the PDI, personal developer instance, so that I am going to use for myself only. Now next, let's understand that how the service now maintaining the multiple instance. So what will be happen? Let's say for example, company X and company Y, they are both are the different company, right? So you are working for a company X. So let's, for example, you are working for company X. So your manager, or the first time when you are starting, or first time when your organization or your company starting the ServiceNow project, what they will do, they will reach back to the ServiceNow. They will say that I'll pay some amount, let's say that $2,000 a year, I'll pay that $2,000. So I need ServiceNow instance and I need some ServiceNow subscription to use that. So ServiceNow, what will do, based on this company, they will give that couple of environment or couple of ServiceNow instance. The first environment they will give dev environment, then test environment, then QA environment, and production environment. So they will give the multiple environment for you. For example, and you are working for you are working for this company X. So you are working company for X, your colleague is working for company X, other user is working for company X. They will have, all the user have access to this various environment, dev, test, QA, prod. Okay. And then you are going to work on this all the environment as a admin. Okay. What will be happen? The end user, or like Sam, they will have only access to the production environment. They will go to the production environment and they will raise the incident ticket or all those stuffs into production environment. So you need to understand two things. One, you are the developer, and then other is that they are the end user. So developer will have access to this environment, this environment, this environment, but end user, who is actually that end user, they will have access to the production environment, this production environment. For example, I'm giving you that you are using the Office 365 application, right? So what will you do? You go to the Office 365 and use that functionality of Office 365. But before this, there are functionality. There are dev team who have the different environment. They have test that all their functionality is working fine or not. Then after that, it is published here, and then you are going to use that. So basically, dev team have access to all the environment, but only end user have access to directly production environment. So dev team will first develop here, then test here, then they will validate the quality, and then finally they will push all these changes to the production. And then once it is moved to the production, end user will have access to that. So basically, dev team have early access. Dev team know that what they are developing. After a certain time, they will move to the test environment, they will move to the QA environment, they will move to the production environment, and they will move to the, once it is moved to the production environment, the end user will have access those functionality and they will start using that. So this is how the ServiceNow instance are work. They are connected between each other, and then we can move our code from dev to test, test to QA, and QA to prod. All this we can do that. So this is all about one company. So this is all about company X. For company Y, they have a similar setup. So these all are segregated. We can't see the data from company X to Y. So they have different barriers. We cannot see any data from X to Y. So each company have this kind of setup for their test, QA, and production. Understand? Next, go to that release. So like, for example, you go to the Office 365 or any other application, let's say that Windows, they have update their environment, right? Similarly, ServiceNow also update or upgrade their environment. Like they have upgraded their environment each year twice. So if you see line year of 2020, they have these two release, Orlando and Paris. 2021, they have Quebec and Rome. 2020, San Diego and Tokyo. And 2020, they have Utah release, and there will be upcoming some releases here. So what will be happening, each release they are going to introduce new functionality, like new features, new functionality, new things, like various new things will come to the each release. Okay, and that we call upgrade. So every year ServiceNow upgrade twice their environment, and we have to upgrade our environment with the ServiceNow. So ServiceNow is a platform, right? We rented this platform. We rented this platform for $2,000, for example. And what will be happen once we rented that? So they will update their main system, and it will ask us to update our system also. Okay, every year they will upgrade twice. So they, once they upgrade twice, they will ask us to upgrade ourselves, and it is mandatory to upgrade. I mean, at least once in a year. ServiceNow instance. And then if you see, this upgrade have a different name. Each year they upgrade twice, and each year they put the different name, and each name are the city name of various world. They pick some random city, and then their upgrade name they put some random city name. So this way they upgrade their environment once they ask update please, and our system admin will update ourselves with various check. Once it is upgrade, system will be updated. So we are right now Utah release. I am going to demo all these things in Utah release in the ServiceNow. So that's all about the releases. So every year they have release their systems, or they have upgrade their system. Release means upgrade their system, and accordingly we have to take our action and upgrade that. As a system administrator, I have a responsibility to upgrade ourselves. Okay. Now let's go to the next thing. So ServiceNow have, what are the applications ServiceNow have? So let's say that, for example, Microsoft Team. Using the Microsoft Team, you can voice call, you can video call, you can chat, different things you can do, right? Similarly, ServiceNow is the application. That application have a different capacity, and these are the capacity: IT, customer service, intelligence app, HR, security, and these all are, if you see this IT, operation management, ITSM. So these all are various kind of applications. ServiceNow have a lot of application. So we are going to go on through one by one all this, most of the application, popular application. So there are, you can see n number of application available into the ServiceNow. We are going to learn one by one depending on our use cases. Now let's coming to the last point, not the least, type of the work for ServiceNow admin. So if you are the ServiceNow admin, what kind of work you have to do as a ServiceNow admin? Normally, what we have to do, we have to monitor our queue. Like we got an incident in our queue, we need to analyze that incident. Like, is it correct incident or not? Is it a defect? Is it an enhancement, or is it a bug? We need to analyze that. So monitor the incident, user access and provision. Like, let's say that some user are not able to access our environment, some X environment. So we need to check their user profile, and then we need to give certain roles so that they can access that. Then let's say that new user onboarded, and maybe some user automatically created, or maybe some organization you need to manually create those user. Any incident created, we need to debug that it is working perfectly fine into not in the ServiceNow. What is the issue for not working? Let's say that some user is reported that in ServiceNow environment this thing is not working. So you need to debug that it is working or not. Now we have to check that small changes into the environment. Let's say that you think that some user doesn't have any role, you give that role. Some user doesn't have any group, you add them a group. Or maybe some property is turned off, you need to give that. And then we have a update set migration. So let's say that developer develops something and they leave there. So as a admin, we need to move that development from dev to test to QA, something like that. So we discuss that, and then we need to maintain that instance health. So we need to check that our instance is working fine or not. All email are going to perfect user or not. Is there any instance health issue, like this spaces is going to high uses, or is there any outage into the environment? We have to check all these stuff as a ServiceNow admin. So ServiceNow admin have a lot of tasks, so they have to do daily to daily basis. So we'll discuss on our upcoming video. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. This is the day 2 of the ServiceNow admin training. In this day, we will talk about that type of user, and then we'll discuss actually in the ServiceNow instance overview. I'm not going through that all the PPT today because we are mostly spent our day on that ServiceNow instance, demo instance, but I just want to clarify a couple of things. that when we talk about that instance and then who all are using that instance, we need to be clearly understand one thing, that we have which type of user. So you are as a admin, system admin, you are the admin who have complete access to do all these changes. So you are the admin and you have a complete access to the service now. And your count will be around maybe 30, and 30 in a organization of 30 people working as a admin or developer is a very high it for particular organization. So 30 is the admin user. Maybe ITIL user is around 500 user is around is the ITIL user. I'm just giving you the rough around how the number will be looks like that. And then approval will be the 300 user is the approval user maybe. And then in this end user maybe 2000 user is a end user. So understand that mostly if we talk about that particular environment or particular things into the service now, most early the count have higher than end user, so this count will be high. Approval user, their work to just approve the particular task, and this will be managerial purpose, or the whoever the manager they have authority to approve something, so this count will be less. And then we'll have ITL users, so who have basic knowledge about ServiceNow, like BA or some other stuffs, who actually work on that particular things and then complete that. This count will be around 500. And then the developer or the admin, their count will be less and they have full access, so they can do anything in your environment. So this will be the kind of person into your organization. I'm just giving you that hypothetically the now number and all these things. Now let's say that how they can interact your ServiceNow instance. So the ServiceNow instance can be interact in many way. One of the way is the service portal. Service portal is a kind of website. From that we can access to the ServiceNow. And then we have a native view. Native view is the ServiceNow instance view. We'll talk about that. Third, we have the integration, like through the integration, like they actually don't log into our system, but through the web service or through the communication channel, they do that. Then fourth, you can directly send the mail to the ServiceNow instance, like particular email address, and then from there, they will process or create the incident, right? So let's go back to our developer instance and go through all these details one by one. So now you can see this is my ServiceNow demo instance. Instance means that particular URL. I mean, I am in that Chrome browser, and in this browser, I hit particular URL, and that URL need my username and password. So I need to put username and password to log into this environment. Now this environment or this instance can be accessible through the internet, and it can be used any application like mobile, iPad, desktop, laptop. What we have to do, like a website, I have to give my particular this URL and username password to log in this environment. Going back here, so this is that documentation or the username password I have created. So before I log into that, as I earlier discussed that, normally we have an admin user who have full privilege, end user, ITL user, right? So this is the how the structure is looks like that. So let's say that you are working for a company called X. So you are working for a company X, then their URL will be, instead of this URL, their URL will be like called devx.servicenow.com, and then another URL will be called dev, instead of dev it will be uatx.servicenow.com. So there for company, particular company, as I show you in the earlier PPO, for particular company they will dedicatedly create specific instance called dev uat production environment. Then maybe their production environment name will be called prod x.servicenow.com. So this is how it looks like that. Okay. So for particular organization, each organization they will create dedicatedly couple of instance for you. So our case, what we did, we go to this developers.servicenow.com, and then from there we created our personal environment for our own practice purpose. So this is our developer link they have provided, and here we are going to practice that. But for an organization level, they will give the ServiceNow will give that dedicatedly instance for organization called devx X will be the company name. Basically, they want to tag that company name each environment name, called dev X, call UAT X, something like that. So this is how VB looks like that. So now we'll log in our environment. I created couple of dummy user in this environment. We'll show you that, and let's see login to this environment and see how looks like that our platform. So I'll copy, this is my username. I'll copy and paste my username field. So I have put that in my username field. Now I'll put the password in my password field. So I'll just paste that password field and I'll show you that. So this is my password field. And then once I click login, I should be able to log into this particular environment. And right now you can see I am logged into this particular environment. This is the ServiceNow instance, how it looks like that. So this is the ServiceNow how it looks right now. But if it is a customized environment, normally end user log into particular portal. So instead of native view, they normally landed to the portal, and this is how looks like the portal. So let's say that you are the end user, you landed to particular portal or particular portal page. So this is the portal page. And here you don't need any ServiceNow knowledge, right? As I mentioned that end user normally doesn't have any particular knowledge. So what they will do, they will put their issues here. Let's say that laptop is not working. So what will do? They will create a incident. So they will type create an incident here. Once they search that, a particular form will be shown there. They will click there, and then here from this they will create a incident here. So they will say that here I'll select that called urgency is high, and then here I'll put that my laptop is not working. Okay, so once I put this information, you can see in the bottom there are a couple of options are showing. These we call the contextual search. So based on my put short description, system automatically in backend we search that the related information, and they, instead of creating the incident, they are saying that these are the relevant information. You can directly order that, like new laptop, development laptop, you can directly order. So instead of creating that or fixing that, you can directly install the software or install the firewall rule change. You can do that. If you seems or if you think that this is not a particular suitable things, then what will do, they will click the submit button, and that will be created a incident for them. So as a user, I have created a incident for me, and this is my incident number. So I put this and I am waiting to fix that. Okay, so my laptop is not working, so I have submitted that, and I am waiting and I'm seeing that the status, and right now the state is right now this incident state is the new state. I will copy this incident number here. So this is my incident number. Okay, all right, then let me log out that from the system. Now here ITIL user, let's say that in this environment they have customized a lot of things, and then what we'll do, they will the ITIL user will log into the system. So they put this ITIL user put these details, and they receive a mail that put all this and put login, and you can see this is their portal also for ITIL user. Okay, so they remove this one, and they have, for example, they have received a mail that a new incident is created on my queue. I have to work that. So what we'll do, they will go and open that particular incident that is dedicatedly for them. So I will search that incident for that particular user. And we can see the system is start fetching that, and this is the thing it is showing that my laptop is not working. They gone through these details, all these stuffs they have gone through. Okay, this laptop is not working. Okay, fine. So this is my related my incident, so it will assign to that user, will assign that incident to me. So this user will assign that incident to me. Okay, so this is related to my issue, so he will assign, and then finally they whatever activity or whatever things they have to do, like they will do, like okay, so this has to be fixed, so they will push something in your environment or in your laptop, they will fix your laptop, and finally once these things is done, they will mark as a result. So once this is marked as a result, So it will ask for resolution code. What was the issue? How do you resolve that? So you select that, okay, resolve by request or resolve by problem. So you something like that and mention that resolve, something like that, and click the resolve button. So this incident will be automatically resolved. Okay, so the incident is resolved right now, and you can see the state of this incident right now. If I go to the details section, you will see the state is a resolved. So it means that this incident right now resolved. So once it is resolved, the end user will get a notify by that your laptop is resolved. You can go to the service center and collect the laptop, and then after that your end user will collect that laptop, and the end user will be happy to give the feedback. So once it will be resolved, end user will also log into the environment and track that, okay, this is resolved, and this is resolved by all that. The engineer will put the comments that how he resolved that, and then end user will get a notification with that all this resolution note. Okay, so the engineer remove my RAM and put a new RAM. So this way they can track that. Now question came to here, right? The things we are doing, right? The similar things we are doing, that can be similar like a Flipkart application or any kind of application called Flipkart or any kind of Ola application, right? One user order, another user go and work on that and update that, right? So why do we need the ServiceNow then, right? So this question came to your mind. So let's say the similar thing is happening to the Flipkart application, Ola application, or any of these application, right? So the end user orders something, some product, and then after some time, this order goes to the seller approve that, and after that end user get notification. All these things is happening to other application, right? Flipkart and Ola. But why do we need the certainly the ServiceNow? The need because the ServiceNow not any particular company called Flipkart or Ola. They can directly, instead of building their own application called Flipkart or Ola or any particular application, they can rent this ServiceNow application with that some 2,000 or $20,000. They can rent that application from their ServiceNow, and then they can utilize that. They don't need to maintain all these specific things. They don't need to maintain. Everything can be managed by the ServiceNow. Okay, and then they just have to be put the maintenance charge. Give the ServiceNow the maintenance charge. They don't need to create the separate server for that. So they need the server to maintain this application. So they don't need that. So they will give that this 20,000 this dollar to ServiceNow, and then ServiceNow will maintain their server. All these things ServiceNow will take care. So they don't need to update, they don't need to do anything. Instead of that, they will focus their business, and then ServiceNow will maintain their own thing, right? So similarly, for this is the way that you don't need to separate application for that. ServiceNow will do all those for you. So you just hire and give some dollar to ServiceNow, and they will maintain everything. Now question came to right now, as a admin or as a ServiceNow developer or admin, why or what role for us, what role our, right? So ServiceNow is a standard application. You can see this is a standard application that might be fit Flipkart, that might be fit Ola. All these things are not fit to that company, right? So ServiceNow is a customizable company. So customizable thing. So we can customize everything we needed as a developer or as an admin. We can customize, and based on the Ola requirement, we can change that ServiceNow instance. Okay, so the portal I show you, right? So this is the portal. You see this portal. If I change this URL, this is a portal. Here we can change based on our accordingly whatever we needed, right? So this might be like the Ola company, but this might not be very good in for the Flipkart. So we can customize these things based on our own company. We can brand that. Let's say that this, I don't need that, I need a Flipkart brand here, right? So we can, based on the ServiceNow is a customizable product, and that's the reason we can customize as a ServiceNow developer or as an admin. Because when you rent that for 20,000, ServiceNow will give you the standard application for server and all those. But as a developer or a other developer or admin, your responsibility to customize that for your specific customer. So here to develop and maintain, maybe you need a 200 developer, but here you need maybe 10 admin and 10 developer who can maintain this ServiceNow whole application, and based on the requirement, they can work on that. Understand? So let's go back to that ServiceNow as an admin, and I will show you that what all features you have. So if I go back as a ITIL at that moment, so this is the ITIL platform. You can see the first thing in the top, I can see my name called ITIL user, and then I have a options called profile, preferences, and logout. But if I log in as an admin, I will see far more options. I'll log into that as admin and I'll show you that. So this is the profile, this is the preference, this is the logout button. If you click the profile button, you will directly land to your profile page, and this here it named that ITIL user, first name and last name. The business phone, mobile, title, all these are read only. You can change the date format, time zone format, and if you click here, you will see that different type of view is available. What is view will come to that point, but at that moment each view have a different kind of field. So I'll click here and then I'll switch to the default view, because default view have most of the fields available. And you can see at that moment here, once I change to the default view, I see few more fields here, and at that moment there is a few more related list. We call these all are related list. What is related list? We'll further discuss that. We see further more data, and here you can see there is a tab called role. Under this role we have a role called ITL role. So I am a ITL user. I have a role called ITL. Although along with that I have 44 role at that moment. So we'll discuss that for that moment. But the top we have a profile. From the profile we can go to our own profile. Then we have a preferences. We click that preferences, and then here under the preferences we can see the theme. Using the theme we can change the theme. Like right now we have a default theme. We click the dark, it will switch to the dark theme, and all the background will be little dark. You can see this is the dark, looks like that. So if you want to go and change the themes, you can theme that. Now in this case, let's say that Ola need for Ola company, right? So or maybe company X, I'm not putting that X, and then company Y need 30 theme or 10 theme for their end user. So as a developer, our responsibility to create the theme for them. So ServiceNow is a customizable thing. So they give us the instance, and then as a ServiceNow developer, we'll create 10 theme. Okay, so we'll create theme, so that this Y company use the 10 theme, but X company need 20 theme. So we can create X company for 20 theme. So let's say that I am working for a company X. So my responsibility will be all for X company. So I will create 20 theme for the X company. Okay, and then end user will use this 20 theme. Now, so this is the preference I talk about. So we switch back to the default theme. It's called this is the default thing. Now I'll go back to the preferences. Here we have a notification. Under this notification, we can get a various kind of notification, like email notification, system notification. If we want to turn off specific notification, we can easily turn off those notification. Now under this display, we can see there are how the date will be looks like, what will be my time zone. We can change from these display preferences. Under this accessibility, if we want to turn on or turn off any accessibility, we can do. On the top, you can see we have a global search. Using this global search, we can search any particular incident or any particular change number. We can directly search here. You can see this is the global search. Now, if you see right now, I am in my user profile, or I am my user. I click here and then go to the profile, and this is my user profile. That's the reason in the top it's showing user, then here dash, and then the display field or the display thing ITIL. My name is ITIL user, that is showing in the top. This is the left navigation. You can see this is the left, we call left navigation. Here all these things are showing right now. So these all we call the application. Each application have a various module. So these all module, we call the module. And here we have a favorite, and then we have a history. So whatever options or whatever things we are using last few days, we can directly click that under the history and we can go there if we need it. This is the workspace. So we'll talk about that later, little bit later about the workspace. But at that moment, we have these are the options available. This is my company branding. So in image, we can change that So we'll change in our upcoming as a configuration classes, but this is my company branding here. So we'll click here, and here you can pin that. So if we pin that, you can see that if we minimize that, these are all our application are available for a ITL user. I am the ITL user, and then as an ITL user, I can see these all are application. So this self-service application or self-service application is very important. Under this self-service application, we can see most of our use cases application. First, you can see these all are application. Under the application, we can see these are the modules. So if we click the incident, it will show all the incident at that moment, and these we can see all these incident details here. So if we click each module will react different based on their use cases. So you can see this is the knowledge article, this is the employee center portal, it will go to the employee center portal. So each module will react different things. We call as a this all we call that left navigation, application and menu. Here we have a search functionality. We can directly search that. Let's say that I can search that incident. Why I am talking again and again incident? Because incident is a very important factor here. We'll come to our next session. We'll discuss that further. But we can search depending on that particular. We can directly search that particular module. We can particularly search any of this application also. Let's say that password reset. We can directly search with that, and then we can go to this application event. Okay. So this is how it works. And then here also in the favorite, we can search the same thing. History also, we can search that same thing. Now let's say that we have like or very frequent application. We can mark that application as a favorite. So we can click the plus these star options, and then it will show that how the name will be looks like that. By default, it will copy that application name here, and then we'll click the done. Once we do that, under the favorite, this module will be available, and you can see this module is available right now in the favorite. And if you want to, instead of this left navigation, you can favorite can be pinned, your favorite module can be pinned, and after that you can all access this module. Now apart from this, we have a service catalog. What is service catalog, how we can use that, we'll discuss that in our further class. But on an overall this is the things, this all we call the notification. Like if we want to send some notification particular user, we can show this is the notification. This is for our help purpose, and then if you want to chat something, we can directly discuss here from these things. So this all about that how the ITL user looks like, or how the ITL user is used their application very first time. Now go back to the, I'm going to that incognito mode, and I'm going to log in this environment as an admin, so I can show you the differences. So I'll log into this environment. Now, if you go to your organization, you might not need to give username password every time, because they have maintained the SSO. So what is SSO we'll discuss also, but they normally maintain the SSO. So I'll copy these username, paste here, and then password also I'll copy and paste here, and I'll show you that what is the difference between admin and normally the things you are seeing. So this is, I am logging as an admin. Admin have a privilege to modify everything in this application or in this environment on the platform. Once I log in as an admin, at the top it is showing as a system admin, and you can see here itself is showing various options called impersonate user, evaluate, print friendly version. These options are not available into this ITL user. You can see they don't have these options here, right? When you go to the left navigation, you can see you can only mark the favorite, but if I go back to as a admin, you will have a options called configure also, edit application, edit module, because you are the admin and you have a privilege to do many more things here. Also, you can see here you have a globe icon where you can select the application and update set, but these things is not available for ITIL user, because they are the ITIL user and you are the admin which have the more privilege. So understand that there will be always a difference between admin, and there will be always difference between admin and then the normal user called ITIL, or maybe you can say that end user. They will have some differences, and admin will have high privilege. He will have, or that admin will have all the access which does not have ITL and end user. How they are maintaining that? Using the role. So using the role, if you have role called admin, then you will have more control or more visibility. If you have ITIL user, you will have ITIL role. So this we call the role ITIL role. You will have less power. So these things we'll discuss in our upcoming video. So till the time, thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, this is the day 3 of the ServiceNow admin training. In this day we'll talk about that user, role and groups. So let's understand first. So ServiceNow recommendation is that let's say that I am a user. So I am a user, okay? So as I mentioned that user like this all the application and other stuffs are getting controlled by a role, right? So we can directly add a role to a user, right? So we can add that role to a user, right? But ServiceNow recommendation is that not to use or not to add user to directly role. What ServiceNow suggesting is that, so ServiceNow suggesting that instead of that assigning role to a user, what suggesting is that create a group and add that group to a particular role. So we will create a group and then inside the group we'll add particular role. And one role can have multiple child role. Let's say for example, this ITIL admin, this is the admin role. This role can have a child role called ITIL. So what we'll do, we'll add this group to a user, right? So we'll add this group to a particular user. Instead of role directly giving that role, we'll add them a group, and once we add them a groups, that groups will have whatever role, like this role, this group have this role, right? So user will automatically inherit that role. So I don't have to add the role to user, I'll add the user to the groups, and then user will automatically add from the groups, user will automatically add the role. And if that role have any child role, automatically the child role also will have the user. So understand correctly, we are not giving them the role directly to the user. We are giving them or we are adding them a groups, and group have a role, and if the role have any child role, the child role also will be automatically added, and based on the role they will have access to that application, modules, data, all these things. So this is our ServiceNow environment or ServiceNow instance. We discussed earlier video that what all these things. So now if we type here called users, we will get a module called users and groups. You can see users and group. Under this users and group, we have a various module. First module is the users. So if you click the users, you will find out the all the user list here. Right now you can see I have 662 user is available to this environment. So this is the user things. And if you see right now I logged in as an admin. So admin have, as I mentioned, that admin have a lot of functionality, they have a lot of capacity that does not have capacity to the other user. So if you see under this user and groups module, we have a module called user. Under this user we can see all the 662 user is available. These are the dummy user which is created in the by the ServiceNow for demo purpose. If you see in your ServiceNow actual environment, like your company environment, you might not be able to see this user. You will be able to see the real user with their email addresses. Now we have a groups. If you go to the groups module, you can see that right now I have 85 groups available. So you can see I have 85 groups available, and these groups are also the dummy groups, and these groups can have associated various roles. And then if we go back to the roles, we have ServiceNow out of box 586 role. We can create our role. We'll discuss further that how we can create the roles or how or why we need the roles, but at that moment I am not going to create the roles. So we are going to discuss user, groups and roles. All these three modules are available under system and groups and the system security application. All right, so what I will do, I'll go to this particular, let's say I am going to open a particular user. Let's say I am going to use this particular user called this user. Let's see that that user have any groups or not. So this is the user profile, and this user, you can see this is the user profile, and this user have uploaded the photo. This is a active user, and this is a, you can see that email address is so @example.com. And if I scroll down, under that we have a modules called roles, and then we have a groups, that is one groups. Now if you see here, we have 44 roles. So this user have 44 roles. Now, if you see the groups, these user have associated with a one group. So what is the groups? If I open these groups, this group is nothing but a application development. So if we open in a different tab, you can see these user have a application development groups, and this is a groups, and this group have a 6 member, right? Similarly, if I go open these roles, this user have a roles, and if I filter out inherited uh, true false, then these user are actually added one role called ITIL, and once we added this ITIL role, automatically inherit these many role called 44 roles. We are going to understand in a bit. So I'm going to create a group. So this is the group module. I'm going to create a new group. So I'll click the new button. Once we click the new button, the first thing is the group name, group manager, group email, and parent. Parent means that if your group is a child group of any parent group. So let's say I'll put that help desk level 1. So this is might be a group name. So I will put that and click the save button. Once we save that, you can see under these groups, you can add many other groups. So if you want to add one more groups under these groups, you can add. So this will be a parent group, and you can add the child group also. I am not going to do that at that moment. What I will do, I'll go to the roles module and add a roles here. So I'll click edit button here, and then here I can add all these roles. So you can see these are the role available at that moment. What I'll do, I will add the ITIL role. So I'll search that, and then you can see we have ITIL admin and ITIL. So ITIL admin is the parent role, and then child role is the ITIL. So I'll add simply ITIL role and save that. So it means that what will be happen, understand that. So this is a group called help desk level 1 group, and these groups have a one role called ITIL role. And so if we add that user to this groups called help desk level 1, this user or that user will have this ITIL role, and along with that, whatever child role which is attached to this ITIL role, that role also they will get that. So let's understand what all child role is there. So if I open this ITIL role, so this is our ITIL role. If I open that ITIL role, this role have 20 more role. So you can see this ITIL role have 20 more role. You can see these 20 role are there, and this role can also have a child role. So it is as I mentioned that the parent role. So this is the groups. These groups have a role called ITIL role, and this ITIL have a 20 more role, and each this child role can have few more or child role. So that will be automatically inherited. So let's go back to this user module. I'm going to create a user. So go here, and I'm going to click this new button, and I'm going to create a user. So user creation can be done through various process, might be through manually or maybe through the integration from other source. But I am going to create a new ITIL user. So I'll put that new underscore ITIL underscore user. So this is our ITIL user, and then here I'll put that first name called new ITIL, and then last name I'll put the user. All right, and then here I will just click save or submit button without putting any additional information. If you want to put any additional information, you can put like email address, language, all these stuffs. So user ID will be always unique, and using this user ID, I will log in with that user profile. So I'll just save that. Now, once I save that, you can see it is saying that this user is getting created, and this user doesn't have any role, any groups, right? Now I will set up a password. So I'll click the set password, and then here the password is generated. I'll copy this password, or maybe I'll click generate, copy password, and save password. All right, so this password has been saved. And now what I have to do, you can see this have an option called password needs to be reset. So whenever I need to log in with this username and password first time, I need to reset the password. So let's save this password somewhere in our document. Here I'll save this password. So this is the password I have received, and here I will copy the user ID. So I'll paste that user ID and password. Now what we have to do, we have to add this user to a groups. The groups we have created called help desk group, right? So let's first open to the incognito tab. So this is my incognito tab, and here I am trying to log in with this user and then password. So let's first try to do that. I'll put this username and password. So this is my I'm doing from the incognito. So here I'll put the user ID called new underscore ITIL user, and here I'll put this password that has been generated through the system. So I'll copy this whole thing and paste here and try to log in. Once I log in, you can see it is asking me to put current password. As I mentioned that if the user profile have this checkbox is checked, like password needs to be reset, then user has to be reset their password whenever they are trying to log in with their username and password. So let's reset the password. I'll put the current password. So I have put this current password, and now I'll copy this password and set there. Let's do that. So I'll put this new password, and then here also in confirm I'll put the same password and click submit. So password has been changed, and then at that moment the new ITL user doesn't have any kind of role. Let's see. So let's save this password also. So this is the new password for this user dev1234. So this is a new user, which a new ITL user which doesn't have any role. And if you go back to here, you can see you only able to see the self-service module. This is the application, self-service application, and there are few minimum application. And here you don't have any search application, and then you have minimum, very minimum application, minimum access. Now, if you go back to the profile, under this profile, everything is read only. You can't change your view because you are the user which doesn't have any role. Now we'll go back to this admin profile. So this is my admin profile, and you can see on the top it's showing that NU. So it is a functionality of the service. Now if somebody is using or somebody is seeing same record, so you can see this is the record or same record I am also using, or I am also seeing that using this my profile, right? So I was also seeing this record, and similarly that using that admin profile I was seeing, so I can see who are watching this record. So it is showing the new ITL user. So new ITL user also open this form. Anyways, at that moment we change the password, and automatically system uncheck this new password needs to be reset unchecked. Now what we'll do, I will add this help desk user. This help desk user I will add here as a groups. So I'll edit that. Now I will add this help desk user to the new user profile. So I'll add that user and save that. So now you can see that once I refresh this profile, you can see the user have a one group called help desk label, and roles, the user have 44 roles. How come the 44 roles came up? Because we added the ITIL role, and then after that ITIL role, they inherit couple of roles and then automatically add it. So if you see here, we have a inherited options, and it is saying that if I filter out, all is none, right? Because this ITIL role, this ITIL is inherited from this group called help desk level 1, and other these all are child role for the ITIL role. Now to understand that how these roles are inherited, or how or from where these roles are inherited, what I'll do, I'll click the personalize here, and then we have a options called inheritance map. I'll add that and click OK. So once I click that inheritance map, you can see there are a couple of links created. For example, let's see that how this task editor role is getting added here, because I added these groups called help desk level 1, and help desk level 1 supposed to add that ITIL. How this task editor role is automatically added to this user profile. To know that, I'll simply click that this template inheritance map. So once I click that, I have landed a page called inheritance role map, and you can see the username is a new ITL user. This user is added, this new ITL user is added to this group called help desk level 1. And once we added this group, the ITL role is inherited. After that ITL role inherited, there are some role called SN request write role inherited, and then also task role inherited. So this way, these groups, these role are automatically inherited. So similarly, if I go back here and let's say I want to see that how this role template read global role added, I'll simply click the role inherited map, and it will show that how this role is added by via this map. This is our user profile, this is the group, this is the roles, these all are the roles, and this is the targeted roles that we are looking for the template read global, and this is the via of these all channel, this is has been added to this role. So this way we can know that how the role are added with this case. Now I'll go back to my user. So this is the user, and this user have right now ITL role. And if I open that incognito right now and refresh that, there will not be any changes. The role, new role added option will not be reflected. So once your role is added or you have new role, you need to log out and log in again. So let me log in again. So this is the user profile. And here I need to put the password and try to log in. So once I log in, so this is the first time I am logging as a ITL user. So I have right now ITL user, and once I have ITL user, you can see I am going a new page called workspace page, and this is the home search, global search is available right now. And if I click here, pin that and reduce that, there are few more application I can see. So this way we can add user to the particular role, particular groups. Now let's go back to our actual admin profile. I'll go back to that admin profile and then open the users module. And then you have an option, this is our user. So we discuss about that password needs reset. There is one more options called active and logged out. So there might be some cases where user will not be able to log in their system. The reason behind that, when you try multiple times your username and password are more than three times, and you give wrong username password, you will automatically locked out into the system. So this way your profile will be locked out. Now once your profile is locked out, you cannot log in your system. Let's try that. So I'll go back to this admin profile. This is the normal profile, and then try to log in, put the username, and then I'll put the password, and then try to log in. You can see that there is an option showing that username password is invalid. To reset the admin password, click here. So basically, once your locked out is true, you cannot log in. So there is a situation to log in your system, locked out has to be false and active has to be true. If your profile is active false also, you cannot log in. If your profile is active true but locked out also true, you cannot log in. So to log in your system, you should have active true and locked out false. So this is the condition for login. So active true and then locked out equal to false. This has to be condition, then only you can log in your system. Okay, so that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. So this is the day 4 of the ServiceNow training. In this day, we'll talk about that list and forms. So along with the list and forms, we'll discuss about table, record, list, form, UI action, context menu, sections, and related list. So these are the things we are going to discuss, overview and deep dive all these topics today. So let's get started. So first thing, if you remember that in college life, we used to use the SQL, and using the SQL, we used to create the table, right? So creating the table, we normally put the comments called create table, and then we put all the columns name, and it automatically create a table. And once we create the table, we used to put the comments called insert into table name to using that we normally use to insert a record to a particular table. So in the ServiceNow, these all also can be done through the ServiceNow. So we create a table, or ServiceNow have a concept called table that can contains the data. So for example, in last video we talked about the users, and we particularly open my profile and we used to see my details on last sessions, right? So that's also table. Okay, so that table name is a user table or sys users table. So similarly here in the ServiceNow we have a table, and this whole thing called table, and each table have a multiple record. And in this example of this case, you can see this is the 8 record available for this table. So left side you can see we have 8 record. So this is a whole table called, maybe the table name called user, for example, and this user have a 8 record. So these all we call the record, right? So similarly in the right side, if you see that we have a table called user table, we have a table called consumer table, we have a table called staff, brand, product, and role. So these are the separate table you can see, right? But they have a relationship. How they are related? For example, I show you in the last video that user table, right? So in the user table, we have a various field. If you remember that, we have a ID, email address, password, first name, last name, account type. So those are the type of data or present to the user table. Similarly, we could have another table called consumer table, and that table also a separate field. But there is a one field called foreign key, and that foreign key is connected to this user table. So it is basically referring to the user record or user table, right? In ServiceNow we call, instead of foreign key, we call that reference. So reference, we call the reference. So when we are referring to particular another table, so we call this, instead of the type, instead of foreign key, we use the type equal to reference. So you should remember that what is reference key, what is our tables and record. So let's go to our ServiceNow instance and see that. Remember this foreign key or reference, at that in our ServiceNow language we talk about the reference. So using that reference, we can refer or we can get any details of this table. For example, if I query to this consumer table and I want to know that particular user details, so I can dot work this user field called user.id. Using that user.id, we can fetch this user table. So we'll discuss in our in this class. So let's go to the ServiceNow instance and see all these details. So first we'll talk about the tables, and remember that the last day we already I given you an example called users. If you go to these users, and if I scroll down under this organization, you can see the users, and if you click that, you will see the list of records, and this is a table. So user table, which is have a multiple record, and in our case the 663 is the record count. So we have 663 records. So this is a table containing multiple record, and these all are fields. So you can see in the top, these all are table field. Now if you see in the top, we are seeing the URL called sys_user_list. So that this table backend name is for coding purpose, the backend name is sys_user table. So when we talk about the tables have multiple record, and these all are record. Now if we click a specific record, let's say I'm clicking there, and you can see once we click that, it's showing a pop-up view called open record, and if you click that, it will open the specific record. So this is we call the record. So I specifically open particular record or particular table entry, right? So this is a table entry. Now you can see that in this table entry, we call the record, and where it is showing this we call the form. So this we call the form. So this is a table. We discuss about table and record. So what is record, right? And I am right now seeing a record, particular record called user record called ITL record, and that is showing in a form. So this is a form. If I go back here, so I'll go back here to this user. If I click again that user, so this is showing the list of record, right? So this is showing the list of record that we call the list. So that we call the list. In the list, we have a filter. So this is a filter, and here we can put any kind of filter and fetch any information. In this table, each field we can directly search any value or anything. For example, I can search call new keyword. So I'll put the new and hit enter. It will search particular record. So new, which is the name which is started with the new, that will search here. So similarly here we can search any kind of any field. In top of any field we can directly search that, and then once we search that, once we put and hit enter, it will start searching. The right side we have a new button, and using this new button we can create a new record or specific record. Now if you go to this bottom side, we have a record, and each page we are seeing 10 records, so 1 to 10 record. Now we can click the next to see the next page record called 11 to 20. This way we can go one by one, next page, like that. If we want to go to the previous page, we can go and click that and go to the previous page. If you want to go to the last page, you can click that and system will landed you the last page. If you want to go to the first page, system will land it and go to the first page. Alright. Similarly, you can select all the record of, once you select that, select all, it will select all the 10 record, not 663 record. It will select all the 10 record, and if you want to perform any actions called delete that or any other actions, you can do that. Alright. So this is how we can do that. Now if you see here, we directly have a filter on the top where we can search that, or else as I show you, we can search from this list here, right? Also each field have a options. You click here, you have a options called sorting mechanism. Either you click here directly, it will start sorting, or else you can click here and say that sort A to Z or Z to A. Depending on what you need, the system can start sorting that. So if you click here and click the bar chart or pie chart, it will go to the report section and it will automatically create a report. Alright, so we'll discuss that a little bit later, but we have a options called group by user ID. Using the group by, so you can group by on a specific field. For example, in this active flag, we have a two possibility, either true or false, right? So either it could be true or it could be false. If we group by, what will be happen? It will be grouped like how many record is a false and how many records is true. So this way we can group particular field. Although the user ID is unique, if you group by, it will does not make any sense, but any permissible value you can group by. Similarly, you can ungroup that. You click that ungroup and it will automatically ungroup that. Now here you can just click here and then you can export, and then if you want to get the data in Excel, PDF, JSON format, any kind of things, you can do that export of this list of record. For example, if I click that export PDF and portrait, if you click that, the system will download all this data, the list of data of 663, and I will be able to get in a PDF format. And then if I click that, it will show me that PDF format, and then I can pass this information to any other external vendor or any other purpose, so I can send that. So similarly, we can export that data to Excel format, CSV format, XML. What is XML will come to the later, JSON format, and even export set. So these are the things we can do. Also we have a configuration options, import options. The configuration option will be available only for the admin, so not for ITIL user, and import option will be available for specific user, not for all the user. So let me log out and log in as a ITIL user and see how it looks like that. So I'll just log out that. Put these ITIL user details. So let's put these ITIL user details. And click login. It will log into this backend system, and you will be able to see some limited options on that. So if I go back and type the users, or probably I won't be able to see. So if I type the incident, the another table is the incident. I'll open this table called incident, and here if you see that, we are seeing in the top called incident underscore list. So backend name is incident. Previous table name was sys underscore user, but this table name was mentioned as an incident. So this way we can know any specific table name. Similarly, we can do that J2A, and then you can see if I right click here, we can see some limited option, right? So we can see that short option A to Z, Z to A, export option, launch interactive analysis, but less amount of options. Now here we have a very few things. You can see at that moment I can see 20 page, but earlier I can see 10 page. How we can change that? You can simply click here. You have a call options called show, and then here you can see that you can select specific your preferences. Like I want to show 100 record per page, 50 record per page. I can define here. So let's say if I select the 50 record per page, so it will show 50 record at one single shot. But remember that when you select 50, it will take more time. When you select the 10, it will take less time. So similarly, you can select the view. So what is view? We'll discuss that in our upcoming class. But view is a kind of options which give you the ability to show less field, or you can see previously it was more fields here. Right now, once I change this view, it is showing the less field, right? Less field. So this way we can basically change this view, and once we change the view, the fields of this table will be changes. I mean, backend there will be all the fields, but in the list it will show less field or maybe more field if we change the view. Similarly, we have a filter, we have a group by. You can directly select any field, and directly it will automatically group by with that active flag. You can see, so you can directly click the group by field. Here we can refresh the list, and if you want to mark any record as a favorite, you can mark that. To mark that favorite, you can simply click here and click favorite. It will show that that table name. If you want to update that, call anything, and done that, it will be go to your favorite list. You can see it is right now in the favorite. So this way you can mark is a favorite. Alright, now we have options called filter. If you click that, it will automatically show active field. Like these are the filter automatically created by out of box. So if you click that, it's automatically showing assigned to is empty, active is true, right? And here we have options called personalized list. If you click that, you can bring as many fields as you want. So these are all our incident field. You can bring all these fields, and then you can see those fields in the list. So you can add multiple fields and see these fields in a list. Whatever fields you needed, you can rearrange that. Let's say that I want to put number after that caller, then priority, then short description. I can rearrange that. So I can rearrange this list and save that. It will be rearranged automatically. So you click the personalized list layout and modify that list, or add fields and remove fields for your better understanding, for your better visibility. So it will only applicable for you. Other user will not be impacted. So if any other user open this incident table, they will not be affected, or they will not see all these personalized field that you have added. So for your understanding, for your better visibility, you can personalize and add as many fields as you want. So we can add those fields here. Now let's say that you added multiple fields. If you want to reset that, you can simply click here and then reset column to default. So once you click that, all this personalizing thing, that whatever you have done will be gone, and whatever system is defined for you by default will be shown here. Now coming back to the filter. Filter means, when I talk about the filter, filter contains three things. First thing is the field name, second thing is the operator, and third thing is the value, right? So what is means by that? So we can select any specific field for, let's say, active, and then we can select any operator. Active is not true, is empty, is different, anything. So we'll select active is, and then we'll select true. Right now, click that and run that, it will show all the record which is active case. So this is showing all the active record. Now similarly, if we click here, and we can add as many as filter. So once we put that active is true, then we'll put that assignment groups, for example, and then let's say that I'll put that is not empty, right? So if we put that is not empty or is, I can put any specific assignment group name here. So I'll put that assignment group is not empty and run that filter. It will more specifically, it will be more specific. Right now it is showing only 18 record right now. If you see here, if you hover that, you can see that remove the next condition. So if you click here, it will remove your condition. This condition can be removed. So if you click here, this condition will be removed. Now on addition that, you have two options here. If you right click, you have an option called show matching and filter out. So what does it mean by show matching and what does it mean by filter out? So if you right click and show matching, what will be happen? The field name is the caller. I am doing show matching on the caller of the David Miller. So if I do a show matching, the next filter will be apply call active equal to true and caller equal to David Miller. Show me all these records. So once I do that, it is showing 5 records. So it means that show me all these record which is active true and caller is a David Miller. So similarly, if you click here, it will remove the filter. Then we have a filter. So right now we have 41 record. So if I right click and filter out, so what does it mean by that? Filter out all the record. It means that do not show the caller equal to David Miller. So previously we know that David Miller have 5 records. So 41 minus 5, whatever record will be there, that record will be shown here. So if I click that, it is showing 36 record because all the David Miller record was removed. So that's we understand called how the list operate. Now let me open a particular record. So once we open a particular record, so this is my incident record, you can see. So similarly in the top, if you click here, there are multiple view are showing: default view, major incident view, matrix view. So if we switch any one view to the another view, let's say I am switching to service portal view, you will be able to see less field, less things, because this way it is configured that based on the view, it is configured that how many fields we will be able to see. We'll configure the view later, but at the moment we can switch from one view to the another view. So once I go back to the default view, so very first thing is the attachment option. If you click here, you can attach any document to this particular record if you want. That's depending on what you want. Similarly, you have a activity stream. If you want to see any activity stream, if you click that, it will directly go to the activity stream. Activity stream is nothing but it will show that what happened. So somebody put the comments, somebody, so the state value got changes from new to in progress. All this activity, whatever happens or activity happens, all we can see that. Here we have a personalized form. If you click here, and if you don't like any fields, you can hide those fields, like click that and those fields will be hide. So let's say that depending on your use case, you need few fields, so you can personalize them. The way we do the personalized list, we can personalize form. But remember that personalized list and personalized form is only applicable for you. It will not affect other users. So only you will be able to see the less field or more field. So if you click the reset, again all these forms will be, or all these fields will be automatically added. Here you have a few more options called email, toggle template bar, add options, and these are the UI action. UI action means the button. Creating or clicking the button will help you to do some actions or activity. Now, if you see here the caller field, so these all are field. So these all the field name and these all are value. So the number is, this is the number of the incident. Caller is the end user. State is resolved. So this is the field and this is the value. And if you see here, we have a options called caller. Beside that, we have an option called info icon. Why? Because this is a reference field. We discuss about reference field or the foreign key in SQL, right? So it is referring to another table that is called user table. So in this way, user and incident are connected. So if you remember the last PPT I showed you, there is the options we can connect between one table to the another table. You can see here it is connected. Caller field is the end user, which is referring to another table called user table. If we open the record, it will open the user record. Okay, so this way one record can be connected with another record. So these all are sections. So separate section. For designing purpose, we can create the sections and add multiple fields to that section. So these are the sections you can see. And here we have a contextual search. So if we put anything, system will automatically search on that and then it will give you a particular result. If we scroll down, these related links also a related UI action. So button, if you click that, it will perform certain action, and these all are related list we call. So related list means one to many. So if we, for example, if I go to the child incident, so this incident can have multiple child incident, right? So this way we can relate one incident to the multiple incident. So these things is we call the related list. So if you see at the top, we have a CSID. So if you see, this is the CSID. So CSID is a 32 digit a unique key for each record. So when we create any record or when we see any record, it have a unique value or unit backend value that we call the CSID. It is a 32 digit value. So similarly, if you right click, that there should be options called copy CSID, but this button is not visible because I am not admin. So I am not admin, so that's the reason I cannot see that copy CSID button. So that copy CSID button is available for admin. And here you have options called copy URL. So if you click the copy URL, it will give you that complete URL of that incident. You can see this is the complete URL for that incident. Now we understand that how we can open a record or how we can see the record, right? Now how can you create a record? To creating a new record, as I mentioned, that you have options called, you go to this incident module, and then if you click the new button, it will open a new form, and this time CSID equal to -1. It means that it's a new record, and we can select all this mandatory value. As this is a reference field, as I mentioned, that this is pointing to the another table. So if you click that, it will open in a pop-up view of that table or the referred table. In our case, the referred table is the user table. You can select this and then put all these mandatory field options, and then you have the options called submit, or if you right click and save that. Once you save that, this record will be saved. So this way we can create a new record. So let me go back to that logout and log into this admin view. So I'll log out and log in. So I just trying to log in, and you can see in the I have it is showing that system administrator as my name. So if I go back to this incident here now, and if we open here, call open all, and then open this incident, you will have a options called copy CSID. So if I right click, there will be options called copy CSID. This will give me a 32 digit unique value. So this is the CSID of this record. So each record have a unique value. If I go back to the list, I can right click any of these, and there will be a copy URL and copy CSID. So copy URL will give me that URL for that incident. So this will be the URL for incident. And if you right click and then copy CSID, so if I click that, it will give me that CSID. So CSID is a unique value. So if you see here, right now I have 70 records. So in this table, 70 unique value generated. So basically for each record, CSID will be generated, and that is a unique record. Now if you see here, I told you about incident table. I told you that there is a table called incident. There is a table called user, right? And when you click that user module or incident module, it is opening incident and it is user. But how, or as an admin, how you know that what all tables are there in the systems? To know all these tables in the system, you can type the tables. Under the tables, you will have a module called under the system definition, you can have module called tables and column and tables. So if you click the tables, you will be able to find out all the tables that is created or that is out of box. What is out of box? Out of box means that something that is created by ServiceNow. We don't create something. So ServiceNow created for themselves. So that we call out of box. So right now, so out of box 515 table is there, and here if you type in that label called incident, you will be able to find out that incident table. So here you can find all these tables. So total we have 515 table, like incident. If you type the user, so these all are table are present to the backend. So if you want to find out that which all table is there, you can simply go to this tables module under the system definition, and you will be able to find out all these tables. Now let's say that you find out any particular table. For example, this table you find out, or this table you find out, right? You can go to this left navigation, and you sides that you cannot find that module name. Left side you cannot find out the module name. you can simply click dot and then list. It will open that table. So if you put that dot list, it will open that particular table. And in this case, there is no record. So similarly, we know if I go back here, let's say I go back here and type the incident. What is the backend name of the incident table? So incident table backend name is the incident. So we'll copy that and simply put incident dot list. It will open that list of incidents. So either you can put directly by left navigation, you can search and then find out, or if you cannot find out, you can put this table name and put dot list. You will automatically get list of incident. Then if you put the table name dot form, okay, and then hit enter, it will open a new record instead of going to that table and clicking the button. So I am saying that you go to this incident table and put dot list and click the new button, and by that you can create a new record. Instead of that, you can directly put the table name then form. So once you put the form, it will open that form, the new form. You don't need to directly go to this list and button. So I think I give you that input about how we can open the list, form and all those stuffs. Now I'll go to this presentation and I'll give you some tasks, some kind of task for practice purpose in your own environment. So far I have created 4 video, and in this 4 video I want you to practice this thing. I am going to create few more video one by one, and it will become cover all this admin session. So for today's task is that, well, first task is that create a user, set the password. I think I already shown you. Create a groups and then add user to that group so that user can get ITL. So this part is I told you, but let me see if you can do that. Next, login as a ITL user. So whatever user you will create in the first step, login as a ITL user and create a incident. And then third thing is that create a or find out an incident that is created by you. So you created the incident in the second step, and the third step, find out that incident that you have created. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. So this is the day 5 of the ServiceNow admin training. In this day, we'll talk about that task table, task type. We'll definitely talk about the incident, problem, change, and KB article. We'll not go deep dive, but we'll discuss about that what is incident, problem, and change, because there are already further deep dive video is there in my channel. You can just check the video description and you will get that playlist link. Then we'll talk about approvals, assignment rules, SLA, and attachment. So these are the topic we are going to discuss in our today's sessions. So let's go to the next slide. So first we have to understand that what is the task management or what is task. So task is a table that name, the backend name is a task.list. We can use the task.list, or the backend name is the task. This table is our base table. Okay, so what is base table? So any table which can be extended or which is already extended, that we call the base table. So this is the task table which is our base table, and this task table have extended by incident, problem, change request, or there are many other tables are actually extended to this task table. So task table is a base table, and these all incident, problem, change request, these are the extended table. So understand the task is a parent table, or you can say the base table. This table is extended by incident, problem, change. So whenever we extending particular table, let's say that I'm extending to the task table, whatever fields, whatever script, whatever things are present to the task table, all will be automatically comes to this child table called incident, problem, change request. So if there is any field present to the task table, any script which is present to the task table, any ACL which is present to the task table will automatically inherit to the incident, problem, change, or any other child table which is getting extended. If you see this documentation, it is saying that instead of creating a new table, consider extending an existing one. So instead of creating a new table, we can extend to existing table if existing table contains field, attribute, script similar to those table you needed. So if instead of creating a new table, we can extend to particular table if we need, or if we think that whatever fields is present to this base table, whatever script is present to the base table, or whatever attribute is present to the base table that is useful in our new table, then we can extend that. So let's go back to our system and see what is task table and how it is getting extended. So this is my ServiceNow instance, and in this ServiceNow instance, as I mentioned that you can directly put any table name, then put dot, so and then type list. So if you put this task dot list, you will be actually go to the task table. Now here you can see there are various kind of number is there like A, V, L, U, different things, right? So if I combine or group by with the task type, you will be able to find out the various type of task type is present. So you can see we have a change task, we have incident, problem task, requested item. So these all are the child table from the task table. So task table is a parent table and these all are the child table. You can say these are all are the child table. Now, what will be happen if any record created to the child table? Let's say that I'm going to create an incident on the incident table. It will automatically show to the parent table. Now you can see all the incident are showing to the parent table called the task table. So whatever fields present to this, the task table, for example, priority, state, assigned to, short description, when the incident table got created by system automatically inherit or automatically created this field. For example, if I open this particular incident, let's say I'm opening this incident, so these are the fields present to the incident table. Now for example, if I show right click and show these fields, I will be able to find out that the short description field is coming from the task table, because incident table parent table is the task table. Now go back to here. So I am right now in admin profile. If I go back and type the table module I have shown you in last video. So if I go back to this tables module, this is our tables module, and here we have a field. These are the tables. We already discussed the 5160 is the table, and here extended place. If we type the task, so you will be find out that all the table which is extended from the task table. So you can see 46 table is extended from the task table. Now here if I search with the incident, you can see incident task, two tables are extended from this task table. Similarly, if we go back to the change here, and then you can see the change request, change task, change phase, all are extended from the task table. So basically, whatever field present to the task automatically copied over those extended table, which is nothing but this 46 table. So all these fields present to this task table will automatically created. And for example, you can see this short description, they are actually present to the incident table, but they are originated from the task table. You can see the table name and table is showing the task. So now for example, if I go back to this resolution information, and then here if I right click on the resolution code and show that close code, you can see this table name is incident. It means that this resolution code is created specifically on the incident table, but description, short description, assigned to priority, these all are coming from the task table. We'll actually create our own table in our upcoming video, but at that moment I'm just giving you the example. So this is how the extended things happens, and as you know that incident table is a extended from the task table. So why we pick that incident problem and change management? Because in ServiceNow, the incident problem and change management is the basic steps, or when you started your career, we always start with the incident problem change. So let's understand that what is incident, what is problem, and what is change. So incident, what is incident? An incident is an unplanned interruption or reduction in the quality of services. For example, something is broken or not working as expected. Let's say that what is incident? So let's somebody ask you what is incident. So any unplanned interruption happened. For example, you are working a laptop and sometime your mouse is not working. That's an incident, right? So you are doing some job or which is not planned. Suddenly something is broken. So which is not planned. So planned is something different, but this is suddenly happens, unplanned, right? So that's we call the incident. Now go back to the service now and see how we can create the incident. As we know that incident can be created in a various way. First options is that if we go back here under the self-service option, we have a incident module. We click that, and here we can create our own incident, right? So you can click the new button and fill all the information as a self-service options, and we can just submit that, an incident will be automatically created. So this is the one option of the creating the incident. Next option is that we have the service portal. Under the service portal, we can directly go to this service portal and create the incident. For example, we can go this SP here, and then from here we can create the incident called request something, and then here create an incident, and we can create the incident. So this is for the end user, right? So this is for the end user. Now we can go back to here in our actual native UI and go to the service catalog. Under the service catalog, we can search also the create incident here directly. Let's say that we can search that create incident. From here also we can create the incident. So various options we have to create a incident. We can click here and then we can create the incident. So we have various options to create the specific incident. Depending on what type of user you are, we can create the incident. So if you want to know that the end-to-end process of the incident, you can go and check my one of the another playlist called ITSM playlist. There you can find out that end-to-end process of the incident. So this is how we normally, if we put all this information, let's say I'm putting this one and submit that, it will basically create a incident for me. You can see this is converted to a incident, and this is the incident details, right? Now let's go back to that. Let's understand that what is the problem. The next thing is that problem. What is problem? Let's say that one server got outage, and then you created a incident for that. So let's say that one server got crashed, and then for that you created one incident, right? So you created one incident for that. Let's say that once it is crashed, then 100 user or 1000 user are already reported, right, one by one, because they are not able to use that server, right? So everyone is reporting one by one, right? In that case, this incident will be, all the incident will be converted to a problem. So this is not your single issue. This is a many percents, or this is a continuous issue is happening. So that's we call the problem. So let's understand the definition. Problem management helps to identify the cause of an error in the IT infrastructure reported as occurrence of related incident, often affecting a number of users. So many users are affected, not one user. Let's say that your mouse is not working, that's a incident. So that's a incident, right? But your server is got crashed and many user got affected, like 100,000 users, that we call the problem. And once the problem created, in that case, we can find out the root cause, like maybe the disk was oversized, and that's the reason the incident got created, and that's the reason the server got crashed. So we can say that that's the reason we need to increase the disk size, and then all the user will be able to use that. So this we call the problem. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and see how the problem can be created. Creation of the problem will not be accessed for all the users. For specific user, the problem creation module will be available. To create the problem, you can just search that problem, and here you will be able to find out that module called problem, and under that we have a create new. If you click that, it will go to this creation of new problem, and here you can put all the information, like all this relevant information, and then you can submit that. So as we know that when that multiple incident occurs, right? When the multiple incident happens, then the problem created. So you think that multiple incident is getting created for a for particular issue, and then you can create the problem directly, like putting all this information, let's say, and then submit that problem. Once we created the problem will be in new state, and after that it will move to the access, root cause analysis, fix in progress, resolve, and then after that finally it will be go to close state. If you see the bottom, under the problem we have a incident, because we know that a multiple user got affected, not only the single user, n number of user affected, right? In that case, n number of user will call to the service desk, and then they will create the incident. So we can map all this incident directly here, like this problem is associated with this many incident, like this problem contains 10 incident or 20 incident. 20 incident happen, and then we think that this is a problem. This is the another way. Also, you can directly create the problem from the incident. For example, if I go back to the incident module, and this incident I have created right now, right, from that self-service module. So let's say that user think that there are many issue or many user got affected. So directly from the incident, we have a options called create a problem button. Once we click that, the problem will be created from directly from this incident, and you can see this problem, the incident short description and description automatically copied. And if we save that, let's say I'm saving that problem. Once it is moved to the problem, I mean once the problem is saved, so this is the problem, and if I scroll down, you can see this, the incident that from we created will automatically showing here. So this is we call the related list, right? So from this incident we have created this problem. So either directly you can create the problem and map one by one, or else you can directly convert incident to a problem, and then you can map whatever things we needed. And then problem have a different kind of flow. So it goes to new access, root cause fix, and resolve state, right? And once this problem will be automatically resolved, automatically this I mean by step resolve, the incident will be automatically resolved. So these flow also detailed flow also created in my playlist called ITSM Basic Service. Now you can check that. So this is how we call the problem. Next we have the change management. Let's go back to the documentation. So what is change management? For example, I am giving you a common example. So in my IT industry, I have a router, right? So I have this router. So this router cannot be directly changed, right? So this router can be changed in various ways. For example, that one incident got created, like instead of one, we can say that 100 incident got created because this router is not working, and then many users are affected. And from this incident, it create a problem, right? So it is created a problem, right? And then once we find out that what is the root cause of this problem, we find out that this is the router which is causing the issue, right? Then we need to be replace this router, but we cannot change this router immediately. For that, in IT we need to create a change request, and change will go for a various approval, and then we can only change this router. We directly cannot change this router. If you need to do immediately, we can raise the emergency change, but to changing anything into the IT, let's say that you need to change or you need to install any software, not only the physical, you need to install any software, or maybe you need to replace your mouse. All the cases in the IT we need the change request. So let's understand that definition. The ServiceNow change management application provide a systematic approach to control the life cycle of all changes. All changes means any changes in the IT. So let's say that you are changing a software, you are updating a software, you are installing a router, or maybe if you are changing a router, every cases we need a change request. For example, we are upgrading our environment, ServiceNow environment, from one version to the another version, also we need the change request. Facilitating beneficial changes to be made with minimum disruption to the IT service. So we don't want to any disruption. We want to do the minimum disruption to help our employee, or to help or improve our IT facility. We can raise the change request. So let's go back to the service now and see how the change management can be raised. As I give you an example, let's say that for multiple incident we created a problem. After that, we need to be change a router. To resolve this problem, we can directly right click on this problem, and then we can click this any of this type of change, and it will automatically create a change. So if you want to create emergency change, if you want to replace router immediately, you can raise emergency change, and this system will automatically generate a emergency change for you. So from incident we can create the problem, from problem we can create the change. Vice versa, from incident we can directly create the change. That's not a problem. So we can directly create a from incident we can directly create a change, or maybe we can separately create a change depending on what we needed. So this is the one way we can create the change. Another way that you can directly type the change here, and you have the options called create new. You click that, you'll go to this change management and fill all the information, and from there you have to select that which type of change you want to create. Let's say that I want to create the normal change. You fill all the information, and then the change have various phases, like from new to access, authorize, schedule, implementation, review, and then finally it will be closed. So anything you want to implement either in a physically or maybe programmatically, like say that you want to upgrade any software, update any software, you need always a change request in IT industry. Let's say that one database is going to be updated. As a CI, we need to select this database. So let's say that database one is going to be updated. We need to select that database. We need to be put the short description that we need to update this database, and then all this description. After that, the change team will be a specific change approval team, cab, we say the cab approval team will approve that, and then after that you can update that. Without that change approval, you should not, in IT, you should not directly go and update any of this particular software as a developer. So let's say that we do the daily, as a developer, we do the daily job, right? So let's say that we work for the 2 week sprint. So every sprint which is going to the production, we need the change request. So let's go back to this our PPT. Next, we have a KB article. What is the KB article? Basically for user information. So let's say that the 100 user in a different time, they are not able to log in particular instance, right? For that, what we suggest that clear their cache from the browser and then try to re-log in, right? So this is a similar kind of issue happen, and help desk or the user every time give the similar information, right? You need to go to this cache and then clear that. So instead of creating incident or all these stuffs, the user can directly search that particular things called knowledge article. They understand that what steps they have to be performed. They do that steps and their issue automatically resolved. That we call the knowledge article. So let's understand this definition. The ServiceNow knowledge management application enables the sharing of information in knowledge bases. The knowledge base contains articles that provide user with information such as self-help, troubleshooting, and then task resolution. So as I mentioned, any troubleshooting, any help, or any resolution that the frequently we know that this has to be, for this reason this has to be done, right? For this laptop is not working, or this login is not happening, we need to clear the cache. So this is, we know for this issue this is the solution, right? So for that we created a knowledge article, and that knowledge article can help the end user or any kind of user to go through the steps and then perform certain actions, and then their self-help, like they automatically resolve their issues. Let's go back to the service now and see how the user can search the knowledge article. If you go to this left navigation and type the knowledge, so you will be able to see the knowledge module under self-service. If you click there, you will go to this knowledge article. Different kind of knowledge base is there. Let's say that for IT, for other stuff. So you are IT user, you click that IT, and then for different issue like your email is not working, so you can click that, right? And then create an email signature. You don't know how to create an email signature. You go to the service and create the incident, right? Instead of that, you can go to this knowledge article and go through these steps one by one, perform this action, and your issue might be automatically resolved. So this way you can use the knowledge article to self-help yourself and then resolve the issue. Or maybe for troubleshooting, you can use the knowledge article. For knowledge article also, I have a separate deep video for developer or admin. If you want to know that how this knowledge article works or how this knowledge article creation happens, you can go and check that. So far we completed this task table, task type, incident, problem, change. Now we'll talk about that approval. So what is approval? Approvals is like, let's say for example, I'll give you some example. Let's say that you request a laptop, right? Once you requested the laptop, the approvals will go to your manager, right? Manager will decide that you actually need the laptop or not. So if the manager say no, this person does not need any laptop, so they will reject that and then process will be ended. But let's say that manager will approve and say yes, this person need the laptop. It will go to the next process, and fulfiller or the vendor will provide you the laptop. So this is the one process. So this way manager can do a approve. So this is we call approval. Next, we assume that you created a change request to upgrade a particular server called S1. So this is the server. Once you raise the request, change request, it will go to this approval for particular groups G1. So this is the group approval. And then once let's say this group have a 10 member, it will automatically generate 10 approvals for that. Okay. If anybody approve that, it will go to this next step and the change will be moved to the implementation step. So approvals can be happen two way. One is the group approval, another is the user approval. User approval is a particular user who has to be approved. Group approvals will generate all the user approvals. Like if the group member have 10 member, so it will generate 10 approvals, and if anybody approve that, it will go to the next steps. Approval does not need for particular physical thing. Let's say that you need to be install a software. You cannot install the software in your system because it needs the admin password. So what you will do, you will go to the portal, particular company portal, and raise the request. Once you raise the request, for example, Photoshop, your manager will get a notify, yes, this person need raise the change request or a portal request to install this Photoshop approval. So your manager approve that, and system will automatically install that laptop called Photoshop laptop in your system. So this way we can approve. Now let's assume that you raise a request and your manager goes to the vacation. What will be happen? The manager is not present. So what will be happen? Are you waiting for 10 days? No. Manager can define a delegate, like there is option called delegate options. Manager can define the delegate, and delegate will get all the notification, all the approvals, everything, all the emails. Manager will get that. Manager mail will get that the delegate person, and delegate person can decide this person has to be give approvals yes or no. The delegate will decide, and based on that you will get that thing. So we can define the delegate. Based on the delegate you can get that. Similar actions can be done for group approval. For let's say that this 10 user, one user goes go to the vacation. So on behalf of that user, it will go to the delegate person, and the delegate person can take the action. Let's go back to the ServiceNow and understand how approvals work. So this is our ServiceNow environment. If I go back and type that my approvals, you will get a module called my approvals under self-service. If you click that, at that moment, I don't have any approvals pending. That's the reason it is completely blank. But as I am the admin, I can see any record and I can modify that. So if I click all at that moment, you will be able to find out three stages. One is the approve, another is the requested, and then third is the no longer required. For example, I am opening this change. If you see here, we have a state, approver, comments, and approval for. It means that, for example, if you pick this row, what does it mean by that? This user needs to be approved for this change, and the state is requested. So let's pick this one. So this user already approved for this change request. Okay. So let's open this change. I'm opening this change. And if you see this change, at that moment change is authorized section. It means that somebody has to be authorized. And then here if you see the change, short description, a failed RAID control card needs to be replaced. As I mentioned that any kind of change, replacement, any kind of new things installation, we need a change request, and somebody raise a change request to replace a RAID card for this particular server maybe, right? And then once somebody raised that, it will go for a change approval. And you can see we have the bottom, we have a approval section. Under this change, we have a approval section. Here somebody can approve that. Okay. So if you see that assignment group, we have a two type of groups. If I show match the database, you can see no longer required and one is approved. It means that there is a one first level approval happens, and then it goes to three user, and then this user approve this request on behalf of this database groups, and this user approve that, and other user does not need any approval. So if I open this database groups, and you can see this group have a 3 member, and that's the reason this 3 member get a approvals, and once one person approve that, other person does not need to be approved. So generally in a group approval, one person approve, we don't need any other person approval. Now if I go back and then CAB means change advisory board. They are responsible to check any conflicts, anything is going to be happen to your system. So for this group, these are the member are present, 5 member. So if any member approve that, this change will move to the schedule state. But before that, these 5 members, any of this member needs to be approved that. And that's the reason this state is in request. Let's say that I am opening this record because I am the admin. I can approve on behalf of this user. But for normal user, they can only approve or reject. They can take the action on their approvals. So I am the admin. Let's say that going to approve that. Once I approve that, this change will move from authorized to schedule. Let's approve that. So I am going to approve this change request. So I approve this change request, and if I scroll down, right now these all are requested, and if we refresh that, you can see this user approve and no other user need any additional approval. And once one person approved that, other member does not need any approval. And if I scroll up, you can see change stayed updated to the schedule, and if I refresh that, this change will be moved from authorized to the schedule section. So this way we can do approvals things. So that's it for today. In our next session, we'll talk about the SLA, assignment rule, and these many more other things regarding the task management. So thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. This is the day 6 of the ServiceNow admin training. In this day, we'll talk about the SLA. So let's first understand what is the SLA and how or why we need a SLA for an organization. So let's first understand the definition of the SLA. So SLA is a short form. The full form is the SLA is the service level agreement. So what is the service level agreement? Let's say that you are provide a service to a customer, right? So let's say that I am the customer, right? I have a issue on my laptop. I go to the service center. This is the service center. I go to the service center and I submit my laptop, right? So once I submit the laptop, they can fix the laptop, right? So they will fix the laptop. Now, as a customer, I don't know that how much time it will be take to fix this laptop, right? So they can take 10 days, they can take 20 days, they can take 30 days, right? So this service center is a service provider to me or as a customer. The service center provide a service to a customer, right? So they should have a high level agreement between customer and service center that they will provide me this laptop within 10 days. If they cannot provide the service within 10 days, they have to give some penalty for that. So that's we call the SLA. So basically, when we create a incident, when a customer create a incident, right? So when the customer create a incident to ServiceNow instance, right? Based on this incident type, it will have a agreement that is has to be solved by 10 days or 20 days. If within this time frame nobody or the service provider or the assignment group member cannot resolve that, that will have some penalty or the there will be SLA which will be run once the incident will be created, and if within the 10 days or 20 days, if that cannot be resolved, a penalty will be charged for that service provider. So let's understand the definition. A service level agreement is contract between service provider and a consumer. So this is a consumer and a service provider. So this is a agreement between those two party, defining the type and then standard of the services to be offered. So what type of service they are going to provide and within which time they are going to provide that services, that has to be a legal agreement. So let's go to the ServiceNow instance and see how the SLA works. So right now I am in the ServiceNow environment. Let me log in as a ITIL user. So I'll copy that and then let me log in that. So I just log into this ServiceNow instance. So it is logged in right now. And let's say that I am the ITIL user and I have enough capacity to create the incident. So what I'll do, I'll type that incident module here and then I'm going to create a incident, right? So let's say I am the user. So I'll say that ITIL user maybe. And here I'll put this category. If you see the configuration item, normally configuration item we select for which what is the configuration item. Let's say that my server is not working. Normally we select that server. So configuration item is a CI. We'll come to that in our upcoming sessions. But here configuration item is a CI. On that CI we can select that. Let's say that my mouse is not working. Then we'll select the mouse. Maybe my one of the software is not working, we select the software. So configuration item basically a product or item or the things which is broken actually. So we'll select that. Let's say that I'm saying that mouse is not working, or maybe I cannot log in to timesheet portal. So this is my issue, and then here in the CI I'll select the timesheet portal application, right? And I'll put the detailed description, and this is my pretty much impacted medium. This will impact mediumly, and urgency I am selecting medium. So depending on what type of things you are, I mean it is how much important for you, what is the important, you select that, and based on that impact and urgency priority got calculated, right? And I'll just select and save that. So this incident got created, And if you scroll down, once this incident got created, there will be a assignment group based on the system configuration or the CI. System will automatically route to this assignment group. Let's say I am selecting a one of these CI. Let's say I'll select that. So let's say I'll select this learning portal and save that as a CI. Once I save that, based on the CI, you can see automatically assigned to a particular group called endpoint security group. So this group member is responsible to resolve this issue, right? So this incident got created or this user. And if I scroll down here, you can see two SLA is running. One is the response SLA and another is the resolution SLA. What is the response SLA and what is the resolution SLA? Response SLA is that this SLA or this incident has to be assigned particular user within how many seconds or how many hours. So it is saying that we have to have resolved these, or we have to have response this incident within 4 hours, and the resolution or solution has to be provided within a day. So once I created this incident for a particular configuration item, it is assigned to a particular groups, and then this particular groups is responsibility to provide response within 4 hours, and within 1 business days it has to be resolved. So this is how SLA is created. Now here, if you see that we have very few important parameter. Let me open this response SLA. So if I open this response SLA in the next tab, you can see this SLA started here, right? And you can see this type of the SLA is response SLA, and it's defined the 4 hours. So it means that if it is started now, it has to be response within 4 hours. And then you can see we have a clearly breach time, right? So this is the breach time. So if it is started on 154, right, and it will be breached within 12 o'clock. Okay, so within this time, they has to be provide the responses. If they did not provide response, there will be a checkbox called hash breach. This will be checked, and for that later the company or the consumer can charge penalty for that. So let's understand one thing again. So this SLA got created within this time, and then they have provided the 4 hours, and the breach or the penalty ending time, I mean within the date's time, they can provide the response. If they did not provide response, this will, after this time, there will be a checkbox called hash breach will be checked, and once it is checked, then customer can charge penalty for that. And here we have, you can see actual elapsed time, and then actual time left, right? And then here we have business elapsed time and business elapsed percentage and business time left, right? So here it's saying that business time left is 4 hours, and then here it is saying that actual time left is 10 hours 3 minutes. Why this difference? Because this SLA is defined a schedule, right? And the schedule is a America Los Angeles, and then 8 to 5 in weekdays. So if you raise the incident in Sunday, right? Let's say you raise the SLA in Sunday, it will don't calculate that time from the Monday within the working time. This SLA will run, and based on that it will be worked. So that's the reason the business duration is the time which is run on basis of schedule. So although this response SLA is saying that within the 4 hours this has to be resolved, but within the 4 working hours, not that anytime. So let's say that you raise the night time, it will be at that time there will be no calculation. After, when it will be in working time, at that moment this SLA will be start calculating. So business elapsed time is the time where it will run based on the schedule, and then actual time will run 24/7 basis. So if you see in the here actually highlighted actual value calculated based on 24/7, and business value calculated based on 8 into 5 weekdays calculation. Now I just raised the 2 minutes ago, and it will be as it is maybe that off the schedule. So this is not going to calculate. So it will actually end it within 10 hours. So within 10 hours, they have to provide a response. If they did not provide the response, this SLA will be breached. Going back to the incident, here we have another SLA that we told about the resolution SLA. So if I go back here, and then this is the resolution SLA, and if you see here, this resolution SLA have 1 day's time. 1 day mean 24 hours working time. And as we know, 24 working time. So each day, if we are getting that 8 to 5, we are working, then it will take to breach 2 days, 12 hours, 3 minutes to completely breach that. And so once somebody did not respond within the 2 days, 12 hours, then this incident will be breached. And once it is breached, customer can penalty for that. So if I go back here in this endpoint, this security group, so let's see. In this group, we have 5 members at that moment. Let's open one of the member one by one. So this is the user who is active right now. So if I impersonate this user, or if I log in this user can take this incident on assignment, or assign this user can be assigned this incident. And once this will be assigned to that user, the response SLA will be completed. What I'll do, I'll log in by this user account. So this user account, and then I will basically do what I'll do. I will assign this ticket to myself. So once I will assign this ticket to myself, this response SLA will be automatically completed. Let's do that. So what I'll do, I'll open that incognito mode. First, I'll log in as an admin. So I'm logging as an admin. So I open two windows. One is a normal window with the ITIL user, and this is the admin window. Here, first thing first, what I'll do, I need to be logged in by this user, right? So this is the actual user. So I'll copy this user ID, and there is a ServiceNow provided one feature called impersonation. So using the impersonation, you can act or you can view as like that actual user. So I'll impersonate that user, and this impersonation functionality is only available for admin. So admin will, in a organization, admin will be have for 4 or 5 members. They are responsible to maintain this ServiceNow instance. All right, so I impersonate as this user, and then if I go back here to this portal, so this is right now login as this user. You can see, if I open this incident, let's open this incident in incognito. You can see that you will be able to see that the user will be so see this incident. So this is the his group. So this is my user called Antonio. So this is the user who is part of this endpoint security, and he can see this response and resolution SLA is in progress. So he know this is the I am the part of this group, so he is responsible to resolve this issue. So he will assign this ticket to himself. So he just assign and then save that. Once he saved that, if I scroll down, you can see the response SLA completed. It means that this incident got assigned to particular user, and the assigned user response, right? So this is the user or responsible user who's supposed to resolve this issue. He actually assigned himself, and then once it is moved to this complete state, it means that response within the time frame of the 4 business hours, and that's the reason this SLA got completed. Now they have to provide the resolution or solution within 1 hour. If they cannot provide the solution, this SLA will be breached, and then customer can charge for that. So what they will do, they will resolve this issue, like that end user issue, like this user ITL user have some issues to log in this timesheet portal. So they'll go and backendly resolve that issue, and then move this incident to resolve. Once this is moved to the resolve, this resolution SLA will be automatically stopped. Let's go back and put some resolution details here, and then once they provide that solution, this incident will be automatically resolved. And once it is resolved, this you can see is changes to the stage is changes to the pause. End user can say, no, my issue did not resolve, it's still working. So what we'll do, I'll go back to as an end user portal. So as a ITL user, I can visit to that timesheet portal, and I can identify, no, my issue did not resolve. It is actually still, I am facing still the issue. what I'll do, I will change this state to resolve to the in progress and maybe save once more time. Once it is saved as an in progress state, if I go back to this in as a this user, like this Antonio user, he can check the state is in progress, and then again if you refresh that, still you can see this SLA got started running. So SLA again started running and it started calculating that, right? It started calculating because this incident got reopened by user, right? So again he maybe dig in something, check with the customer, that ITL user what was the issue, and then resolve that, and then finally he just resolve this issue within again all these details. So he resolved that. Once it is resolved again, this SLA got paused, you can see, and then again I as a ITL user, I see the state changes to the resolved state. I validate the timesheet portal and it is working fine. And then what I will do, after 3 days it automatically close, and once it is closed, this SLA will be automatically closed. So this SLA will be automatically closed after 3 days. It will be paused, and once it is paused, it will not calculate that duration. And after 3 days, system will automatically complete this incident from resolved to complete state. And once it is moved to the complete state, the SLA will be automatically completed. So this is how flow. Now let's see as an admin how we can configure this SLA. Why do we need to configure that? Because ServiceNow provided this 1 day's duration for this priority 3, but as an admin we may need to be change something, we may need to add additional SLA. For all those stuffs, we can as an admin we can modify, we can create our own SLA, we can customize our SLA. So let's see how the SLA can be customized. To customizing this SLA definition or SLA, right, what we have to do, we have to have that SLA admin or SLA manager role. So there are two separate roles, or maybe admin role. So we have three condition. One admin can do, next SLA admin can do, and then SLA manager also can modify that. So these are the three users who can modify that. Let's go back to the admin view. So I'll just do end impersonation. Once I do the end impersonation, and if I go back to this sys user role table, so this is the table where all these, or maybe you can type the roles. Under these roles, you can see all these roles are present. So if I type that SLA, so we have a SLA admin, another we have a SLA manager. These are the basically role who can modify and customize this SLA. To modifying and customize SLA, what we have to do, we have to go to this SLA definition. Under this SLA definition, you will be able to find out under this service level management SLA definition, we can find out all these SLA here. Now, if I say that for which table, if I show match with the incident table, right, and then type equal to SLA, if you show match, you will be able to find out that priority 3, right? So if you see the priority 3, so based on different condition, we can attach the SLA. So you can see for priority 3, we have a resolution SLA for 1 day, and for response SLA 4 hours. If I open that, this SLA, under this SLA, it have defined the SLA condition. So on which condition this SLA will be started, and which condition this SLA will be paused, and which condition this SLA will be stopped. So if I open this, one of this SLA, if you see this, it's saying this name, this is the name, this is the type of SLA. Again, we have the SLA and OLA. Here we have a target, as I mentioned, that what is the meaning of the response and resolution, right? Next, we have a table called incident table, and then here we have start condition, on which condition this SLA will be attached. So this SLA will be attached if the incident is active, priority is 3, and then assignment group is not empty. Immediately this SLA will be attached. When this SLA will be paused, for response SLA there is no pause condition, but when this SLA will be stopped, so if the incident state is not new state and then assigned to is not empty, it means that whenever the SLA will be automatically assigned to somebody, at that moment this SLA will be stopped. Now, if I go back to the resolution SLA, you can see under the resolution SLA, the condition is pretty much simple. Active is true, and then priority is moderate. At that moment, this SLA will be attached. When this SLA will be paused, if somebody move this incident to on hold, or if incident move to the resolve state, at that moment, this SLA will be stopped. Now we have a stop condition. If the incident state changes to the close state, it immediately will be stopped. Under the top, we can see the definition. If we want to run 24/7, so we can select no schedule, so it will be run 24/7. If we select that SLA definition and then select particular definition like 24/7, 8 into 5 weekdays, at that moment it will be run that 8 into 5 weekdays. And let's say we select that 8 into 5, which case it will be done 8 into 5. So we can select the caller time zone, we can select the SLA definition time zone, we can select the CI location time zone, task location time zone, or caller location time zone. Depending on, let's say that we can select the caller time zone. So whatever user will be created, that user time zone will be picked, and based on that it will run 8 into 5. So if we open this definition, under the definition it's defined that what does it mean by 8 to 5. So it means that Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. this SLA will be run. So this is the definition, it's defined. So you can see under this schedule it's defined that 8 to 5 it will be run every Monday to Friday. So this way we can define our SLA. Let's go back to the incident module. I want to show some breach SLA so that you can clear understand that how the breach SLA happens and then how the customer can charge something, right? Let's say I'm opening this third incident that email server is down, which is created couple of days ago, and this SLA is in critical right now. And if you scroll down, this SLA have a type called resolution, and which is supposed to resolve within 1 hour. So if this incident got created with high priority, it has to be resolved within 1 hour. Nobody resolved this incident, and that's the reason you can see here there is a red mark showing that it is resolved, and then this is the business elapsed percentage. So for that incident, customer can escalate and then they can charges penalty charges, and you can see there is a has breached checkbox which is checked. It means that is supposed to breach this time, and it is breached. Nobody responded that, and that's the reason it is breached. So this way we can, customer can check, okay, so this within this 1 hour it has to be resolved, but nobody resolved, I will charge to that service provider company, so and they can charge that. Under this SLA we have a show SLA timeline. If you click that, it will show that on which time it is when it is started, when it is stopped, all this detailed description you will get that. Right now you can see this is open like this view, and if you see here, this is the incident number for which this SLA timeline we are seeing. So this SLA was created or attached with this time zone called, this is the time, and within this time the SLA was in progress, and here you can see it is green mark. So it means that this is the good amount of time where somebody can take care of that. If you scroll down here, it is saying that this is the task SLA1, and which is have some summary. So within this time is a good time, and which have the 0 to 50% SLA. So within the 1 hour, this is time is 1 hour, and within this 1 hour 50% time is within this time it was the 50%, you can see, and within that time nobody take care of that. After that, if you click here, this is the time from 50 to 75% where somebody at least has to be take care of that, and you can see nobody take care of that incident. And then after that, it is the time where is the SLA was about to breach 75 to 100%, which is the SLA time where about to breach. And this is the last time, you can see that end time was 8:35 45 seconds. So within that time nobody take care, and after that this SLA got breached. So this is the breach time, and you can see there is a breach equal to true is checkbox true, and this is the time this SLA got breached. This way you can select particular incident and see that what happens to that SLA, how they responded on that SLA. So that's it for today. If you have any question about SLA, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, this is the day 7 of the admin training. In this day we'll talk about that assignment rule and attachment. So basically we'll talk about that how the assignment rule works in incident table and automatically assign incident to particular groups. to assign a incident to the particular group, there are various way into the ServiceNow. So first we have a assignment and trigger rule. We'll discuss that. Then we have a data lookup definition, and using the data lookup definition, we use the assignment lookup. Using the assignment lookup, also we can do or assign a ticket to particular assignment group. Then we have a priority lookup. So using the priority lookup calculation, how the priority got calculate, that we will also discuss that. And after that, we'll discuss finally the attachment. So these are the things we are going to discuss in our day 7 class. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and understand one by one. So this is the ServiceNow instance. In this instance, if you type that rule, under this rule module, you will be able to see, if you scroll down, there will be a particular module called rules under system policy. And in these rules, we have a modules called data lookup definition, assignment lookup definition, priority lookups, assignment approval data policy. These are the modules are available. So first we'll talk about the assignment. So if I open this assignment, under this module, we have a various record present to that table. So first thing, we have a 17 record at that moment. So let's understand that how this assignment lookup or assignment works. So if I go back to the incident table here, alright, so if I go back to the incident table and I'm going to create a new incident, let's say I'm creating a new incident. So let's say I'm selecting this caller, and then category I'm selecting network, and then priority I'm selecting, let's say, high, and maybe I'll select high. Okay, and once we create the incident, you will be able to see that automatically this incident is going to be assigned to particular assignment group. So let's say that should be automatically assigned to assignment group called network, and you can see this is automatically assigned. So I have not select the assignment group. Based on this priority and all these stuffs, system calculate and it's automatically assigned to a particular group. So how these things going to happen, that we are going to discuss that. So there are many ways that automatic assignment things can be happen. So first thing is that we talk about that assignment rule, right? Or maybe trigger rule. Both are basically similar, but one table is extending to the another. Next, we have a assignment lookup. So there is another thing called an assignment lookup. So it can be done by that, or maybe it can be happen through the business rule, or maybe using the client script also it's possible. Okay, so we need to be checked that if somebody asks you that how this assignment automatically assignment happens, like from this verify that. So in that case, first we have to follow step by step. That first we have to check that assignment rule is there or trigger rule is there or not, assignment lookup is defined or not, is there any business rule or not, and then lastly you can check that client script is there or not. So let's check them. So if I go back here under this assignment rules, if you see we have a field called class. If I group by with the class, we will be able to find out the two type of class is there. One is the assignment rule, another is the trigger rule. So basically assignment rule is a parent table and trigger rule is a child table. So let it be as like, I'm not going to discuss that what these two difference. So what I'll do, I'll just ungroup that at that moment, and then first things I have to do is that in this table I have to check that is there any assignment rule or not. So if there is any assignment rule and that is matches, then it will follow that assignment rule. Okay, so let's check that. So here I will search with the table name equal to incident. Okay, and then definitely active flag equal to true. So once we search that, you can see I have received one record which is called incident table, and where the class is a trigger rule, right? So you can see it is under trigger rule, and if I open that, right now the table name is sys rule assignment, and if I open that, the table name will be changes because this is a child table. What is the child table? We'll discuss that little bit later, but you can see under this trigger rule it is defined that priority is one of critical and high, and then category is a network. Is that fall under my condition? Yes, my condition is the category is network, and then priority is high. So you can see this is priority which is in high. In that case, what will be happen? So it action step, it mentioned that it should be assigned to a network group. So this should be assigned to a network group, and there should be a workflow which should be triggered called on call escalation by email. This workflow should be triggered. So if I go back to the workflow under the, if I go back to this incident, there is also workflow attached for this incident. So this way, this incident or this incident auto assignment happens based on the category and priority, this incident automatically assigned to a network group based on this group defined here. All right. So this is the condition matches, and that's the reason it's happened. Now our question is that how we can create our own trigger rule or assignment rule. Let's do that. First thing first, what I'll do, if I go back to this, if I go back to the incident table again, and if I create a new incident with the different priority or different category, is it going to assign or not? First we have to check. So I am going to create a new incident here quickly. So I'm going to create an incident with that caller admin 2, category is hardware, and then short description and priority I'm leaving as it is and saving that. Is it going to automatically assign? No, it is not going to assign to this particular assignment group. I want to automatically assign this incident to a hardware groups, because whenever category will be selected hardware, it should automatically assign to a hardware. So that's my requirement. How can we achieve that? So we can very well achieve this requirement through the assignment rule. As an admin, you can go to this assignment rule table that we have discussed under the rules. If you scroll down here we have a assignments table. Under this assignment, it will open the assignment rule. We can click the new button here. Under this new button, we can simply select that table name. So this is the incident table. What should be the condition? I'm saying that category, if the category is hardware, I want to assign to a particular assignment group. So let's say I want to assign this ticket to hardware group. That is my requirement, and then I'll say that hardware. So, and this should be active, and then save that. Once we created this assignment rule, so if we want to assign to even particular user, specific user, we can assign that. If we want to write some script also, we can write the script. So I'm not going to discuss that further process, but using that we can assign that. So let's say that my incident got created within that it's a blank assignment group. I'll refresh that. Either I can create a new incident, or else if I update this incident and save that, simply it should automatically assign to particular group. And you can see I just simply update that and it's automatically assigned to the desired group, hardware group. So this way we can create the assignment rule, and using the assignment rule we can automatically assign. So that's the one way we can assign that. Second way is the assignment that I said, that assignment lookup. So using the assignment lookup also we can automatically assign that. So let's understand that also. So in the assignment lookup, if I go back here, we have another table called assignment lookup rules. So if I open that assignment lookup tables, at that moment there are very limited record, only one record is there. Let's open that one record and see what is this. So in this assignment lookup, what they are saying that category, email, configuration item, location, assignment group, assigned to. So based on this category, subcategory, configuration item, location, we can set a assignment group. How? There is nowhere it is saying that this has to be set, this two has to be set, and based on this, it is not nowhere defined, right? How these things is happening? That is defined under data lookup definitions. There is a table called data lookup. If you see, this is the DL data lookup. And in this data lookup, you can see there is source table and matcher table. So first thing is the source table. So our case incident, we are discussing, and we are mainly focusing on the incident, because these same things can be applied for problem or change or any other custom table depending on your use case. So we are discussing about incident. So source table is the incident. Let's show match that. And once we show match the source table is incident, there are two tables is showing as a matcher table. One is the assignment data lookup table, another is the priority data lookup table. So let's first open that assignment data lookup table. So if I open that assignment data lookup table, so the matcher table, assignment data lookup table, this is nothing but this table. So this is the assignment data lookup table that matcher table said, that is saying that this table called assignment data lookup. What it is saying that, so I will take 4 inputs. So if you see the matcher field definition, and there is a 4 field defined, right? So it means that if I will take 4 input, and based on that I will set 2 output. So if you select the category, subcategory, category, CMDB location, so these, based on these 4 value, I will be able to automatically set the assignment group and assign to. Now let's understand that in this assignment lookup table in the next tab. So this is my assignment lookup table. If I open that first record, what it is saying that I, based on this category, subcategory, CMDB location, I will able to set that assignment group or assign to. So what it is saying that if your category is inquiry and if your subcategory is email, I will set that assign to as a this user as a assign to. So this is the rules they are saying, right? So similarly, we can create our own custom table and define here and then do that. But here you can see that only limitation is that you have a out of box very limited field called category, subcategory, configuration item. So these are the only limited field, and based on that you can able to set the assignment group and assign to. But in this trigger rule or assignment rule, you can put any condition depending on any field. You can select any field. Right here there are many field, all the field incident field. You can select any of this field and you can, based on that, you can set that. Even you can write the script I show you in this assignment lookup, right? So that is the limitation. So let's see what it is saying. That it's saying that if you create a incident on inquiry and email, it should automatically assign to the this user, right? So let's go back here on the incident module and create an incident. Based on this condition or based on these things they are saying. So I am going to create a new incident. So category will be inquiry and then subcategory will be help, email. Subcategory will be email. So here I'm going to create a new record. So I'm going to select the caller and then here I'm going to select that category equal to inquiry and subcategory is email. And you can see once I select that, automatically this assign to is set, right? So I don't need to save that record. Once I just select that lookup, once I select this value, it's automatically saved. So it's a client side. So two major difference is between that trigger rule or assignment rule to that assignment lookup. So assignment lookup run on the client side and then our trigger rule or assignment run on the server side. So this is the major difference. So this will be run as a server side and this assignment lookup will be run onto client side. So that's clear. And this assignment lookup or on which table I should pick, that is defined under data lookup definition. So again, I will type the rules. And if I go back, we have a data lookup definition. Under this data lookup definition, it's saying that based on this, which field, what value should be set, that is match at table. So we can create our own data lookup definition and based on that, we can define that. So next thing we'll talk about that priority data lookup. So what is priority data lookup? So if you see here this incident table or this is the incident record, whenever we are changing the priority, this whenever we are changing this impact, so you can see that priorities automatically get calculated. So when I change this impact equal to 1, urgency equal to 1, the priority get critical. When I change that urgency equal to 2, the priority got automatically calculated. So this priority got calculated. We know that the data lookup or our assignment lookup rules run as a client side. So similarly, priority lookup also run onto the client side. So if I go back here under this data lookup definition, we have another table called priority data lookup. This priority data lookup help us to calculate the priority. So if we open that, if this priority lookup tables, here we have this is out of box, completely out of box, and based on this order and impact and urgency, this priority got selected. So if you select impact equal to 1, urgency equal to 1, your priority will be set as a 1. If your impact is 1, priority urgency is 2, this priority will be set as a 2. So this way it have the various permissible combination between impact and urgency, and based on that it have a priority set. And based on this data lookup definition, so as we know, this data lookup definition saying that source table is incident and match at table is a priority data lookup. So based on this priority data lookup, we should be able to set the priority based on impact and urgency. So if I open that, it's saying that based on impact and urgency, it should be set priority, and this is how this priority got calculated. So that is the major difference between priority data lookup or data lookup and then our assignment rule and trigger rule. So lookup is basically run on the client side, and using the lookup we can able to set some value. but using that rules or assignment rule or trigger rule, we will be able to set the value into the server side. Next thing, we'll talk about that attachment. So what is attachment? We know that it's a very simple thing. I just want to discuss. So if you see here, we have a various incident we have created. Under the incident, whenever we'll attach something, so let's say I'm attaching some record or attaching some document. Let me attach some document first. To attach something, you just have to click this attachment icon, and if you have already existing attachment, that attachment will be shown here. So I don't have any attachment for this incident. I'm going to choose a new attachment. I just attach one attachment to this ticket, and you can see this attachment got attached to this incident. And if you go back to the notes section, you will be able to see this attachment. So this is the attachment which is attached. Right now I have attached to this incident, right? So this is how attachment got attached. But I want to talk about two things. First thing, that where this attachment stored. In case of if you want to query, or in case you find out that some attachment missing, on which table this attachment stored, and how do we find out that? So basically, attachment is not actually stored to this incident table. There is a separate table for attachment. There all the attachments stored, and their reference is just to this incident. So for attachment, we have a table called sys underscore attachment table. Under this table, we have all the attachment. So this is the table where all the attachments stored. And if you see here, under this we have a table name and table sys ID. So let's say for this incident, that incident we have created, I'll copy this sys ID of this incident and search here. You will be able to find out that our attachment here. So this is the attachment actually stored here in this attachment table, but in the reference it is showing here it's stored. So basically, attachment have a separate table where all the attachments stored. The table name is the sys attachment. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, this is the day 8 of the admin training. In this day, basically, we'll talk about that archive rule and destroy rule. So these two are very simple topic that we are going to discuss about the archive rule and destroy rule. So first we have to understand that what is the archive rule. Basically, if you remember that we have a archive rule in our Outlook normally, right? So let's say that if any mail is more than 1 year, that goes to the archive. Or similarly, like WhatsApp message, we can archive any specific message or any specific mail, and then after that, whenever we need that mail from the archive, we can back to restore that to our inbox or maybe our messages, right? So similarly, in the ServiceNow record, so we can archive. So let's say that in the incident record, we have 1 million record, and it is very hard to open this incident table because there are huge data into this incident table, right? For that reason, what we can do, we can archive specific record. Let's say that 3-month old data, 6-month old data. Normally, people's archive that 3 year or 2 years data. So let's say that if any record which is created in 2 years ago, or any record which is resolved in 2 years ago, they archive that, and whenever they need it, they can restore that data. But so basically, it's archive and it goes to another table called archive table, and there that data is stored. So in our today's class, we'll understand that how we can archive a specific record. So this is our ServiceNow tool. In this tool, let's say that we are going to archive incident table, right? So for the example, let's first go and check that how many records present to the incident table. So we can open that incident.list, and you will be able to find out that at that moment 77 record is there. So let's say that there is 1 million data, and when you open the incident table, it got hanged because there are many data, too many data, right? When you do any query, any filter, any reporting, it got hanged to that incident table, or your instance got hanged. That's the reason we normally archive a specific table. Now, in our specific case, let's say that I am going to archive very specific record, 2-3 record, because I am not going to archive all the record. To archive that any record, what you can do as an admin, you can go to the left navigation and type that archive. And if you type that, here you will get a module called system archiving. Under the system archiving, the very first module called archive rules, you can click there, and then here you will find out all the archive rules present at that moment is showing right now. For example, I am not going to use any existing archive rule. I am going to create a new archive rule for you. So what I'll do, I'll click the new button, and in this, once you click the new button, it will open a new form where you can define the archive rule. For example, we are going to archive which table we are going to archive to that incident table. So let's do that. So I will select that incident. So once we select that incident table, so I have selected the incident table. Remember that you cannot create more than one archive rule for a specific table. So in our case, there was no archive rule, so I have selected the table equal to incident. And now here you can say that any name you can any name you suggested. So I will select the incident. Now here you need to select that active equal to true, and under that you will have to be select the filter. Let's say that you can put that created any record which is created last 6 months. We are going to archive that. So once we select that, it will start recalculating, and here it's showing that how many record can be archived. So it is saying that 58 record can be archived. Alright, now what we'll do, if we want to add any specific related records, what does it mean by related record? So in the incident table, there could be many related record, right? So if you scroll down, there is a related record called task CI, SLA, task SLA. So these are the related record. If you want to archive this task SLA also, we can do that. For example, I am doing archive this task SLA also table. So what we'll do, I will add this related record, archive related record, and here we will select that archive, and then if you want to delete, you can define that, and here we'll select that task SLA, and you can see the task in task SLA. So this is showing right now, and we'll simply submit that. So we go back to this our archive rule again, and this is the archive rule. Right now count is showing that 58 record is going to be archived. I just have to be activate this archive rule again, and here you can see these archive rule will be archived within 30 minutes. So if you want to archive now, what you can do, you can simply scroll down, and here you have a options called run archive now. Let's say first recalculate that estimate archive. So I'll just recalculate that archive, and this archive rule will be automatically run within this second. But let's say I will select that run archive now. Once I have clicked that, this archive has been started, and under this archive run, under the related list, you will be able to find out the log. So if I click here, you can see this state is right now completed. It means that archive is done. So let's go back to the incident table. There was a 77 record, and now you can see right now current record count is the 19. So it means that all the record, it means that all the 58 record got archived. So if we refresh that, we will be able to see that all these record is automatically archived. And if I open this, this logs table, it will show that details which all record got archived, and archive stored in a separate table called AR underscore incident table. So if I open this particular record, you can see this table name, archive table name start with AR. So it will start with AR underscore incident table, where this record is moved from incident to AR underscore incident table. So this is the record where it moved to archive record, and if you want to restore the record, you can just click the restore record. Then this record will be moved to the actual table, like incident table. Right now this record, this incident is not present. If you search this incident number here, you won't be able to find out, because this incident got archived to a specific table called AR underscore incident. But if you want to restore the data, you can simply click the restore records, and this incident will be restored here. So right now you can see the incident got restored. So this way you can archive any specific list of record. So we understand that how archive rule run. Now we'll talk about the destroy rule. What is the destroy rule? Let's say that I talk about that archive rule, right? So in this AR underscore incident, all the archive incident store, right? So if I open this table called AR underscore incident, you can see right now 58 record moved from incident to this table, right? Now if we don't want to store, or if we don't want, so when you archive this data, your database size will be keep on increasing, right? So let's say that a data which is 6 years or 10 years ago, you don't want to store in archive anymore, you want to completely destroy that record. You can do that by using destroy rule. So you can just go back here we have a options called archive destroy rule. Using that archive destroy rule, you can completely destroy any specific record. So let's first search with the incident, and if we are able to find out any record at that moment. So if I search here, we don't have any destroy rule for the incident. So let's open any existing record. So you can see we have a destroy rule which is under AR underscore sys email table, which is archive sys email table. Now, if I open that, it is saying that any record which is archived more than 1 year ago, in that record they want to destroy, and then these all data are destroyed. So similarly, here we can create our destroy rule. So I'm going to create a destroy rule. I'll click the new options. Here we need to select the table name. So I will select the incident. Once I select the incident, here it's coming that archive incident, and here we can put that any name finally. After that, you can select the destroy related record here, checkbox, and archive duration. Here you can select the time, on which time or how many days you want to store archive record, and after that you completely destroy. So normally it have the 3 years, 4 years day, or some days. For our case, I am going to select that 1 minute. So because I want to destroy this all record which is present here, which is recently actually archived. So for demonstration purpose, I will select that any record which is more than 1 minute staying into this archive table, delete that. So that's the option showing right now. Now if you click that recalculate estimation, so it is showing that 77 record. This 77 record is going to be deleted. Now I will just simply activate that, and once we activate it, and there will be a couple of schedule job which automatically picks up. But if you want to destroy right now, we'll just click that run archive destroy now. Once we click that, this job will be started immediately, and under this related record, it's showing total number of records and the status is completed. It means that this record should be deleted. Hello everyone, I'm Rohit, and this is the day 9 of the admin training series. In this day we'll talk about that update set. So update set is a very important factor or very important part of the ServiceNow. So we are going to discuss about that update set. So these are the topic we are going to talk about today. So what is update set? Why do we need the update set? What role required to move in the update set? All these things we are going to discuss in our today's session. So let's understand what is the update set. So update set, if you think about a high level, update set is nothing but whatever changes I have done, configuration changes that captured in a object, and that object can be moved from one instance to the another instance. So let's see the definition. An update set is a group of configuration changes that can be moved from one instance to the another instance. So that is what I have discussed right now. So update set is nothing but a group of configuration change settings of the ServiceNow. These features allow administrator to group a series of changes into a named set and then move that unit to other system for testing and deployment. So let's understand that. So let's say that you belong to a company called X. These are the environment you have, right? So dev, test, QA, production. These are the environment you have in an organization. Now, as a developer, you have access to the dev environment, and in this dev environment, you changes certain things like you do report, you create the archive rule we discussed yesterday, right? So archive rule and all those steps, you do all these changes, right? And after that, you think that yes, my development is working. It's good right now. I can move for testing purpose. To that, testing team can validate, and then they can give the sign of yes, this is working, right? So for that reason, what we do, we create an update set, and then under the update set, whatever changes we are going to do, that all will be captured. And then what will be happen? We can move that update set from dev environment to the test environment, from test to QA, QA to prod. This way we can move that further. So finally, it will move to the production environment. Once we move to the production environment, our all user will be able to see the new changes into the production environment. So let's check that in our real example. To show you that real example, I have two environment. This is the dev environment 106947. So this is the environment where I was doing or showing the demo for last few days, and this is the another example or another environment, brand new environment called dev 169281. So these two are the different environment. So let's say assume that this is my dev environment and this is my test environment, right? So what I'll do as a developer, I will do certain changes to a form or to certain things, and that changes will be automatically reflect to this test environment. Let's do that. So let's first pick some notes here. First thing first, we have this is the dev environment. We know that from where to where we are moving. So we are moving from dev to test, for example, and this is our dev environment, and this is our test environment. So these two environment we are going to move from one environment to the another one. So this is the dev environment, and this is our test environment, right? So from dev, we are going to move the data from test environment. Now, all these things did not capture in update set. Only configuration changes captured in our update set. How do we capture that? So last day we talked about that assignment rule. We talked about that archive rule, right? So let's go back to the rules table. And for example, I am going to create a new rules, right? So if I go back to here for assignment lookup or assignment table, so you can see we have this rule we have created, right? So this rule we have checked that this rule we have created, this rule is not present to our test environment, right? So this is our test environment. If we search here test rules, and if I search here, right? So assignment, these rules are not present, right? So what I'll do from dev environment, I'll move to that test environment, right? So what I'll do, first I have to create a update set. So I'll go and search with the local update set. As a developer, your first job to create a local update set. So we'll go to the local update set and create a local update set. Normally in the local update set there is some naming conventions. What does it mean by naming convention? Normally what we do in the update set, we put the story number in the update set. Let's say we put that we are working particular story, so we say that story 001. Then we put that our product name. For example, we put that report. Then we put that our initials, so let's say that RK Rohit Kumar. Then we put some dates, version we want, something like that. So this is how we normally put that. For example, our case we'll say that rule, and we are going to move the rules, couple of rules, right? So we copy and paste that. So this will be our first job to create a update set, local update set. So once we create a local update set, we'll have options called make this my current update set, right? So first job is to create a local update set, and then once you have done your local updates and creation, you should select that make this current set. So you need to set that current update set. So make current update set. Once you set that make current update set, you will be able to find out under this here your new update set will be showing here. So previously it was showing some Adobe update set, but I'll select that make this current update set. Once I select that, you just refresh couple of time and make sure that your new update set name is reflecting on the top of here. So you can see my new update set name is showing right now. If I click here, my new update set is showing right now. So this is my current update set. Okay. Now whatever changes I will do in this instance, everything will be captured under this update set. So let's go back here. So let's say I will go to this rules module. Under the rules module, if I scroll down, there is a assignment lookup rules. So I am going to create a new assignment lookup rules. So I'll click new, and let's say category is inquiry and then antivirus. It will go to a help desk. So this rule I am going to create that. So this rule I just have created, right? And if I this is the update set. So after I create that, if you click here on the customer update, you can see the new record automatically captured. So whatever I will do at that moment, everything will be automatically captured under this update set. So this assignment lookup was new I have created. But let's say that if you update that, right? So you created initially one record, you created this assignment rule data lookup, and it is captured in here, right? So under this customer update. Now let's say you update that antivirus to these, let's say that CPU. What will be happen? Is it going to create another record under the update set? Let's see that. So normally if you update that, the same record will be there, but their updated time will be changes. So if I click here, you can see there is a single record at that moment, but if I add created and updated, their time will be different. So technically, uniquely, you will be able to see only one record for a particular. So if you see right now, created time is this one, and then there is a updated time. So little difference between created and updated, because whenever we'll update that, every update, I mean, it will not create a new record. It will be only one record. Now let's say that I have created one more things called assignment here. We created couple of assignment. If you remember last classes, we created couple of records. So we'll add that here, called created and created by this all filter. And here if we get to A, you can see this assignment rules I have created 7 days ago. This one also we can capture. So you can see this assignment rule says that if category is hardware, it should assign to this hardware group, right? How do we capture that? This one is already created, right? And that time I have not select the proper update set. For that, you can just deactivate that. Once you deactivate that, it will capture one record. So you can see under this, it's created another record called assignment rule. So this record got captured. Again, you need to be activate that. So when you do that, what will be happen? It will take the latest changes. So this is the latest changes right now. All right, so these update set was created. Now what will be happens? This update set has to be moved from this environment, from dev environment to this test environment, right? What we'll do, once your update set things is done, you believe that everything is working fine, you can just change the state, update set state to in progress to complete state. So what we have to do, we have to change the update set state to complete. And the best practice is that once your update set is completed, you should not make any modification. What does it mean by modification? You should not change the state again to in progress or ignore state. So once your update set is complete, you should not touch this update set anything. If you want to make modification, you can create another update set and then capture that. So your update set is completed. Now what we have to do, from this test environment, we can pull this update set automatically. So this is the our update set. We can directly pull from this test environment. So what we are saying, from test environment, we'll pull the update set, right? To pull the update set, first we have to go to this update source. So previously we go to the local update. Now we have to go to the update source. So if you see here, previously we go to the local updates sets. Now we will go to this update source. Once you go to the update source, you will have a one options called dev environment link called remote instance. So there will be a one remote instance. In case you don't have remote instance or you are first time to moving that update set, you can create your remote instance. What does it mean by remote instance? It means that from which environment I am going to pull the data. So we have to go to this update source, and from the update source we have to select that which environment we are going to pull, right? Our case, we are going to pull from this environment, right? So this one. What we have to do, if in case there is a no remote update set or remote instance or update source, you can create a new update source here. And first thing, you can say that name, we can say the dev. Here we need to put the URL of that instance. So we'll put this is our dev environment. So we'll copy this link and paste here. We'll remove the forwarded slashes. Now we'll say that from dev. So this will be our short description. Now here we need to put the username and password of dev environment. So any service account or any user who we have that username, password, and which have that admin role, we need to be put that. So our case, if I go back here, if I go to the sys_user table, so we have a profile called admin underscore 2. So this one is my profile I had created. And if I open that, this user have a role called admin role. So let's search that, and this user have a admin role. So we'll put this user ID onto here. So let's put that. Once you put this username and password, you can have option called test connection. What will be happen once you click the test connection, these from test environment, it will hit to the dev environment and check your credential. So I'll click the test connection, and you can see authentication failed. So I have put the wrong username and password. And once I put the right credential, here you have an option called connection is okay. It means that this connection is established or the credential is okay. Now I'll click save. So my remote instance is created, right? So normally, if you go to the update source, there will be automatically an environment name called dev, and with this dev URL, you can simply open that. So this remote instance will be automatically created. Now, once you open this remote instance, here you have options called retrieve complete update set. What does it mean by that? It means that in this instance or dev environment, whatever update set was completed, or pull all these update set. So in our case, this update set, if I go back, this is our dev environment. If I search with this local update set, you will be able to find out that couple of update set was completed, couple of update set was in progress. So if I click and show match with complete update set, right now I have 4 update set, and you can see these 4 update set are there. Now if I pull these 4 update set, or if I pull from test, what will be happen? The 4 update set will be showing here, not in progress. All these in progress update set will not be pulled. So you can see there are 6 update set is in progress, but it will not pull in progress update set. It will only pull on complete update set. So what we are going to do, we'll pull all these complete update set one. Okay, so here we'll click that retrieve complete update set from the test environment. So this is the test environment. Once we click that retrieve complete update set, it will pull from the dev environment. We can see from the dev environment it is started pulling that. It will take some time. You can see it is showing the percentage, and it will take some time to pull all these complete update set. So all update set is completed, pulling completed. I'll simply close that. Once we close that, you can see here under this retrieve update set, you can see all these update set, the 4 update set was completed in our dev environment is showing right now, and their state is preview state. So preview state means that this update set has been previewed under this test environment, right? So what we did, we go to this update source. Under the update source, we have it open this environment. Under this environment, we click the retrieve complete update set. Once we click the retrieve complete update set, it pull all these complete update set from this dev environment. And this is our update set that we have. What we have a two one assignment rules and one lookup rule. So these two is going to be migrated in our environment. Now if I go back here under this rules module, you can see this is the rules module, and if I go back here right now, you can see this under assignment rules and assignment. If I open these two tables, there is only one assignment and then there are around 17 is the assignment rules, right? So this is the assignment and this is the assignment rule. After completing or after migrating this update set, right now it's a retrieve update set. After migrating that, there will be a one record insert here and one record will be insert here. Let's see that. So what we'll do, first we'll click the run preview again. So the first step is that after that we'll select the run preview again. Okay, and once you click that, here you have an option called success 0 and you can simply close that. So you can see we have this run preview again. We click that. Before we commit that, I just want to show one thing. If you type that update set, there is a local update set module. You can see here also in the test environment, right? And if I search this update set into that local update set, you can see there is no local update set here under this, right? But you can see under this local dev environment, under the local update set, we can see this one, right? So what will be happen? What happens here? First, we pull from the test. From test, we pull to dev update set, and dev update set, local update set, dev local update set move to the retrieve update set, right? So retrieve update set means that if I go back here right now, so we go to this update source, we click this update source. This is our test environment. Under this test environment, we can see these are the update sets. We pull that, we pull called retrieve, and once we click that, the module name is the retrieve update set. It's under retrieve update set. Now once we click commit that, this retrieve update set will be moved or converted to a local update set of the test environment. So we'll click the commit option. And this commit is successful. Once this commit is successful, you will be able to see under this test, there will be one local update set created automatically, and this local update set automatically created. How it created? Basically, it's installed from this dev environment. So it's saying that installed from dev environment. So from dev, this update set was installed. So this is our test environment. From dev, it is installed. Okay. Now, if you see here under assignment table, you will be able to find out one record that I have created. So this is the record I have created, and this has been, or this is created due to this update set movement. And then if I go back to this assignment rules, right now 17 record is there. If I refresh that, there will be one record called 18 record, and if I do a jet to a, this record was created from this update set. So this way we can move one data from one environment, from dev to the test environment. So not only that, moving that new object from one environment to the another environment. So in these assignment rules, we moved from dev environment to the test environment. So this is our test environment, right? So this assignment rule, we have created a new assignment rule we have created in dev environment, and we move that. Also, we can move that existing rules also. For example, so this one or this rule was present to our dev environment, right? So if I go back here, under that, if we type the rules, and let's say that under the rules module, you will be able to find out that assignment rules, right? And here, this rule we have created, right? So this rule, let's say that you move to the test environment and you find out that some debug or some bug or maybe something is missing. So what is the missing? Maybe assign to is missing. You find out that in this two environment, you're supposed to add the assign to also, the user also, that is missing. So instead of creating a new one or deleting that, you can update that, and through the update set, you can move that, right? So what we can do, we can go to this local update set again, and you can create a new fresh update set. As I mentioned that you should not touch this complete update set, you should create a fresh new update set. So you can put this fresh new update set called V2 instead of V1, and then either you click submit and click the make current, or you can just click that submit and make current. So once you do that submit and make current and go back here and you simply refresh that, just verify that the latest update set is selected or not, and you can see, we can see this latest update set is selected, and this is the V2 update set. What we can do, I'll just open that V2 update set. Under this V2 update set, right now there is no customer update, right? So what we'll do, I will changes this record. So let's say from this one, I'll select this any specific user I have selected and click save. So I have not created a new record, I just update an existing record, right? And then if I click here, you will be able to see that new record is created under this update set. And this update set or V2 update set name is a V2, and this is right now in progress state. And let's say that we can deactivate that something or we can delete that. So let's say that if I go back to the rules, and under these rules, if I go back to this assignment lookup rules, these rules I have created some time ago and move these via update set, right? And if we click the delete and simply delete that, and once we click the delete, this deletion also in captured in our update set. So if we click that here, you can see this deletion also captured here. If you see the actions, action says that insert or update, and this action says delete. It means that this record will be deleted. Now again the same process, how can we move the update set? This is our dev environment. First thing we have to mark this update set to close, to complete, and then save. Once this update set is completed, we can go to the test here. So this is our test update set. So this is our test environment. Here you can go to the update source, and under this update source you can open the dev update source and click retrieve complete update set. So previously 4 update set was there. Now a new update set will be added called 5th update set, and you can see under retrieve update set you can find out 5th update set. If you see the state, all are previewed, but this one, the V1 we committed previously, so this is committed. If you open this V2 right now, we'll again click that run preview again, and once we click the run preview again, it is successfully open that. And if you see here, we have a count called update count is 1 and then delete count is 1. It means that one record will be updated and one record will be deleted. So which all record will be updated? So first thing, this assignment data lookup will be deleted, that this one, this 100 order will be deleted, and this record, so this is the assignment rule, will be updated and it will be set as a user, a particular user, right? So let's commit this update set. So we'll just click the commit update set, and then this dialog box is running and it is successfully completed. So we'll close that, and you can see it's committed now. And as I said, once this retrieve update set will be committed, that will be moved to again local update set, and you can see this local update set, it's moved in local update set called V2, right? So this is local update set. Now here if we refresh that, the one record will be deleted, and you can see one record got deleted automatically, and then this record should be updated with the username. So if I refresh that, the username should be automatically populated here, and this username is automatically populated. But although this user is not present, that's the reason it's showing no preview record, because this user that we have selected, that user is not present here. So this way we can not only create and move that, we can also move our latest update, or we can delete the record from the update set. Okay, so what is the benefit of that moving update set, right? Instead of creating directly, move through the update set, all the CID will be remain same. The CID, dev environment record CID and test environment record CID will be remain same, so that system identify that this is not a new record. So this is created from dev environment record. So that's it for today. In our next session, we'll talk about little bit more about update set. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. This is the day 10 of the admin training. In this day, we'll talk about that few more details about update set. So first thing, we'll talk about that batch update set. What is batch update set and why do we need the batch update set? Then we'll talk about that merge update set. Then we'll talk about that why incident did not capture, but SLA or maybe report or other things can capture. So these things we'll discuss, and then few more other topics we are going to discuss in our today's session. So first I'll talk about that what is batch update set. So basically if I go back to the earlier stage, so we move our code from dev to test environment by one update set. We move one by one update set dev to test, right? So one by one. Now our testing is completed and testing teams give the sign up that yes, we can move that update set from test to QA environment. QA is a validated instance, so moving to that QA environment or moving to prod environment need normally for any industry or any organization need the change request, but it varies on organization basis. But to move from any code from test environment to the QA environment or test to production or QA to production, we normally need a change request. So there will be a change request created, And normally what we did, we should not move update set one by one. So we should not move update set one by one. So we'll create a parent update set. Under this parent update set, all these child update set will be added there. And then once we move this parent update set in a single shot, all these child update set will be automatically migrated. And remember that the batching will be done in the test environment. From the test environment, we'll batch these all these, and then this batch will have several number of updates and all updates will be moved together from test to QA environment. So we move all these update set from dev to test one by one. After that, we'll batch them to a test, and then from test we'll move to the QA or production. So let's see in our ServiceNow instance. So this is our dev environment, and if I go back to the local update set, right? Under this local update set, we have created two update set. If you remember version 2 and version 1, these two update set we have created. And from dev environment, we have pulled these two test environment. So if I go back to the test environment, under the test environment, we have pulled that update set. And once we commit this update set, all these rules present to this update set was created under this test environment, right? Now we'll talk about that. What is the point of batching update set? So batching update set giving you the ability to call these two update set together. So maybe I have created two updates, and there could be 100 updates set or 50 update set or 20 update set that is going to be migrated from test environment to the QA environment or maybe production environment. For example, this is the another environment. So I'll copy this environment link, and in this environment, let's assume that this is our production environment. So this is our prod environment. In this prod environment, we are going to pull all this update set, right? So to pull this update set, we need to create the batch update set. Either you can pull these update set one by one and then migrate that, or else you can do things like, when you are migrating this update set, you should do one thing. You should make sure that V1 should be committed first and then V2 should be committed second. So this is an overhead for everyone. Instead of that, we can create a batch update set. Batch update set will internally resolve any internal issue. So basically for migrating QA or production, we normally do a batching. So how do you do the batch? To create the batch, we have to go to this again local update set. Under this local update set module, we already have seen these two updates that are there. I'll create a new batch update set. So normally in batch update set, naming convention start with the change number. So we'll say that CHG01, something like that. And let's say that anything, you can put any name called, I say that batch. So this is my batch update set name. I will create a new batch update set. So this is my batch update set. And under this batch update set, you will have, basically parent update set, you will have options called child update set. Here you can add all child updates. So I will click edit, and then here I will add all my child update set. So these all two are my child update set. I'll add and save that. All right. So now this is my batch update set. Batch update set have a child update set, two child update set, and itself the parent update set. You can see. So child update set. So this is my batch update set. This batch update set I am going to migrate from test environment to my production environment. So let's assume that this is my production environment. So what I'll do, I'll make this update set as a commit. Once I commit that, all this bottom child update set, if it is in progress even, it will be automatically complete. That's pop-up they are showing. I'll do that and save that. So this batching update set is done. You can see right now I have one batch update set. Under this batch update set, two child update set. Now go back to the local update set again. You can see these two update set, right? So these two update set from are migrated from this dev environment, and they have a one parent called this batching update set name. So these two are the parent of this update set. All right. Now what we have to do, if I try to migrate this update set production, I just need to migrate this batch update set. Automatically child update set will be migrated. Let's see. So this is my production instance. I'll go to this update source, for example. So I'll go to this update source the way we have done. Here also there is a one options created called test, and I'm going to pull this update set, retrieve complete update set. So let's pull that. So I'll pull this update set. And here we go. You can see three updates set retrieved successfully. We'll close that. And so once we close that, you can see Under this here, it is showing that remote batch update set 1, which is in preview, and update source or from where it is pulled from test environment pools. If we go to this retrieve update set, it's showing that retrieve, and then under this is a preview, and these two are previewed in batch. It means that it is previewed and these two are previewed in batch. So at that moment, these update set, these three update set did not committed. Once we committed, this update set will be moved from preview to committed state, and once it will be committed, those rules will be created to my production environment. So let's go back to here. So I'll open this batch update set. This is my batch update set, and here I'll just click that run preview again. When you create a batch update set, it is less chance to get an error instead of individual update set migration, because batch update set internally resolve all these errors. So you can see we have two update set on the bottom. These two update set is going to be migrated or committed along with this batch update set. I'll click the commit update set batch. Once I do committed, you can see this update set got committed, and if I scroll down, you will be able to find out these two rules also, or these two rules updates is also committed. So using the batch update set, we can commit multiple update set together, and there is a less chance to have error. And you can see under customer updates, so these are the assignment rule, either created, insert or deleted. So let's go back to the assignment rules. So if I go type rules and open that assignments, so and do a up to date, you can see this is the assignment rule that we have created from dev environment, and from dev we migrated to test, and test to the production. If you see the assign to hardware and then assign to user, is because this user does not exist. So this way we can migrate from dev environment to test to the production environment using the batching. So we understand the batch update set. Let's talk about the March update set. So March update set is used very less. Most of the organizations, they don't use the March update set. But let's talk about that. What is March update set? So let's assume that the developer D1 who created a update set called L1. So local update set L1, and then one developer called D2 who created another update set called L2. Okay, so these two update set are there. Now in this D1 update set, let's assume that 10 objects are there, and in this D2 of update set, let's assume that 20 objects are there. What does it mean by object? Object like rules, maybe configuration things, right? So here we have a 10 and here we have a 20. So this is called 10, let's say, and this is called 20. Okay, so let's say that these have the 20, and now in between we have a 5 common object, right? So we have a 5 common object. Now let's say that they are on leave, or they just say that I have created these two update set, and it is the story is assigned for one particular story called S1, and this story it got assigned to somebody else called developer 3, right? So what he will create a L3 update set, and then what he will do normally, he will actually merge these two updates first. So how do we merge that? Merge means that combine this object, right? So once he merge that, how many object will be there? The object count will be at that moment 25, because the 5 object is common. Total 25 object will be there. After that, this D3 developer, if he want to capture some 1 or 2 object, they can capture, and finally it will become, let's say, the 26 object, and this 26 object or this L3 will be a March update set. This object can be, or this update set, so this update set can be moved from dev to test environment with this 26 object. So let's see actual in our developer instance. Alright, so this is our development instance, and let's say that in this developer instance, I am going to create one update set. So let's say I will create one update set. In this update set, I'm going to create one local update set. Let's say that V2, and then this is the story 2, and this is the V1 update set. So this is my first update set, or maybe let's assume that this is the one developer. they update couple of archive rules or SLA. So let's say that I'll go to this SLA module, and then let's say I'm going to update couple of objects. So I'll go to this SLA definition, and let's add that condition active true. So this is the active true. I'm going to update these three, actually update one record. So this record update, and let's try to update this record also. So I actually update these three record. I am just updating one by one. So these three record, as a developer one, I have created this story 2 and then deactivated these three SLA. And these three SLA got captured. You can see these three SLA got captured. Now what we'll do, I'll go to this again local update set, and this time I'm going to create another update set, and let's say that I'll create the v2 update set, and in this update set the common object, this one, I will again mark as active true, and here I will again active false, right, like that. So total 336 object here there, and then there is a one common object that is called this one. So these objects are captured in both the update set, right? So let's go back to this update set 1 and 2. I will open this update set 1 and 2. You can see this one update set have this is the two updates. So these have a 3 object capture, and this one have a 3 object capture. And there we have a common object called this is the common object called priority 1 hour. So this one is common object, right? So this is captured in both the update set. Now if we merge that, how can we merge that? So these two update set are there, right? We can merge and create a new update set and merge that. So let's merge that. So you have a option. Let's say that another developer came and they want to merge these two update set. They simply click this merge update set, and here it will create another update set called story merge, something like that. So we can put the merge set, and I will put this in here in the condition we have to put this such a way that it can pick those updates that we want to merge. So these two updates that are showing right now. Now if we click the merge update set, what will be happen? It will create a new update set, and these two update set that we have created is in progress state will be automatically moved to ignore state. Okay, and in this merge update set, it will be came and combined between two objects, and then total record count will be 5 record. Let's see. So I'm going to click the merge button. Once, make sure that you put the right filter and it's showing right update set. So it's showing the right update set. I'm going to merge these two update set, and once I click the merge, you can see there is a pop-up coming up that are you sure you want to merge these two update set? You will not be able to undo these actions. Once it is merged, this child update set will be automatically ignored state, and all these records, all these object that is present to this merge update set will be moved to that new update set. Let's click OK. And one new merge update set created. So this is the new merge update set created, and you can see the 5 record is created here, or 5 record is moved here. And if I open this individual child record, I will open one by one. So this is one V1. Under the V1, you can see previously it was 3 record. Now it's have 1 record, and in this V2 there are 3 record also, but it is not showing any new no record is there, because we have a common object called this one, prior 1 hour common object, but this is the old record in the set. This is the old record. That's the reason it did not move. The latest record is moved here. So, and that's the reason total 5 record is present here. And now we can simply close complete and move this merge update set from dev environment to the other environment like our test environment. This way we can merge particular update set and move further. Next we'll talk about that why this SLA definition captured but normally incident did not capture. Let's create a update set, right? So if we create a update set, let's say that so this is my another update set, and if we update any SLA, it will be captured, right? So if I open this latest update set, this one, this is my current update set, and if I update any SLA definition, for example, I am updating this SLA definition, it will be captured here, right? So this update set will be captured this object. But let's say that if I go back to the incident table and update particular incident, so I'm going to this incident table, and let's say I am updating any short description or anything, or I'm creating any record, these will not be captured in our update set, right? So you can see it is not captured. Even there is a one configuration item called, we have a call schedule job. Schedule job. In interview, normally everyone asks that, is that schedule job captured in your update set? So normally schedule job also cannot be captured in our update. So if we go back here and then let's say that I'm creating a schedule job, this schedule job also will not be captured in our update set. But schedule job a configuration item like SLA, but it also did not capture in our update set. So first thing we'll talk about that why this is not capturing incident but it is capturing SLA definition. So if I create this schedule job, let's say this is the script where we can write the script, and if we save that, this schedule job is created, but this schedule job also did not capture, right? So first thing we'll talk about that how it is getting captured SLA definition but not capturing that incident or schedule job. So if you go back to the SLA definition, right click and then go to this, we have a dictionary, you can go to this dictionary. Once you go to this dictionary, you will be able to find out one type of this dictionary called collection. So let's open or let's find out this type is collection. We will be able to find out one record called collection, type is collection, and this is the meta record. If I open that, this collection type of record have an attribute called, you can see update sync, and this update sync is true. Because of this update sync equal to true, this attribute, this will be captured in your update set. But similarly, if I go back to incident table, go to this configure and go to this dictionary, that one record is present for incident also. And if we open that, there are various attribute is there, but this update sync, this attribute is missing. So this attribute update sync is missing. So any table, let's say that any SLA definition or any table which have this update sync attribute is true on this their collection record, that will be captured in our update set. Coming back to that schedule job, how do we move this schedule job from one environment to the another environment? The ServiceNow best practice to schedule job move from one environment to the another environment, you just right click and then export XML. This XML can be imported in our further environment. So if I go back to this is the test environment, and if we go back to the schedule job, and under the schedule job, if we do up to date, there is no schedule job that I have created right now, so I can simply import that. So for dev, from dev I have to be export, and from test I need to be import that XML. Let me import that, and just if I click upload, this schedule job will be automatically imported, and you can see this is the schedule job that I have created in dev environment that is imported into the test environment. So this way we can move the schedule job as a manual step from dev to test to production as a XML, but for other object we can directly capture in our update set, and through the update set we can move that. Last not the least, we'll talk about that move the update set from one environment to the another environment. If there is any error happens, what should we do or what action we should take care? So normally what happens, there are various reasons to show the error. So I'm just replicating one error and showing you that how we can resolve the issue. Let's say that this is your test environment and this is our dev environment, and somebody go to these rules and manually update that, right? So somebody manually update that rules for our debugging purpose. So let's say I'll go here and then under the assignments rule, this is the rules that we have moved from dev environment to the test environment. Let's say I have updated this execution order 100 to the 1000 for the testing purpose, and I forget to revert back, right? So this is my test environment where I have manually updated some record. And now let's go back to our dev environment, and let's say I have got a new requirement called story 3 or story 4. So I'm going to create a new story called story 4 update set, and here my requirement is to create or to update this rule from assign to, right now it's assigned to is coming blank, to the test environment, to put the proper assign to user. So what I'll do, I'll go to this rules module and open that rules, and this is the rules that we have created, and here I'll put that able tutor, which is the common user for both the environment. So I'll put this username and save that. So once we save that, this record will be captured in my update set, right? And now if we try to move this update set from dev to test environment, let's see what happened. So if we go back to that test environment, so this is our test environment, the way we have migrated that update set, so we'll go to this update source. Under this update source, we are trying to pull the update set from the dev. So we'll click that retrieve complete update set, and it will retrieve all this update set. And let's say if I open this our story 4 update set, normally we supposed to have a button called commit, but that button is not there. So we'll click the run preview again, and you can see we have an error, and because of that error there is no options to commit that update set. Why? Because I manually modify these rules in test environment, and that's the reason system is showing that there is a new record or found a new record into test environment, and I have to manually, as an admin or developer, I have to take a decision that I have to be accept or skip that. To take the decision, we have options called compare to local. You simply click the compare to local. Once you compare to the local, left side it have a, you can see local update set, and right side is have a remote update set. It means that this have in this update set, this is the things we are going to be moved, and this is the already present to our test environment. And you can see it's showing that test environment order is 1000, but in our update set the order is 100. And in test environment this user is blank, but in our update set this is a able tutor. Now I have to take a decision that I need to be skip the record. If I skip the record, this latest version or this remote set or this update set version will not be applied. Whatever was there earlier, it will be as it is. But if we accept that, what will be happen? It will be override this 1000 to 100, and whatever is in the our update set will be actually moved to this case. So let's assume that I am just taking that no, my update set version is correct. Somebody manually changed this in test environment for testing purpose. So that is not the correct. My update set version is correct. For that, what we have to do, we can just click that accept remote update set. But if you think that no, my update set version is wrong, I first need to be update the order equal to 1000 and then move that. Then you can skip the update set. For demonstration purpose, I'll select the accept remote update set. And once we select the remote update set and go back here, I will be able to see this commit update set button again. Once I commit that, these changes will be applied to this test environment, and you can see if I refresh this assignment rule, assign to will be updated, and then their order will be 1000. It was 1000, it will become 100. So let's see, and you can see assign to got updated to able tutor, and if we show XML, and if we see that order, this order is right now back to the 100. So this way we can take a decision when we are migrating the update set from one environment to the another environment. If there is an error, we can take a decision and then either skip or accept the remote update set. Last not the least, we have another option to back out. Let's say that you migrate one update set from dev to test environment. So this update set I have migrated from dev to test environment, and you can see right now this update set is in committed state, right? And now if we go back to the local update set, I will be able to find out this update set, because previously it was retrieve update set. After commit, this record will be one record will be created also in the remote update, also in the local update set. So if I open this local update set, you can see this record got created here. This is my local updates, and this is the retrieve update set. So in the retrieve update set, we click the commit update set, right? Now this record moved to this local update set. If you want to revert back that all the changes that we have done through this update set, you have a options called backout option. You can simply click the backout, and so once you click the backout, whatever changes you have migrated to this update set will be automatically backed out. For example, this assign to will become blank and then order will be 1000. Let's check that. So this update set we have backed out, and if we click the close button, you can see this update set is no more available here, and here under this retrieve update set you can see state become backed out. It means that we have backed out this update set. Now again we can preview updates and commit that, but meantime you can see our assign to reverted back to the blank, and if we show XML, the order become 1000 because we backed out this solution. Maybe something is not working or something is other thing. So this way we can even back out the update set. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the day 11 of the admin series training. In this day we'll talk about that configuration item and asset. So basically we'll overview about that configuration item and asset because in details video present in my channel for configuration item and asset management. So if you want to know more about the configuration item and then asset, you can go and check that playlist. But as a admin, what are the things you need to be understand as a configuration item and asset, we are going to talk about in this our today's class. So basically, first we have to understand that what is the configuration item. Configuration item is nothing but a tangible and intangible data. What does it mean by tangible and intangible data? Let's say that you are working for an organization or a organization. This is a organization, and this organization there are many things present, right? For example, server. It may be physical or maybe logical. Server, IP address, right? Then we have a software. So these all are tangible and intangible data, right? Or maybe these might be touchable or might not be touchable. For example, software, we cannot touch that, right? But it's actually a application, right? Similarly, we have a server. Either it could be a virtual server or it could be a VM or maybe it's actually a physical server. This all we call as a configuration item. So if you see the definition, it's simply saying that a CI represent an item under configuration management such as router, server, application, virtual machine, container, or even an logical construct such as portfolio. So anything which is used in an organization we call as a configuration item. Now where this configuration item is used. So configuration item is a very important role into the ServiceNow, and everywhere if you go back to our ServiceNow you will be able to find out that configuration item. Let's see in the ServiceNow instance. So this is our developer ServiceNow instance, and in this instance we are doing some practice last few days. So if you see here, if we go back to that any module, incident, problem, change, I'm going for incident module. So let's go back to the any module, incident, right? So why you are creating an incident? Because of some server, some your laptop, your desktop, or something, some operational things are not working, right? So some software which is not working because of some unplanned interruption happen, and because of that you are trying to create a incident, right? Maybe mouse is not working, laptop is not working, desktop is not working, right? So we all call that ci, right? And then if you see here under this incident you have a very important field called configuration item, and where you can select the configuration item. If you click the glass icon, this is the reference field we call that configuration item. You can see it's pointing to the configuration item, and if you see this configuration item, and it is a reference field, and this reference field is pointing to the CMDB CI table, so which is nothing but a configuration item table. So configuration item or all the configuration item are present under CMDB CI table, and it is being used for incident, problem, change. Let's go back to the problem module or change module. So if I go back to the problem, even if I go back to the change also, everywhere we have a very important field, that field called configuration item. You can see under this problem we have a field called configuration item, and here also you can select that particular field, because whenever we are creating a problem, whenever we are creating an incident, we need to be show or we need to be tell that which system or which which object have a issue. Like my mouse have a issue, my desktop have a issue, router have a issue, or server have a issue. We need to be select that configuration item so that whoever is going to be fix that or whoever going to resolve that issue, it they can understand that which configuration item you have selected. Even if you let's assume that my instance is not working, production instance is not working, production instance, the service the production instance itself a configuration item. So we can select the production instance, and then production instance some of the functionality is not working, we can select that. So now we understand that what is the configuration item and what is the importance of the configuration item. Now if we go back here, if you type that configuration under this configuration management module, all the configuration item will be there. So if you type the configuration in the left navigation and if you scroll down, there will be a module called configuration. Under this configuration, all this configuration item is present. So if I scroll down, you can see we have a application server, we have a application services, application server, all these are configuration item. So let's say that if I open these application services, so this is going to be open a child table. We discussed earlier video what is the child table. So these all are child table of the CMDB CI. So if I open that server, so these all are, you can see CMDB CI underscore server. So these all are child table of the CMDB CI. And if I open that here cluster, so these also open another table called CMDB CI cluster. So their parent table is the CMDB CI. So if you see here, we already discussed about that. If we go back to the tables, under this tables module, if I open this tables in a new window and then under this extended, if I search in the configuration item and hit enter, you will be able to find out that 136 tables are present to that. 136 table is getting extended from the configuration item. And these all are CI related. Cluster, you can see the cluster node, cluster virtual IP, database, data center. So these all are CI related or the CMDB CI related table, and they are extending to that configuration item. And some of the table are extended from this table also, like child to the child. So this will be the grandparent table. Configuration item will be the grandparent table of some of the table. So this way, basically understand that configuration item or CMDB CI, we call that CMDB CI. If you simply open that CMDB underscore CI, so this is a parent table. Under this parent table, all the child table is there, or this is the parent table, and under the parent table, we can see all the child record or child class. If I group by with the class, right, you will be able to find out that all these child classes. So you can see this AIX server, application server, Java server, cluster node, computer room, database, data center. These all are the child table or child record. Because right now we are in the CMDB say parent table. Let's say that I am opening a computer, so it will be open in a you will be able to find out that this is a different table, CMDB CI computer. This table is extending to the our parent table called CMDB CI table. So you can see this is the computer table, and when I open to the list in the CMDB CI, it is present because the CMDB CI is the parent. So in the parent, we can see all the child record or all the child table record. And when we click that, it will actually land to their child table, or it will actually show that child table name. By class name also you can identify. You can see this class name also divide that which all are child table name. Also, if you search with that configuration and scroll down, right, we have a one option called CI class manager. Using the CI class manager, we can create any class, or we can create any table of the child table of that CMDB CI, or we can see all the classes or all the child classes of the CMDB CI. So once we open that CI class manager, the first page will be looks like that, and then if you click the open hierarchy, you will be able to find out that the top we have a configuration item, and if we open that, this configuration item have these all our classes. You can see that that A10 load balancer portion, accessories, aliases, and then you can see these all are class. And then configuration item, under the configuration item you have a class called application, and application, if I open that, this application have another child class called .NET application active directory services. So these are the child classes. Top you can see the 2953. This 2953 is nothing but the number of record present to the parent table. So total record at that moment 2953, and each record have a different or this is the total number of parent record. And then if you see here under this application there are 56 record is present, right? And then if we click here any of this, for example I am clicking any of these classes, I can configure their classes. There are many configuration available to that CMDB CI. You should go and watch that in my CMDB CI playlist for more details about that. But this is how we call the configuration item. Now, next thing is that asset. CMDB CI or configuration item and the asset is a very close relationship, because asset is like any object which is a physical present, and then we have a financial involves there, then we call that asset. In your left navigation, if you type that asset, let's say I'm typing asset. Once you type the asset, you will be able to find out the module called asset. Under this asset, you will be able to find out all the assets. So let's say that your computer, that's called the asset, and then configuration item both. So your computer is an asset, and configuration item both. So if you click that my asset, you will be able to find out any assets or any laptop or desktop which is assigned to my name will be visible here under this self-service module called my assets. And you can see this is the my asset dashboard, which will load that, and which will be show some you can see this asset or this computer is assigned to myself as a system administrator. I have this desktop, and these are the software installed in my systems. So even the software also is my asset. So it is showing these are the software which is installed in this computer. So these all are showing. So if I open this computer, so as I mentioned that your computer is a asset. So if I open this computer, it have a detailed description about this my computer, like this is the computer, this is the model, this is the asset tag, and this is I am using right now. All right, and this is assigned to this date, and this is the install on this date, and this all are demo data you can see. And yeah, that's all about, we can get that about which company it is, build, location, all these details we can find out. Apart from this, seeing your asset, you can see these all asset. If you click the all asset, all the assets related to this software, hardware. So basically assets is divided into the various part: software asset, hardware asset. So for asset, more information you can check also asset management in my video. But in a high level, assets is like a software, hardware, anything we used in or which have involved that finance, we call the asset. Now any license, that's also assets. You can see license assets. So these all are related to the assets. We can say that all the assets are CI, but not all the CI are assets. So this is the concept we maintain into the service now. So we talk about that configuration item or CI, and then asset, right? So what I am talking about, that all the assets is a CI, but all the CI is not an asset. So this is a concept we maintain into the service now. And then this CI or asset, normally there are many way to discover or many way to create this in ServiceNow instance. Normally we can create manually any asset or CI, right? We can go to this asset module and click the new button here and then create that. That's the one step. Secondly, we can use the discovery. So most of the organization, they use the discovery mechanism. Using the discovery, we can create that assets and then CI. Maybe you don't know this, but I'm just giving you the highlight of this other terminology so that you are aware of that. So using the discovery, we can create the asset. Next, we can, through the integration, we can create the asset. Okay, and then also we can load the data through the Excel sheet. We can create our through the Excel sheet we can load the data and create the assets also. So this way we can basically create the asset and then CI. There are many other mechanism or other technique, but high level we can normally whenever we are maintaining the CI, we do the manually, or maybe we can create discovery or integration or the data load. So this is Excel is nothing but data load. Using the data load, we can create the asset and CI, and their relationships is a very important. So for example, if I open any configuration item, so let's say that I'm opening that any configuration item, and let's say if I open any of these server, let's say I'm putting that any server name. So let's say that this is a server. So if I open this server, it maintains a relationship between each other. So this is a server, and then you can see we have under this CMDB, we have options called show dependency view. Using that, so a CI is not a dependent, right? So, for example, you are using the laptop. Under this laptop, let's say that you are using the laptop. Under the laptop, you have a mouse, right? Keyboard. Then you have a CPU. Then there are software, a lot of software, right? And then you have some, hardware, all these details, right? They are interrelated. So if we want to see that how their relationship is maintained, we can see through this dependency view. Just click there. Here you can be able to find out the dependency. So this is the IP router. Under this IP router there is another IP router. Under this IP router there is another IP router, and this is the cluster, right? So this cluster is maintaining these all IP router. So this way, if we open any let's say that any CI, for example, any computer, if we open that, so this is maybe a computer, you can see, we'll be able to find out that what all software is installed under this, if we have enough data. So for that, we don't have much data, but if we have enough data, we can understand that what all details or what all software is installed. So basically this way we can know that how the systems or the software is related with each other. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. So this is the day 12 of the admin training. In this day we'll talk about that tables, we'll talk about the fields and field type, we'll talk about reference field, table structure, schema map, and then custom table. So before we talk about this, our main topic in our today's class is creating the custom tables, demonstration of the custom table. What do you mean by custom table? So in ServiceNow, there are a lot of time we'll talk about that OOP, right? So what does it mean by OOP? OOP means that out of box. So that's something that is provided by ServiceNow itself. For example, incident, change, problem. So these are the table we have in out of box, and I have shown you that there are a lot of tables we have already present to the table module. If we go there, a lot of table is there. So these all are provided by ServiceNow, and this is out of box table. But let's say that for some reason, for some type of data you need to be stored which cannot be stored in out of box, you need to have your own table. You need to be stored that in our own table. That table we talk about the custom table. So we talk about that this type is called the custom table. When we talk about the custom table, it means that the table that we are creating by ourselves. But before you create the custom table, first check with your ServiceNow relationship manager that you have enough license to create the custom table or not, because custom table is a chargeable. So when you create a custom table, it's a chargeable, and before you create a custom table, just check your account relationship manager that you can create custom table or not, or how many tables you can create that. So when you create a custom table, for example, you created a custom table called A, the custom table name will be started with U underscore A. So normally the custom table name will be started with U underscore A. U means that user defined. So this is how we create the custom table. Now creating the custom table is a two options. Either you can create the custom table in global application, or else you can create the custom table in the scope application. So what is the global application? What is the scope application? We'll talk about in our upcoming video. But at that moment when you are creating that table, normally we can create the table in the global application. But there are several ways that we can create the table on the scope application also. We'll discuss that further. But at that moment, we are going to create the table under global application. Now, when we talk about the custom table, so when we are creating the custom table, there will be a lot of fields created automatically, and there are few fields we can create based on our requirement. Now, creating the custom table depending on your use case. For example, we have a user table and where we can store the user information, right? For example, if you want to store some announcement, you can store that data into the announcement, and those are the out-of-box table. But why suddenly need the custom table? For example, you need to be stored certain configuration which is not possible to store into this out-of-box. In that case, you can create the custom table. For example, book information, right? So if you want to store the book information, there are no table that you can store into the book information. For that reason, you can create your custom table. Depending on your use case, the table you can create custom table is you can create that. So custom table is a chargeable, and then before you create the custom table, you should check with your ServiceNow relationship manager. Custom table can be created under global scope as well as scope application. We'll talk about that little later. But when you create the custom table, it will be start with u underscore then table name. The unlike out-of-box table, custom table can be also extended. For example, if we have the incident table is out-of-box, we can extend the custom table, or we can create a custom table and extend to the incident table. For example, we can extend incident table with the A table. So if we extend that incident table, if we create a table called A, which is extended to the INC, all the field present to this INC will be copied over to this custom table. So that options also we have available. Now also we have various types of fields. We have normally string type of fields. We have a type of URL type of field. We have a normal, we have integer type of field. We have then reference type of fields. So then we have that document type of fields. So reference and document we already talked about in our earlier class, that we can connect between one table to the another, that we call the reference field. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and first create a custom table and discuss further on those topics. So this is the ServiceNow developer instance, you can see. So this is the ServiceNow developer instance, and if you see here, this is the globe icon. If you click the globe icon, you will be able to find out that application scope, and under this application scope we have a global. So if you are in the global scope, it means that you are creating a table under global scope. If this value is different, then you are creating the table in the different scope application. So as I told that I'll brief discuss about the global scope or scope application. At that moment, assume that if that value is the global, it means that you are creating the table under global scope. Now to create the tables, we have to type the tables here. If you type the tables, and under the system definition, you can see tables module is there. Like in SQL, let's say that your college project, somebody asks you to create a table. What do you do? Normally, you put that statement called create, right? Then table, and then put the table name, right? So let's say that ABC, and then you put all the fields, right? So you put the SQL statement to create the table. For the service now, you don't need to run or put any SQL statement. You can directly from the UI, you can create the table. Before we create the table, you can see there are already 5162 table is there. It means that these tables are already exist in our ServiceNow environment. Want to store any information in this table, we can store that. Still, if you think that you need to be create a table, you twice discuss with your ServiceNow relationship manager, and then you can create your custom table, because again the custom table is a chargeable. Now coming back here, we can create a new button, and then we can create that by simply clicking the new button. Before we create the custom table, I want to open some of the out-of-box table. For example, I am opening the change underscore request table. So this is the change. We store all this change related information. So this table is out-of-box table. As I mentioned, that out-of-box means this is come under ServiceNow instance. So we don't need to do anything to create the table. So this is the ServiceNow provided table, and here we can store the information. If you see that if I open this one of this record, the first thing is that this is the number field, and this is an auto generated number, right? So it is means that whenever I'm creating the record, it automatically auto increment this number. So if I create another record, it will be 91. Then we have a, so these all are fields. So left side, these all are the fields, and then this is the all the value. So these all are the fields or label, we can say, and this is the value of these fields, right? So we have a field called number. This is auto incremented. Now requested by, this is a reference field. Reference fields means that it is pointing to its kind of foreign key. It is pointing to the another table from this change request table, that pointing to the CC user table. Then we have a drop down kind of field called choice field. We talk about that. And these all are again reference fields. This is the choice fields. This is the string field. These all are the strings fields. Here it have a less length, 100 length. Here we have a maybe 1000 length. We can right click and then any of this field and click show. We can get more information about this field. So this length is the 4000, and this field length, if we click here, it is 160 length, right? And these all are the string field. You can see these all the string field, and this is the date time field here. This is a checkbox fields. So we are going to create those types of fields quickly right now. and this is the activity stream we called. This is the list type of fields, and then there are choice fields, and then string field. So these things we are completely, so this is the change request table. We are going to create our own table for the timing. So let's go ahead in the tables module and create a new table. So by clicking the new button under the tables module, and you can create a new table. Here you can put your table's name, but if you see on the top, it is showing that ServiceNow recommends to create a custom table in scope application. To learn more about creating the scope application, click here. So ServiceNow recommending to create a new table under scope application, but still if you want to create on the global application, you can see the right side application is a global, so it is showing that, and you can put the, or you can create the table name. For example, we can create a table name called book. For example, once we put the table label, go to the outside, the name will be automatically populated with that u underscore book name. And here we have options called create mobile module. So for the mobile application, we'll uncheck that. Here we have options called create module. So if you want to left side, if you want to see any kind of book application, then you can check, by default it is coming that. If you don't want to see, then uncheck that, and if you want to see, then you can check that. So depending on your use case, you can select that. I am not doing anything. And then here the extended table, it means that if you want to extend some table, for example task, incident, change, you can put that extend table. If you extend that, all the fields present to the parent table will be automatically created to the child table. I am not doing, or I am not selecting anything. So this is the column. Under the column, it means that all fields that you want to create, that I'm not doing anything at that moment. Then we have a control. So control is an important factor. Let's understand the control here. So first thing, that if you see by default it's check these options, it means that I am creating this custom table. Along with that, there will be a custom role created automatically. If you don't want to create the custom role, you just simply uncheck that. If you want to create the custom role, you can say this is the custom role will be automatically created. So depending on your use case, you can create that thing. So I'm just unchecking that so that I don't want to create any custom roles. We know what is roles, what is group. We already discussed that. Still, if you have any question, let me know in my comment section. So I am not, if you check that, what will be happen, it will be create a new custom role, and then here the couple of option is there. I'm not going to check any options at that moment, but when you are creating that tables, make sure that you verify that you needed any role or custom new role or not. Then we have application access. So this application access is important. For example, you have a scope application, and if you want to access or if you want to read any information from this table, you can check that, or later you can modify those information. So I'm not doing anything at that moment. So column or field, I have not created any fields. Let's save that. So once we save that, this table will be created into the backend ServiceNow. So this u underscore book table is created, and once we created that, it's by default generated or created with couple of fields. The first field it's created is the created by, then created, it's a date type of fields, created by is a string field, then sysID, there is one field called sysID, which is the uniquely identified field, and it's auto generated. Then we have updates, so it's an integer field. Then we have updated by, which is a string field, and again we have a updated by. So these 6 fields automatically created without any field creation. Even if you don't create any field, by default system will create these 6 fields for a particular table. So whenever you create a table, very first thing it will create these tables. So once your table is created, let's refresh that. Once you refresh that, your ServiceNow instance got refreshed, and bottom we have couple of options created. You can see this is the all related list. We talk about that. So this is the table label created, database index. So whenever the table created, there needs to be some indexing. So this index will be created. Along with that, table subscription configuration will be created. So these are the things automatically created by default. So I'm not doing anything at that moment. Simply type here the book. You will be find out that one module created called books, because we have checked that create application, and then that's the reason this field is created. Now if we click that books module, This is our books table. Basically, this is our books table where we can put or we can store the book information here. So this is the place where we can put all the information about books. So now we know that how we can create a tables and then we can store the information in this table. For example, we can put any kind of book information. So let's go back here. So to store the book information, what are the fields normally we need? First field, let's say that we'll need the serial number, then a book title, right? And then price maybe, and then we know that author, right? So these are the information at that moment we need to be, or these are the fields we need to be created to store the book information, right? So how do we create the fields? So how do we create the fields into ServiceNow? So there are various options to create it fields. The first option I'll show you that you can simply go to this tables module again, and under the tables you can go to this tables, yes, under the system definition, and then search your table name that you have created. So this is the table you have created just now. So you put the search and then you can find out the table name book. So this is the place from where we created the book table, and if we scroll down, as I show you that there are 6 fields at that moment created, and here we can create our own field. Let's say I'm trying to create a couple of fields. The first field is, I said that SN number. So this will be a let's say that integer. So we'll put that type equal to integer. Next, we'll talk about that book title. So we'll put that book title. And then we have a price, right? So we can put the price, and this book title is a string field. We can put the string, and here we can put the maximum length of the string. So let's say that I'm putting that maximum length equal to 40. You can put the 100 or anything. This could be our price. The type is the price, and then we have another, let's say, author, right? So we can put that author, and this would be the reference, and then on which table I am referencing, I'm pointing to that user table. So I'll put or take the input from the user table. Once it is done, you can simply click the save button. So these are the field will be automatically created, or the automatically field will be created under the book table. So normally in the SQL, to create the fields, what we do, create table name, then we put that each of the field name, and then we put the field type in bracket and put that. Instead of that, you can simply create from the UI. So these tables have these many fields. Right now you can see these are the fields, and as it is custom field, or maybe I have created that, that's the reason these have the cross mark. It means that we can, if we want to delete these fields, even we can delete that. Now go back to the books module. So we'll go to the books module again, and then let's try to create a new book. So we'll click the new button, and you can see by default these fields are coming right now, called SN, then book title, price, author, and then we can put the information. So let's say that this title is 1, book title is called test, and then price maybe $10, and then here we can select any author. So we can simply select that any user and then submit that. So this book information will be stored here. And then we can personalize. We discussed that we can simply click the personalize, and then whatever fields we needed, we can add those fields here and then save that. So once we save that, these fields will be visible right now, and then this is visible. Now next question is that if we want to generate some auto-generated number, for example incident, right? So we want to create a auto-generated number, we can do that. The simple way is that you can simply go to this tables module again here, the way we have created, and search with your table name. So let's go to the system definition, under the system definition, and find out your table name. So our table name is a book. Let's open that, and then you have a control options. Go to the control section, and here you have a options called auto number. You just check that, and then you want to start with this what. So normally in our case incident, it start with INC. So what you will be the starting number, you can say that the starting number will be the BK, and then how many number, how many character you want, you define that and simply click save buttons. Once you save that, there will be auto number generated, auto number field will be created. So the field is created under this. So this field is created. If you go back to the column sections, you will be able to find out there is a field called number which is automatically generated. Now go back to this again books module, and then if you click new button and open this existing record, um, you can see this number is blank. Let's delete that record. I'm deleting that record, and let's create a new record. So if you click new button, you can see the number is automatically generated here right now, and then here we can put the serial number 1, book title is test, and then price we can select that $10, and then we can select any of this user and then simply save that. So this way we can create a table, we can add the fields, and then we can customize whatever we needed. Because the book information, our book table is not present to the service now, we created our own custom table, and under the custom table we are going to store all this information here under this book table. So let me open this record again. So this is the record that we have created just now. So this is the record, and let's say that I am right clicking any of this field and then click show. You will be able to find out this each of the field table is the u underscore book, and then field is name, the backend name is the u underscore sn. Why? Because it's a custom table, so that's the reason it is coming that u underscore book, because user defined, and these fields I have created. So that's the reason it is coming that u underscore sn. If the field is created by ServiceNow, like for example, the sys created by that will doesn't have any u underscore, but the field I have created, that's the reason the field name is coming under as a u underscore. For example, if I go back to this change module, so this is the change that created by ServiceNow or out of box. This table doesn't have under any u underscore change request, and if you see these fields, number requested by category, business, service offering, this all field doesn't have any type of u underscore. If I simply right click and then show, you can see the table name equal to task, and then field equal to number, type equal to string, nothing u underscore. If you see right click on the type and then click show, it will be similar like task, then type equal to string, and then backend field equal to type. So there is nothing called u underscore, but these fields I have created, customized, and I have added that. That's the reason this field name is coming as a u underscore. So that's the difference between out of box tables, custom tables, and how the field name will be looks like that. That should be for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit, and this is the day 13 of the admin training. In this day, we'll talk about that form and list customization. In last day, we created a table called book. So in this book table, we are going to customize the form and list. And in this day, we'll basically talk about that form layout. We'll talk about the form customization. We'll talk about that form designer. We'll talk about the list layout and list personalization. So these are the topic we are going to talk about in our today's class. So let's go back to the ServiceNow instance and discuss further. So this is my ServiceNow instance. If you remember that in this ServiceNow instance, we created a table called book. So let's open this book table. This is our new table, and this table have couple of fields that we have created. So if you remember, we have the serial number, price, book title, author, group number. These are the fields are created. Now let's go back to as a ITIL user and log into this instance in incognito mode and see how it looks like that. So you can see in the small screen, this is the my incognito mode, and in this incognito, I am trying to log in my ServiceNow instance. So let's put this ITIL user. So I'll log in through the ITIL user. So let's go back and log in through the ITIL user. So I put my username and password, and let me try to log into this incognito mode. And this is how my incognito UI looks like that. And let's go back to the book module. So if I type the book module and open that, so I'm opening this book module, and it is giving a security constants. The left navigation, the book module is available. So you can see this left navigation, this book module is available. But when I try to log into this instance or this module, it is giving the security access, right? So let's first resolve this issue, and then we'll further discuss about that form layout and list layout, all those stuffs. So going back here, right click configure, and then if you go back to the tables module, it will directly land to the tables object that where we created the tables, right? So this is the table object where this table will be created. And now this table, if you go to the controls, we don't create any, this checkbox we uncheck, and that's the reason we don't create any ACL. And what is ACL, we'll discuss that, and that's the reason nobody able to access this module at that moment. So what I'll do, I'll say that this tables or this record will be accessed by ITL user. So I'll just remove this custom u underscore book all these stuffs and put this ITL table. So once you put this ITIL role or this ITIL things, it will create some security rules, or ACL it will be created. And once ACL will be created, that table or this book module will be accessible by ITIL user. So what is ACL? Why we are creating that? So we'll discuss further, but let it be as that moment. We are going to create these 4 security rule automatically. So once it is checked here, system will automatically create 4 security rules. So before we save that, I want to show you that if you scroll down at the bottom, you can see there is access control. These are the related list we have discussed, right? And under the access control, there is no access control at that moment. So it means that there is no ACL at that moment. And if there is no ACL at that moment, system does not allow anybody to access this table. So that's the reason what we'll do. We'll just check this one and we'll pick any existing role. So for example, our case, we are picking that ITL role and clicking save that. Once we click save button, it will create 4 ACL and or 4 access control in the bottom. So if I scroll down, now you can see 4 access control is automatically created, and these all are granted by ITL user that we have selected. It means that ITL user can create, delete, read, write at that moment. We'll discuss further in more digging to the ACL, but for the time being, this book module or book table have a access to the ITL user, and they can create the record, they can delete the record, they can read the record. And let's go back to the incognito mode right now. So this is our incognito mode, and if we refresh that, we should be able to see the list of book record. And now you can see this is the book module we are able to access. And in this you can see first we have this we call the list layout. We discussed that. In this list layout we can see only created, we cannot see other things, other fields, right? So we cannot see other fields. So first we will talk about that how we can add other fields. So let's go back to this admin profile. So this is our admin profile. If we go back to the books module here, you can see I have a 2 fields called ASIN and book title, but this user you can see this user don't have any options to only they are seeing the created, but they can click here personalize and they can start adding that. So that's the one step. They can click here and then start adding that. That's the one step. But by default, if the user login, if they don't personalize that, they only see the created field. So that's the one thing. So first thing I'll talk about that how we can add the field. So here also, if you go here, this personalize icon as an admin and click the reset column default, you will be able to see only created field is showing, because this fields is only added to your list layout. So we call that list layout. Under the list layout, only this created field is added. You personalize and add couple of fields, and once you click the personalize and add couple of fields, this personalization is only for you, right? To make it globally available for everyone, you just need to be right click and configure and then list layout. So once you configure, go to the list layout, you will be able to find out that a slash bucket open. This is we call the slash bucket, and here you have the view name. So whenever we created a table, for example, we created the book table, right? By default, it will create one view called default view, and under this default view, whatever field we want to show as a default, we can add that. For example, we add the book title, we'll add the author, we'll add the serial number, and then we'll bring this created little bottom and click save. So once we save that, this list layout is actually saved. It means that this is not the personalized list layout. This is the globally affected for all the user. Now if we go back to the incognito mode, so this is our incognito mode. Under this incognito, we just change this list layout, right? So that this is the ITL user and they should be also able to see these latest changes. And the user now can see the latest changes. So whenever any user open this table, they will be able to see these are the default fields. Now, based on their requirement, they can personalize, they can add many fields as they want, they can remove as many fields as they want. So they can add maybe number field and then click OK. So this number field will be added here. But this is personalized. It means that this user only able to see this field, not other users. So I am the admin. I should not be able to see this affected. So basically, if you do the personalized list layout, so personalized list only for yourself. But if you configure, right click, configure and list layout and change that, it will be effect for all the user. Okay, now let's say that some reason this affected, so let's say that you added this price here, right? So you added this after created, or maybe before created, you added the price and save that. So you added the price and you save that, and if you go back to this user profile and refresh that, you won't be able to see this price field. Why? Because you added this, as an admin, you added this list layout, and it should affect all this globally, right? But it is not affected to the end user because this user is personalized their list layout. So any user, if they personalize their list layout, they won't be able to see the latest changes. To see the latest changes, you have to click this personalize icon and reset column default to that user. And once they reset their column, they will be able to see the default changes that have done by admin will be, you will be able to see. So this way we can customize any list layout. So that's we understand right now. Let's go back to or open any record. So this is the record we have created. So now here we can design our form. So we have completed that list layout configuration. So we have discussed that how the list layout can affect other user. So list layout is a global changes, and for default, right? So for all the user it will be effect, and then if somebody personalize that, they have to reset their personalization, and then once they reset their personalization, they will be able to see this latest list layout. Now we'll talk about that form layout. So we have another options called form layout, and using the form layout we can design a particular form. So whenever you open the form, we can design that. So let's see how we can design. For example, this number should be in the top, and then the left side the number will be, and then here it will be the serial number, like that. How we can do that? So we can just right click here and then configure, and then we have a two option called form designer and form layout. We'll discuss that form layout first, then we'll discuss the form designer. Both the options are little bit different, but both the options is for the same purpose, for designing the form. So let's right click and click the form layout. Once you click the form layout, you will be able to see that we have a options called begin split, split, and then end split, and then we have a number, right? So let's cancel that. So this is our form. You can see in this form there are some field on the left side, some field on the right side. So if we want to show some field on the left side and right side, we can use the split mechanism, like begin split, split, and end split. So whatever field will be under the begin split will be in the left side, and whatever field will be in that after split, it will be in the right side. For example, I'll show you that. So I just open this record again in the next tab and right click, go back, and then form layout. You can see after begin split we have a two field called serial number and book title, and this serial number and book title are left side, and after that we have a split. It means that this form got split, and after that we have a price and author, which is in the right side, and after that we have end split, and it means the split is end, and then we have number, which is in the whole context. So basically whatever field will be before split will be in the left side, and after split will be right side, and then after end split you will be able to see complete number. So this is how we can basically design our form. Let's say that I want to shift this number to the top, and then serial number should be in the right side. What we can do, we can go to this number to this top on the begin split, and this serial number we can move to this after split. Now what will be happen? The left side will be number, after that we will have that book title, after right side we have the serial number, we will have the price, and we will have author. So basically right side will have the three field, left side will have two fields. So let's save that and see that the changes. So I just saved now. You can see these changes are affected. So left side we have number and book title, and right side we have serial number, price, and author. So this way we can actually shift based on our requirement. We can shift couple of fields, we can do whatever we needed. Right click again, configure, and then form layout. I will show you a few more options. So this way we can basically add the you can switch the field position, right? We can change the field position from left to right. We can split that form and we can add that. Now we have a options called sections. We can create our own sections. What is the sections? I'll show you that. Let's say that we can say that here we'll create another section called author information. So this is the one section I have created. Under this author section, we are going to add this author at that moment, and then we'll create another section called we'll just click the save, and here we put that publisher information, and here we can put any other details. Let's say that we'll say that created by and created at that moment, and save that. So we created two new sections. One is the book was already there. We created author and information, and then we added a couple of fields here, and then simply save that. Now once we do that, let's see how it will looks like that. On the top we have a number and book title. These are the we have recently changes, and then we created two tabs. Basically it will generate some tabs. So section is nothing but it will generate some tabs. Under the tabs you will can see the couple of fields, right? So we have the author in that author information. Under the publisher we have this created and created by field. So this way we can create the sections. We can move our field from one position to the another position. For example, I want to remove the author information from the main section because author information is already there under the author section. How we can do that? You can right click, configure form layout, and this author section, you can see the top we have a book, right? So this is the main sections, and these sections name and table name are similar. So we'll just remove that author from here and save that. So what will be happen? This author will be removed from here, and now under the author information, author section is there, publisher information, publisher details is there. So this way we can add, remove, and do whatever things we needed. As the admin, we can rearrange the form changes, right? And so once we rechange that, or once we rearrange those changes, this will be affected for all the user. For example, if I go back to my so this was my incognito, and I log in as a ITL user, right? So if I open this record, and this whatever we have changed here will be affected for this user also. And now we can see this user can see these changes, like this number, book title, serial number are little rearranged, right? So this way we can do, or as the admin we can do the form layout changes. Similar information or similar things can be done through the form designer. You can right click, configure, and then go to the form designer. Once you click the form designer, it will be open in a new tab, and you can see here we have a book, right? So this is the first section. So you can see this is the top main section, and here you can add any kind of field. You can remove any kind of field. For example, we have a updated by field, so we can directly drag this field here. And so once we drag this field here, this field will be added here. And then if we save that, so this is the drag and drop, and this is that scroll and all this mechanism. So we have added one field called updated, and now under this top section, updated field will be added. So you can see this updated field is added. So under the form designer, depending on which one is you are comfortable, you can use the form designer or you can use the form layout. These two are used to design that form. Here also we have, you can see under the form designer, you don't need to use the split. You can just click this one called one column and two column. Once you click the two column, you can simply drag any field from here to here. So let's say I am adding here instead of this one, right? So previously it was, you can see this was in one column, right? And now it will be two column. It will be like there will be a split. So form layout we are using the split, but the form designer we can use this mechanism, one column, two column mechanism to splitting that form. And then once we save that, what will be happen? This author information will be splitted left side and right side. Let's refresh that, and you can see this author information is splitted with that left side and right side. So depending on which one is you are comfortable, either you can use the form layout or form designer to design your particular form. Now under the form designer or form layout, even you can create the fields. So let me show you that how we can create the fields. So first we can create a field from directly from the form designer or maybe from layout. Previously, we used to create the fields from right click, configure, and you have to go to the tables. Under the tables module, if you remember, we have a column, and here we are normally double click and used to create the fields, right? But you can directly also create the fields from the form designer or form layout. Let me show you how we can create from the form designer. So here we can go to this field type. Under the field type, you have all type of field. For example, we need a field called reference field. So what we'll do, we'll search here, or maybe you can pick from here. So we have a reference field. So we have a reference field we can drag here. So let's say that under this publisher, I want another field, and this is the reference field. I have added a new field called new reference. Click this configure icon, and here we can put this called publisher name, right? And then here we need to point to a particular table as reference field. We need to point particular table. So let's say that we can select that sys underscore user table. We'll select that. And done. So we have done this one, and then click save. So this way you can simply create a field even from the form designer or form layout. I'll come to that form layout, how we can create that. And if you refresh that, under the publisher information, there will be a new field called publisher, and this is a reference field. You can see this is the reference field, right? So this way you can create directly field from the form designer. And if you want to, again, here two column, you can do that, and then shift couple of field, like this field you can shift here, this field you can shift here. So this way you can rearrange their arrangement. Similarly, you can, if you want to create that any kind of, let's say that you want to add the string field, you can add this here. Let's say that location, you can just right click and change that location, and you can put the name or location, and just save that. So this way you can directly create directly a field from the form designer. You can see, so this form designer able to create the field. Similarly, from the form layout also you can create that. So you can simply right click, configure, and then form layout. And then we need to select that where we need to create the field. For example, we have publisher information 2 field, right? Publisher, and then location, and then here we are going to add one more field called publishing cost, or maybe actual cost. And then here we need to select the type of field. So we are selecting the currency. So I'll select the currency and then add that. And then here I'll just rearrange the position and save that. So this way also I can create the field. So either you use the form layout or form designer, both the way you can create the fields under the table, particular table. So you can see I have created a couple of fields. This is the price and this is the actual cost here under the publisher information. We have this information. We can store now this information here on the table. Now if I open this under this incognito, let's say that I am opening this data in incognito, all these changes should be affected here. So you can see as a admin, I have made a couple of changes, and then this is affected by all this user, and then as an ITL user I can see all these changes here. So you can see as an ITL user I can see all these changes. So basically this way we can design our form, and then using the form layout or maybe using the form designer, we can, using the UI, we can add as many as field we want. We don't need to use any SQL command for that. So not only that, new table, we can even change our existing table. For example, let's say we will open the change, right? So this is our change table. We can also change that. Sometime you get a requirement that update these fields or create the fields or maybe change their position. You can do that. So let's say that this is our change table, which is out of box. And in case you need to be add some field, you need to remove that field, you can do that. So I'm the ITL user. If I right click, I don't have any options to configure, but as an admin, I should have the options called configure, and then whatever field I needed to be designed for the user, we can do that. For example, this service and service offering does not needed to this change request form. We can do that, right? How can we do that? We can just go back to the admin profile. So this is our admin profile. Here we can go back to the change module, and let's open this change module. Under this change module you have a lot of records. Let's open any of this record. The mechanism is the same. Either you can go back to the form layout or maybe form designer, and do that. So I'll right click here, go back, configure, and then form layout, and remove this service and service offering, because these two are unnecessary field which does not need it for all the user. So under the main sections, we want to remove this service and service offering, and then simply save that. Once we save that, it will be affected for all the user. All the user will be affected by this one. And if I open my incognito, so this is our incognito, and if I refresh that, the service and service offering should be removed from the change table. So basically, this form layout, form designer mechanism to add the form or remove the fields, design the form for all the table, either it is existing table or maybe new table. So for both the table cases, either out of box, new, custom, all the cases, you can use that form designer or form layout or maybe list layout to add, create or design your field. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, this is the day 14 of the admin training. In this day, we'll talk about that application scope. So in this day, basically, we'll talk about that what is the application scope, what is the global application, what is the scope application. So let's get started. So when ServiceNow designed initially, there was only one scope, that is called global. So when ServiceNow created their application, the first thing is it was the global application, and under this global application, it came under incident, problem, change, request. All these modules that we can see right now, all are we called as a global application. Now they, and let's say that this is a global application, is huge application, right? And then all our ServiceNow design, everything, script include, client script, all fall under this global application. So there is a one thing called the scope application. This scope application is nothing but, for example, vulnerability response. So this is another scoped application. So what is the scope application? So ServiceNow owns this is a global application. This global application is a huge functionality, incident, problem, change, everything is present under this global application. Now you can directly install or you can create your own scope application for extra functionality. Like for example, this is our Android application or Android OS, right? For example, Android OS, and in that you can install some application called Zoom, right? So this is another application called Zoom. So this is we call the scope application. So ServiceNow first have that global application, and under the global application, if you think that if you want to install something additional, then you can use the scoped application. So this is a scoped application. When we install the Zoom, right, we probably need some of the access in the system. For example, user information, mic permission, all this. So similarly, when you install a scope application, you can take some input from the global, for example, user information, you can take that. You can take some CMDB CI information from the global application. But this global application and the scope application, both are separated. They don't share their, this is isolated. This application is totally isolated. So normally, this from the global application, we can get some basic information like user information and CMDB information, but it did not interact or it did not do any operation onto that global application. They can read some basic information, but did not interact that. So let's see furthermore on that global application and scope application. So if you see this scope application, this scoped application is like a, install basis. So if you see, these are the features in the scope application. Scope application should be uninstalled. So you can just install and uninstall. App should not break the system. So we have a ServiceNow instance, and that's mainly or majorly in the global application. But when you install any scope application, that should not break the global functionality or should not break anything under this global scope or anything under system. So you install a Zoom application, only the purpose of this one, so you can just do meeting, but you cannot interfere with this all these your Android application. Similarly, when you install any scope application, that scope application should not break anything under global. App should not break other applications. So similarly, Zoom application there, or one scope application, there could be many scope application, right? So these application should not break this application. So this has to be taken care of that. And here you can see that app should be self-contained. It means that whatever is needed, everything should be present under this application. So you should write the code such a way that it should not interact or should not break other application. So this is basically we call the scope application. So we are going to create a scope application right now, but let's understand a few more things. So remember that we created a local update set, right? And this local update set, we capture these all these details like rules. We can capture the business rule, we can capture the client script, or maybe table creation. Everything we can capture through the update set, right? Similarly, for scope application, even if you don't, because it's a compact application, right? So you're building an application like a package, right? So you might not need to be create the update set. You can directly push your application to the Git repository, and from the Git repository you can push to the other environment. Let's understand. So let's say that you are building a application. So this is my application called Zoom call or library application. So in this application we are developing. Once our development completed, we can push this application to this Git repository. So this application can be pushed to the Git repository. Once our development done, we can from the Git we can directly install this application to the test environment. And then tester completed their testing, they find some bug. So again we can push this code to that Git repository, and Git repository to we can again push to the test environment, right? And then tester completed their testing and then they sign on, okay, this is working as expected. Then from this Git we can directly install this application to the production. Previously what we used to do in the global application, we can move our update set from development to test to production, like that we are moving that update set. But for scope application, we can directly move this code to the source repository, and from the source repository we can just install this application to test and then production. In case anything broken, in case if you don't like this application, you can simply uninstall that application. You have a button called uninstall, you can simply uninstall that application. So this is like a small set of application that you can design for your own purpose. Like in the ITSM, ServiceNow provided already that incident problem change, right? But why suddenly need this scope application? In ITSM module, we have the incident problem change, knowledge article, request management, but why suddenly need the scope application? For example, you are building a library application, right? So ServiceNow does not provide the library application. For library application or for maintaining the book, maintaining the publisher information, all these stuffs, you can create your own scope application, and that scope application will be an add-on to this your instance, and whenever you need it, you can install to the upper environment, you can uninstall. It does not actually interact with your ITSM ServiceNow module. So that's it, right? So let's build our scope application in our environment. So this is the ServiceNow demo instance. Here, previously we created a table, right? So we created a table called book, right? And this basically stored the book information, right? But I want to actually do a library management. So that's the reason I should not use this in global application. So if I go to the tables module, right? So I'll go to the tables module here, and then I created that book application from here, right? Clicking the new button, I was able to create that book table, right? Similarly, if I find out that book table, I'll just simply open this book table. You can see the application is global. It means that this is created on the global application. Now today, first we'll understand that how we can create a scoped application, and then how we can create the tables under scope application. So basically, once your table is created, you cannot change the table name. You cannot move from global application to the another application, or you cannot do any movement. You can delete some of the fields, you can delete these fields, but you cannot actually rename the table name. You cannot move that scope from global to any other. So first we'll understand how we can create the scope application. To creating the scope application, we have a tools called Studio. You can go to the Studio and create your scope application. So we'll go to the Studio. Once you click the Studio module here, you will be able to find out that all the scoped applications so far are present to this environment, and you can see these all are the scope application here. Okay, so these are the scope application. So if you see that the application name is the employee profile, and then under that it have a unique name like SN underscore employee, something like that, and each application have some version. You can see this version is 6.1.5. It means that this version is, this is the latest version of 6.1.5. So each application can have several versions, and then that can be upgraded. The new version can be added. Okay, So we can simply create our own application. When you are creating the application, your own application, it will be start with the X underscore, then this will be your company name and then your application name. So this company name is defined under your company profile, so you cannot change the company name. So this question can become in your CSA exam or CAD exam, like how this application scope name is defined. So normally application scope is defined X underscore then company code and then your application name. This company code cannot be changes and it is dedicatedly when you, so let's say that you work for ABC company, so it will be X underscore ABC and that code will be provided by ServiceNow. So I am using the demo instance, then that's the reason they have provided some demo company code for me. So if you want to create a simply custom application, you can click the create application. Once you click the create application, there will be a several options which type of application you can build. So you can build the mobile application, you can build the desktop application, you can build workspace application. You need to be selected which type of application you want to build. You can see here it have a options called enter the app name, and the bottom you have to be, the scope name will be automatically generated. This is the option that by default, if you want to build the scope application, this checkbox has to be checked, the scope has to be checked. Before I create this application, if you see here, right now my application is showing right now global, but when we create an application, my application will be changes. So let's say that I'm going to create a library management application. So I will say that library. So this is my application name called library management. And if you see the scroll down, the scope name is automatically generated X underscore company code. And this is the, scope name. I can little bit change that. So I can put this like that, but this, I cannot remove that. Okay, so this X, if I try to remove that, it will give me an error that it should be start with this one. So this is my company code and I have to be put this on. So you cannot remove this scope name. The scope name will be X underscore your company code. After that, you can put any kind of, there is maximum character, you can put this any kind of name. So this is the backend name and this is the label of this application. You can click this create button. Once you click the create button, it will asking for that role. So if you want to create a new role for this application, normally you create a new roles for this application, you can do that. So let's say that I will put that admin, something called that admin role. You can see the new role name also came up like X underscore 2652 underscore library management dot admin. So every object will be created with the scope name and then their label. Now go to the continue mode. So I'm just doing or creating a only one role, that is called admin role, and then click continue. Now here we need to select that which type of application we want to build. We are building the mobile application or classic application. Mobile application means that which application will be only accessible from ServiceNow mobile app. So for the timing, I am selecting the classic, then continue. Now we have to be select the table name. So if we want to create a new table or if we want to use the existing table, you can see there are a lot of existing table is present and we can select any of this table, CMDB, user table, all this information, we can select that. So if we are selecting that, it means that we are going to be access those table, but make sure that whenever you are building application, you should not modify or you should not hamper the global application. So these all are actually mostly are the global table. So you should not modify, we should not do any alternate of this one. So normally you can read the information, right? So you can select that. So I'm going to create a new table. So I'll click the create new table. Now when you are creating a table, we have a several options. If we want to create the table from that Excel sheet, or if you want to extend, maybe we can extend the task table if you want, maybe CMDB CI table if you want, we can do that. Or maybe if you want to create a table from the scratch, you can do that. So I'll click the create from the scratch and then continue. So it means that I'm going to create a new table. Let's say I'll create the same table. So I will create the book table. So previously I created the book table into the global scope. Now I'll create the book table into the scope application and I'll show you what is the difference. So I'm going to create a book table under scope application. Okay. So book table, and there will be a couple of fields. Let's say for the timing, I am going to put that called SN, serial number, and this is, I'll put the string and character is 40 and continue. Rest of the field I can create later, and if I have information I can do right now. So I'll say that author. I'll do some of the fields because we already created those fields, and then we'll select the reference, and then we have to select the reference table called user. So we'll select the user, and later if you want to create as many as field, you can do that. Okay, so you can do this step later also. I'll do continue. Now here I need to put my table name. Previously, if you remember that when I created the table, book table into the scope application, right? Book table I created into the scope application, backend name was u underscore book, right? Now here, if you create the table name equal to book, what will be happen? The table backend name will be x underscore 2652 because this is the scope name, then it will come the table name. So backend name will be little difference. So what is the backend name? So scope application, the backend name will be the scope name underscore the table level. So we can put that scope name and then table level. So here it's like that, this scope name underscore book, this is the backend name. Now here we have options called auto number. Previously remember we created a field called number. Similarly we can create a number called here also I'll say that BOK. Now here, if you remember that in previously we have a checkbox. If you remember, we have a checkbox called here, the global scope, we have a checkbox called create access control, and we put the ITL. Similar thing, we can do that. We can go to this manage access, and under this manage access, we can select this role. And if you remember, so I have created this admin role, right? So I am giving that admin role to create, read, write. Also, we can add another role. For example, I can select this ITIL role. So ITIL will have create, read, write role. So this way we can, manage this access. And then if you don't want to, you can just simply remove that. So right now, I am giving permission to the ITIL to do create, read, write on this table. Now let's continue that. Once you continue, it will take some time because this table is created right now. Once your table is created, you can see this is the table which is created from the scratch, how many fields we have. And if you want to add some data, you can do that. So I'll do that, continue now. Now so far we have created one table book. If you want to create many more table, you can again click the create new table and create that. So I'm not going to create anything else. I'll do the done with table. Then here we have an option called start. I'll click the start. Once we start that, you can see this is our application name. So this is the library management application. Here I have not put any description. This is the table. This is the role I have created. And here I can select this ITL role because we are going to operate with the ITL. And then continue, create, click the done with the apps. So once you click the done with apps, here you can create the notification, you can change the policy, you can change the layout, report, all these stuffs. I'm not going to change anything. I'll click simply done. So once you click the done, it means that this application is ready, and you can see right now the new application called library management is available. The version is 1.0.0, and this is created time, this is updated time, and you can see this is the scope name, backend name, and see this scope name is x underscore my company name underscore library management, whatever I have selected. Now I can select this application. Once I select this application, whatever files we have created so far, we have created tables, we have created roles, these are the access control, this is the application menu created, these are the module created, all are showing right now in the left side. Now let's go back to this normal window. This is the normal window I have shown you earlier, and this is the studio mode. Once your application is created, you can build or you can design everything from this normal window as well as from the studio. I'll come to that studio part later, but let's compare with the global application and the scope application. If I refresh here, so this is our ServiceNow instance here. If I refresh that, you will be able to see my current scope is right now changed to that library management. If I click here, my current scope is a library management. You can see this is the current application scope, and then update set is a default and bracket library management, right? It means that when you create an application, there will be a one default update set will be always created. So there could be a CSA question or maybe CAD question came up, like when you create a new application, what should be the default update set name? The default update set name is the default, and then there could be only one default update set for per application. So these library management have a default application called default. We have a global application, and we can change this. You can see these are the application right now. So these are the different kind of application, and this application can be either scope application and the global application. Scope application should not interact with the global application. So you can select the global application, or we can select our application that we have created, library management system. You can select that. So this is the library management system. So here in the left side, let's search with the library management system. So we have created, right? So if I search that, you can see that there is a one application created for library management. Under that, one module created called book. Under that, we have two modules created called create new and all. If you click all here, it will go to this book module. You can see this is the book module, that book table we have created. And if you see in the top, the backend name is, this is the backend name of this table. If you click this button, it will go to this form where we can create a new record. See, this is the new record. Now I will open the book table that we have created into the global application. This books table we have created into that global application. When we created that book table into the global application, it have an application, it have a module, and if I open this, right, so it have a table record, and similarly here it have a table record. So both are pretty much same. But if you see this book table or books table, the backend name is like scoped underscore this table name, but here the backend name is u underscore books. So you denote that global application, global custom table. This is denote that global and then custom table, and this is denote that it's a scoped custom table. Okay, so this way we can identify that this is the global table and this is the scoped table. Now here, if you see the little difference, so when we create a new record into the scope application, all the field name, right, number, author, serial number, they don't start with u underscore. If I right click and then show, you can see they don't start with that. So they don't start with u underscore. So it is like SN, right? Similarly, if I right click and the number, it is showing the number, right? But in our global scope, this table field name are started with u underscore book underscore title, because this is the global scope. So this is little difference. Now question is that how can we know that how many application or scope application created for this organization? How we can know that? So if you go back to the studio, under the studio, if you go to this file, and then here we have a switch. If you click the switch, you will have these options called select application, and you can select the application, right? But simply if you type your organization name x underscore, and you will be able to find out all this custom scope application that you have for your organization. So these all are custom application. There are some of the application like SN employee, SN SC common, or so these are the scope application, but that is built by ServiceNow. So if you type x underscore, then you will be able to find out that all the scope application, that the custom application, that's the you have built. And if you see, these are the normally total 13, or these are the applications are either created by ServiceNow or installed from the store. Now there is a table. If you type that sys underscore app dot list, under this table you will be able to find out all this custom application that is created. So sys underscore app is the table where you will be able to find out that all the custom application that we have created. So this library management I have created. Previously there was one more application called content creator I have created. So these two custom application I have created. The scope custom application I have created, and their scope name is showing right now. Yeah, this way we can find out that all this custom application or the scoped custom application. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, this is the day 15 of the admin training. In this day we'll talk about few more fields about ServiceNow. In our past video we talk about that what is the application scope, we talk about that what is the global scope, and then in the past video we created an application called library management, we created a table called books. So in this day we'll talk about from a few more additional type of fields. The first field we'll talk about date and date type field. Then we'll talk about the table and then condition. So table and condition type of field. Then we'll talk about that HTML, then activity field, and then lastly we'll talk about the dependent choice. So using the dependent choice, how can we create a dependent field? For example, we'll create two choice. One is the state, another is the substate, and then there will be value called draft, review, publish. So when somebody select the review, there will be two more drop down called peer review, editor review, and then when you will select the publish, there will be three options called publish, print, and distribute. So these are the things we are going to discuss in our today's sessions. So let's go to the ServiceNow instance and see how we can do that. So this is our ServiceNow instance, and if you remember that we have created one module called book, and then there is another application that we have created, that library management under the scope application. So we are not talking about that much in that scope application. We'll talk about the focus about that global application, which is in the books. So let's open the books. So first thing, we'll create a couple of type of fields. The first type of field will create the date type field, and then we'll create another type of field called date and time field. So first, let's say that I'm going to create a under the publish information. So I'll create one information. So I'll go to this form layout here, and then here under this publish information, I'm going to create one field called date field. Let's say that publish date. So this is the date field, and then here type, I'll select the date type and click add. Next, I'll talk about that how we can create a date and time field. Here I'll say that start date, and then this time I'll select the date and time field. So why I'm selecting these two different type, to show you the demonstration that how it looks like. So I just created a two different type of field. One is the date, and that is the date and time. Let's see how they all looks like that. So if I close that, there will be two type of field created. One is the publish date, and in this date we can select only date, not the time. And you can see we have a functionality can select that date. So this is our publish date, and here we can select date along with the time, specific time. So two different type of field. One is the date type field, another is the you can see that date and time field. So these two field has been created. Next, we'll create a HTML field. So let's say that I'll go again, right click, configure form layout. Under the main section, I'll create a field called content, and there maybe the book information or the book details will be there. So I'll say that here under this main section, I'll select that book description, and here I will select the type equal to HTML and then click add. So once and along with that, I'll add the end split and then save that. And let's see that how HTML type of field react. Why I'm discussing those fields, because these fields are very important and is going to be used in future. So that's the reason I want to show you that how they have been looks like that. So date field is used to selecting the date. Date time field is used for calculating the time between one of the another. And then under this HTML type field here, we maybe can put some of the content of the book, like it have a options to add the images, add the hyperlink, and then add the bolds, all these stuffs you can add that. So this is the HTML type of field. So we have a string, number, auto number, integer, price, reference, price, date, and date time, string. So these reference this type of field here. Now we'll create a field called the dependent choice. So first I'll create two drop down. One is the state, another is the substate. So let's do that. I'll configure form layout, and then here I'll create two choice field under the main sections. Here under the book information, I will create two field. One is the state, and this state will be in the choice field. So I'll select the type equal to choice, add, and then another field I'll select the substate and add. So these two fields will be added here, and then I will move these two here before the price, after the price. Let's see, the field has been added here. So this is a choice field, and now you can see it doesn't have any drop down, right? So it does not have any kind of drop down right now. To add the drop down, you can simply right click and then configure choice, and then you can start adding the state. Let's say that I'll start adding the draft, add, then we'll say that review, add, and then we'll say that publish. So these are the type of state will be available. We'll just save that, and now you can see under the drop down we have three kind of drop down: draft, review, and publish. Now what we are saying that depending on, let's say that you selected the review, there will be substate related to that review. If you select the publish, there will be related substate of this state, right? So for that, we need to be make the dependent. This field, the substate field is going to be dependent on the state field. For that, what we'll do, we'll right click, configure choice, configure dictionary. We'll leave that. Then if you scroll down, there is an option called advanced view. We'll select that advanced view. And then I will create a dependent field. So there will be a checkbox called dependent. So you can see there is a tab called dependent field. So we'll select the dependent fields. So we'll go to this dependent field sections, and here you can select that use dependent field, and depending on which field, so we'll select this under this drop down, it will be dependent on the state. I'll select the state and then simply click the update. So now this substate field will be dependent on the state, right? So whenever we'll select that review, there will be some substate related to review. For that, what we'll do, we'll select that state equal to review, and then right click, and then configure choice, and then here I will add that that whatever field needs to be added on dependent on review, I will add that. For example, let's say that for review we'll add the peer review, and then we'll add that editor review. So we'll say that editor review. You can see in the top it's showing that use state equal to reviews. For the depending on use state, we want to add these two field and simply save that. Now here you can notice that when we are state is none, substate is none. When we selecting that state equal to draft, there is no drop down for a substate. But when you select the review, there will be two drop down available called peer review and editor. So this is because of we created a dependency field. Now for publish, we want to add few more dependent. So we'll select the publish and right click, and then configure choice. And now you can see under this top it's saying that u underscore state equal to publish. What are the dependent field we want to add? Let's say that print, and then one more is the distribute. So these are the options added, and simply save that. So now you can see at that moment state doesn't have any value, and that's the reason substate doesn't have any value. When you select draft, there is no substate for the draft, but when you select the review, there will be two drop down called peer review and editor review, and when you select the publish, there will be two drop down called print and distribute. So basically it's right now dependent, and whatever value we are putting, based on that it is working. Now we'll create one more type of field that is not maybe fit for this criteria, but I'll just show you that. So we have another type of field called table. So we'll say that form layout will add the table. Let's say that in certain condition, if you go to the client script or any of this case, so if you go to the client script, where you can select the table, right? So where you can select any specific table here, right? So we have options to select the table. So whatever table is there, we can select that. Similarly, we can create a table type of field here under this case. So we'll select the table here, name equal to table, and then type equal to table. Also, you can select that if that is needed anyhow in your case. So we can select that. But I'll just for demonstration purpose, I'll add this field. But so we can add this table type of field, and then where we can select that any specific table like incident table, problem table, we can select that. If any such requirement is there, you can select or you can create any type table type field also. Similarly, we can create the condition type of field also. For example, I'll create another field called condition, and then there we can select the condition also. We'll select that condition, and then here we'll select the type equal to condition. Okay, and then we can add that. So if it needed, you can add that. So I'm just giving you the example. Last, not the least, we'll talk about the journal and journal input. So journal and journal input can keep tracking out each and every information. For example, if we right click, configure, and then we can create a journal entry called notes. We'll add this field called notes under this main section called notes, and here I'll select that journal type of field and then add and save that. Once you save that, this is a journal kind of field where we can put any kind of notes or all kind of notes we can put that. For example, we can say that we can say that book. So this is a kind of a journal input. So we'll just save that. What will be happen after save? It will be stored as a note. So who create and what time, who mentioned these, and then what notes they have mentioned, all will be stored here like by like line by line. So wherever whatever notes I will put that, it will be stored like that. So this way there is a various types of fields into the service now, and we can create the various types of field depending on what we needed. So I'm not telling to utilize the all this in your book table, but wherever you needed these types of field, you should aware of that which field we should use that. So if you know what type of fields available into the service now, then you can use that field type. So let's say that somebody want to store some HTML information, you can create the HTML type field. If somebody want to put the notes details, then you can create the journal type of fields. If any date related information, either you can go for date or date and time field. For price, you can go to the price types of field. Depending on what use case you needed, you can go different type of fields available into service. You can select that. Last, not the least, I'll talk about that audit. So if you see here, this is the ServiceNow instance, demo instance, and in this demo instance, we have been working for that book information last few days. Let's say that somebody created this record in draft state, right? So we created it in a draft state. After some time, maybe 1 or 2 days, this book state got changes to the draft to the review, and then maybe the review is the peer review. Now, after 1 year, if I want to know that who changes the state from a draft to the review and then from non-state to the peer review state, how do we know that? If you simply right click history, it have a historical calendar, and that will just show you that created date, nothing else, because this table is not audited. So if you audited any fields or any table, you will be able to clearly see that who changes this and when these changes happen. To make this table auditable, what we have to do, we have to right click, configure, and then we have to go to the dictionary. Once you click the dictionary, and then this is the all the fields we have. Now if you search with the collection, and you can see the field is collection type of field is available, you can see which is under the book. So you can open this collection field, and then we have a checkbox called audit. You just select this audit and click update. Once it is done, let's open this book table. If I open this books table, let's say this is the record we have created. You right click, and then here you have a options called history, and you can see right now we have two options. One is the calendar, another is the list, because previously it was only calendar. Now after make this auditable, it is started showing the list type. So we'll select the list, and here at that moment you can see 9 entries and all are blank. So let's do one thing. I'll go back here under this record again, and let's say that I'm updating this substate from peer review to the editor review, and then simply save that. So it means that some update happens. Now auditor who want to audit, they can see that, right click history and list. They want to see that who update that. For that they will search with that field, let's say that substate, right? So we'll search with the substate field, and if we added that created time here, let's say I'll add the created time and created by, and do j to a. So whenever initially it was created, I'll do j to a here. Whenever it was created initially, the field was value was peer review. Now after some time, you can see this is the timestamp it have. After some time, somebody updated from peer review to the auditor review, and who updated that have that username already mentioned under here. So this way we can actually audit that particular field and know that who updated. Not only the list, from the list we can also see a calendar view. From the calendar view we can see what happens to that specific day. For example, if I right click and then history and then calendar, now previously there was only one entry, and now you can see this is the time when this record got created, and after that it is updated by myself. And if I click that expand, that will show that the substate field got updated. Before value was peer review, and then it is the after value is the editor review. So this way we can specifically turn on this audit. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, I'm Rohit, and this is the day 16 of the admin training. In this day, we'll basically talk about the ACL. ACL full form is the access control list. In this session, we'll talk about that what is ACL first of all. Then we'll discuss about the table level ACL and then field level ACL. So let's go to that ServiceNow instance actually and understand that why we need the ACL. So this is the ServiceNow instance. If you remember the last few days we are working on this instance, and if you search here that book module, so books module, this module we are basically focusing on this or application. Now here, if you open that, right, we have a ACL module, and using the ACL we can control that who can read the record, who can write the record, all these read, write, delete, create operation you can control through the ACL. Let's understand that scenario first, and then we'll discuss further on that. For example, here you can see the book module I can see, and I can see that one record is created or one record is available. Now if I impersonate our user called end user, that is the end user, let's see what happens to for that user. So for the end user, if I go back and then type that books, what will be happen? The module is available. Once I click the module, it is giving that security constant prevent access request page. So it means that the end user doesn't have that book module table access. Now we have to be understand that what we are trying to achieve. So first we need to be clearly understand that what we are trying to achieve. First thing, we'll talk about the ACL. So ACL, we know that is the access control list, right? So using the ACL you can get that access. For example, end user, right? So our case we have an end user, and end user needs to be see the record. So we are giving them that the end user needs to be see the books table or books record. How can we give them access? So let's end the impersonation and give them the access to the books module. So whenever we created that table, for example, book table, we created the books table. At that moment, we have created 4 ACL automatically. How we this created 4 ACL? Let's understand first. So if you go back to the books module here, under this here books module, and then if you right click on the top, configure, and then tables, if you remember that there was a create access control checkbox was, we checked that, right? And if you go to the control sections, we have a check this create access control, and here we selected that ITI. It means that when we created this table, we are saying that ITL can create, can read. So we basically have 4 options: create, read, write, and then delete. So we said that here we said that the ITL user can create, read, write, and delete these options. So once we check that and then selected the ITL role, for them it created 4 ACL. If you scroll down, under the bottom you can see the 4 ACL was created, and then one for create operation, one for delete operation, one for read operation, and one for write operation. Now to modify this ACL, you cannot modify simply those ACL. To modify that, you need to be add elevated role. As an admin, you should have the security admin role. For that, you can go to this profile and then click the elevate role and then elevate that security admin. Then only you will be able to modify this ACL. So let's see if I open this read ACL at that moment. You can see I have completely read-only access because I don't have elevated role. So I need to be add myself as an elevated role. Then only I will be able to modify this record. So the simplest way that you can go to the tables. Under the tables, you can find out all this access control under this table. Another way is that you can go to this ACL module. If you go to this ACL module, you can put in the name, you can put the table name. So in our case, u underscore book table, we can put that name here,
and you will be able to find out those ACL. So in our case, our table name is u underscore book. We put the table name and we can see the 4 ACL was there. Now what we have to do, we are trying to give that read access to the particular user called you know end user can see that table. So for that reason, we are going to modify that read ACL. To modify that, you need to have elevated role. Again, I'll just elevated role myself. And then once I elevated this role, I will be able to modify this book ACL. So open this read ACL here. Now here it's saying the left side table name, the book, and then right side the field name is none. It means that all the book table field, all the field who can able to read that. So operation is the read, who can read the ITIL role. So end user doesn't have ITIL role. That's the reason they are not able to see this book table.
So now what we'll do, we'll go back to here in the left side. We need we need to find out a role that we can attach to particular end user so that they can have access to this book module, right? So what I'll do, I'll go to this roles table, and under this roles table, I'm going to create a new roles called maybe books or maybe end user, anything. So I'll say that at that moment books or user anything. I'll say that book at that moment and simply save that. So now these roles are created, right? Now what I'll do, I'll add this role to the end user. So I'll open this end user role, or maybe I can assign to any particular groups, and then I can assign that groups to user, whichever is best practice. So what I will do, I will open this end user. Under this end user, I will assign this role. At that moment, end user doesn't have any role. I'll add this book role. So let's do that. So I will add this book role. Now once we add this book role, so it means that the user which I am using, the end user, have this book role, right? Now what I'll do, I will modify this ACL. So this is the ACL, and right now this ACL is saying that under the book table, right? So this is the book table, have none means all. I'll come to this little details more about that. So none means all. So I need to be access this book table. Who can access this ITIL user, and the user who have the book role, they will have access. So let's save that. This once I save that. So this has been saved. ACL has been saved. Now what I'll do, I'll go back here, then impersonate our end user, call that user and impersonate user. And here, if we type that books, we will be able to see the books module. And right now you can see the user is able to access this book record. And then all the fields are at that moment is read only, because the books module or the books table only read access to the book user. So right now, who can read that? The user who have book role, they can read that. Then for the write, what role we needed? For write, still we need the ITL user. So for read, either book role or ITL role, any role. If the user have book role or ITL role, they can see or they can read the book. But to write that, they have to have ITL role. Now let's say that our requirement is that, let's understand the requirement. At that moment, our requirement is that under this book table, only state field will be able to be modified. State field can be write by book role user. So user who have that book role, they can only be able to modify this state field, right? So let's achieve this requirement. So let's end the impersonation, and what I'll do, I'll again elevate role security admin and then update. And what I will do, I'll go back to the ACL again. Now the ACL has to be tweaked such a way that they should have only write access to the state field. So what I'll do, I'll go to this ACL module, and then here I'll search the ACL and then put the table name equal u underscore book and then hit enter. We have a write ACL. I'll simply open this write ACL. And in this write ACL, what I will do, I will put that our role called book role. So I'll put the book role, okay, and then click save.
and save here. So what will be happen now, once I put these book roles here under this right role, what will be happen if I impersonate this end user, what will be happen? The expected behavior is that the end user will be able to see all the fields, and then end user will be able to write on the all the fields. Let's see. So we'll go back to this books table and then open this record, and you can see end user is able to see all this field and end user is able to modify all the fields. But that's what we did not want. We want only to be state field to be read only. To make this state field only writable, what we have to we do, let's understand via image. So let's assume that this is our book table. Okay, so in this table we have a book table, and in this books there are five uh, column at that moment, right? And these five are the column, and these all are row, we know already, right? So what we'll do, we created a ACL called book dot none, right? We created a ACL called book dot none. So what does it mean by book dot none? It means that the user have the book dot none have the role called book role, right? So book dot none have the role called book role. What does it mean by that? It means that for this complete row, what who has to be accessed? The access has to be permitted by the book role. Now what I'll do, I'll create another ACL called book dot state. Okay, so it means that only state field, or maybe only for name field, who will have access, that will have access to the book underscore user. So the user who have book role, they will have access to this field. And what will be the remaining field? Remaining field like book, I'll create another ACL called book dot start. So there is one field called start. So if we means that book dot start means remaining field. So these all are remaining field. Who will have access? I'll put that ITIL role. So let's understand first thing. First, we already created that book.none, and then that book.run, none who have access, the book user have access. It means that this user have all these field access. Now what we'll do, I'll create another ACL called book.state, and who will have access? Book user will have access. In that case, this name field will have that book user access. And then thirdly, I'll create that book.star with that ITIL user. So it means that these fields will be only accessible by ITIL, not others. So this way that we can achieve our requirement. Let's go back to our ServiceNow instance. So right now this table, book table, is accessible by end user, and all the fields is accessible by end user. What we'll do, I'll go back again, end the impersonation, and go to the ACL, and then this time I'll create some of this ACL. Previously I was able to modify that, but now I will create some of this ACL. What I'll do, I'll create some ACL. So for that I'll add the elevate role, and then I'll create some ACL. So I'll type that u underscore book. So at that moment we have for ACL, I'm going to create one more new ACL. I'll click new, and this time operation is right, and then table name is the book, and then on which field? The state field. I'll put that state, and then who will be able to access? The book user will be able to access this state field. That's what I am trying to say. Let's save that. Once I am trying to say that, you can see the row level access. Who have the row level access? This ACL we have created earlier. This ACL is saying that, or this ACL is saying that row level access. So complete row. So complete row, who have access in complete row have access by book and ITL user. On top of that, we are putting another ACL that the user who have book role, they will be able to access the state field. I'll just continue and save that. So it means that the book role, who have the book role, they will be able to access this state field. Now I'll create another set of ACL. So I'll go back here, go to the ACLs module, and then here I'll click new, and then I want to create one more ACL called read. The type is record, and then operation is write on the book table, and then on the start fields means the remaining field. Remaining field means that apart from the state field, who will have access? ITL user. Now if we try to save that, Once we try to save that, you will be able to see that there is a one ACL we are adding. We'll just continue and save that. So our ACL determination, our requirement is fulfilled. So let's go back to the ACL module again and understand that we have three ACL right now for writing that. So if I type u underscore book, right, we'll have three ACL on the write operation. If we show match with the write, we have three operations. First, on the book table, who have access? ITIL user. On the book table, we have access to ITIL user, and we have book role user. Now, under this book dot state, right, on this field have access to the book user, and then book dot star means apart from the state field, all the field have access to the ITIL user, right? So let's impersonate that our user end user. So this is our end user. We are going to impersonate that and go back to our module called book module, and our expectation is that only we should be able to modify state field, nothing else. So this is the book record we can see, and if we open this book uh, table record, you can see I have only access to these state field. Remaining field are become read only. So this way we can modify our ACL. We can do a lot of scripting also. I'm not going that much deep details, but for the time being, this is how we can basically, create our ACL. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, I'm Rohit, and this is the day 17 of the admin training. In this day, we'll talk about that application and module. So we know that what is the application and what is the module. We'll talk about that, how we can modify the application, how we can create a new application, and then we'll discuss about the module, how we can create the module, all those stuff. So let's go back to the service now and let's understand that what is the application and how we can create that application and module. So if you remember that this is the personal environment, and here we can see these all are application, right? So these all are application. Now today we'll talk about that how we can create our own application, and then inside that, if you see here, each application have a several modules. We'll talk about that how we can create the modules. Simply to modify or update or create any application, you need to go to the application menu option. So type that application here in the left side. And if you see in the system definition, under the system definition, there is a module called application menus. So if you click OK, you will be able to find out that list of application which are active right now. So let's understand that how we can create a application. So let's say you can see there are several application. Now let's create a new application. Let's say that demo application. So I'll click new, and here I need to put the title. So let's say that I'll put that demo title, this application. So left side, there will be application will be created like self-service. There will be application created called demo title, and then here we have to define that role. So if you don't define any role, this application will be accessible by everyone. So let's say that I'm selecting that role equal to ITIL. So the user who have ITIL role, they will be able to see this application called demo title. And here you can put other stuffs like hint, description, all those details. So I'll not select anything, I'll just save that. So our demo title application will be created, and under this we have to be define the modules. If you see here, under the self-service we have various modules, right? Similarly, we can create the application, and under the application we can create the modules. So let's put that module's name. So we'll click new, and then we'll create a new module called my incident, or any kind of module you want to create, you can do that. So for the demo purpose, I'll put that my title or my incident. So this is my module name. So this is the application name. I have put the demo title. Under the demo title, there will be a menu. These all are menu. The menu or module will be the my incident, and here I'll put the order equal to 10. So these things will be run as a order. Here also you can define the roles. If you don't define the role, it will follow under application role. So for example, if the application have read access to the ITIL user, this module will be able to access by ITIL user. Now here the link type is important. So what you want to show in that application, right? For example, if you want to show the list of record, you can select the list of record. If you want to show any assessment, you can show that. If you want to show some HTML, you can do that. If you want to create a new record, you can do that. We'll discuss in a little bit later. For the time being, we are selecting the list of record. Now, if we here, we need to, once you select the list of record, there is a field mandatory called, incident. So we'll select that incident here. Okay, we'll select this table name called incident, and here you can define the particular view, and here you can define the filter. So for which filter, any specific filter, if you want to do that. So I'll say that assigned to is me. Okay, so assigned to, and then dynamic is, and I'll select that myself. So here the module will be my incident, and then whatever assigned incident is assigned to me, all the incidents should be shown here. Let's save this module also. Now what we did actually, so let's understand in a bit what we have done so far. We created a application called demo title, right? Application called demo title. Under this demo title, we have created one module. So we have created one module called my incident, and that will show all the incident that is assigned to myself. So let's refresh that. We'll refresh this here and go back to the home maybe. And here if you search with the demo title, here you can see the demo title module is there, and under this demo title we have a options called incident, and once we click the my incident, it will show the list of incident that is assigned to myself or system administrator. Although there is no incident at that moment to myself, so that's the reason there is no incident is showing. Let's assume that your customer give a scenario like you need to be show the demo title after self-service application and then before activity subscription. So let's understand that this demo title application will be visible in between self-service and activity subscription. How do we achieve that? To achieve this, if you see the demo title will be little lower somewhere in the bottom. Okay, so how we can do that? That we have to be think here, right? To do that, what do we have to do? We have to again go to the system. We have to go to this again application menu, this module. Under this application menu, if we go here, we'll find out that first application, the first application is the self-service. So we'll search with the self-service. See, the self-service order is the 50, right? And then let's find out that activity subscription. So if I search with the activity subscription, this order is 100. Now I need to put between self-service and activity. So I can put the order demo title in between those, any of these. So here I'll put that demo title order instead of 100, I'll put the 70. So it means that 50 is a self-service, 70 will be demo title, and then activity definition will be 100. And you can see now demo title application is visible. So this way you can actually rearrange their order to show you in between some of this application. Now if I search refresh that, you can see the demo title is present after self-service. So let's say that your application is ready right now, right? So if you want to rename there, or if you need to be repositioned there, what you can do, either you can directly go to this application menu here, like directly here, and you can update that title here directly from here, or else there is a right side, there is a one option called edit application. This option is only visible for admin. So admin can directly edit the application from here. They can click here and you will simply land to this particular application, and here I can say that demo class. So I want to, instead of a demo title, I want to put this application called demo class. Once we save that, this class name is changes, and or this application name is changes, and you can see it's automatically refreshed. You don't need to do anything. The application, once you put that, this application will be directly automatically refreshed and showing that here called demo class. Under this application, we have a one module called my incident, and this is showing that assigned to all my incident that is assigned to myself, all this incident. Now if I click new again the module, there are various types of modules available, and if you see the link type, there are various types of link available. For example, I will show you very commonly used. The very commonly used is list record. Then here you have options called new record. You can select that. Once you select the new record, it means that if you want to create a new record, right? For example, create new module. So we can do that. Okay. For example, this module name, I will put that create new book. Okay. And now remember that we have created a new table called book table. Under that, we'll select the table equal to book table. So we'll select the table equal to book. Okay. So it means that if somebody click that application or module, they will be able to create a new book record. Let's see. So we just have saved that. And this time we have not put any order. So let's say that we'll put the order equal to 20. So once you can see that I have not put any order. That's the reason this order was stayed and this was no order. It was showing in the top. Let's put the order equal to 20 so that after my incident, the new create new books application will be visible. So we just save that. It should auto refresh and show after my incident, and you can see this module is visible. Now if somebody click this create new books module, they will be able to actually create a new record or new book record directly from this application, like we do, right? Create incident. So we type the incident, and from the incident we can create directly incident, right? So we type the incident, and here we have options called create new incident, right? Similarly, we can create our own application called books or demo class. Under the demo class, we have created a new application called create new book. So let's search again our demo class. So you can see I'll click again edit application. Now here there is one more interesting thing, that you can create the separator, and that is very commonly used. For example, if you go here and then go to this activity subscription, under this activity subscription you can see there are sub application, or you can see sub module, right? And they are collapsible. So these all are we call the separator. Okay, so let's see how we can create the separator. Go to this application, like here, click here, it will go to this application menu, and then bottom you click the new, and then here we'll put that call, let's say that configuration, and here we can, this time we can put this order equal to 50, and then after that we can put that here type equal to separator and save that. So once we save that, there will be one module will be created called configuration. And you can see this configuration separator is not visible. Why? Because under this configuration, we have not put any module or anything. That's the reason it is not showing right now. So let's say that we'll click again new button, and here we can put, like, let's say that book list. Okay, so we'll select the book list, and this time again we will select that list of record, and we'll select the book here, and order will be after 50. So I want to show after separator, so we'll select that order equal to 70 and save that. Once we save that, system should automatically refresh and show one separator. Inside the separator there should be one, this is a separator, inside the separator this module is available called book list. You can see this is the book list. So this way you can create your own application, you can design that, and you can use that. Now let's say that I want to go to, like, I want to create a application so that somebody click that they want to redirect to a particular, or automatically redirect to a particular page, particular record, or particular website, external website. How can we do that? So for example, I want to create an application so that somebody click that they will go to this my website called Snow Expert Roy. How can we do that? We'll copy this here and then go to this demo class here. Now you can see order here bottom. 10 is that my incident, 20 is the create new book, my incident create new book, after that separator called 50, and then list of books. Now I'll click the new. After 70 I need to be put any order. Let's say that I will say that my website. Okay, and here the type I will select that URL, and here I will put this my website like this. So here I put my website name, and then order I'll put that 80 and save that. Once I save that, there will be one more a module will be created called my website automatically. And once I click that, it should, I should be able to view this my website here. And you can see I am able to view my website in an iframe into here in my ServiceNow application. Let's assume that, or let's understand that I want to open in a new tab, right? So what I'll do, under the window, I'll put that underscore blank here and save that. So it means that it should be open a new tab, not in the same tab. And let's click here in this my website application. And so once I click that, now we can see it is opening in a new tab. So this way you can redirect to external website if you want. So if you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, I'm Rohit and this is the day 18 of the admin series. In this day we'll talk about the view and view rule. What is the view and what is the view rule? So let's understand that last time, if you remember, that we have created a table called book table, right? In this book table, when we created that, it by default create one view called the default view. So this is the default view, whatever that have created. And we created couple of fields, right? And that couple of fields are all the fields are added to the default view. For example, this books table can be accessed by ITIL user and can be accessed by the end user. So two people can, or two type of people can be access this. One type of people is the ITIL user, they can access that, and then another type of people, the end user people, they can access that, right? So what we'll do, IT people will be able to see all the fields under this default view, and then we'll create another view called end user view or portal view or anything called that view. Oh, okay, so in this portal view, that will have very limited field, like 2 or 3 fields will add that, so that in the backend all the field will be there, but end user will be able to see only these records, and then they will be able to see only minimum fields, right? And also there is a options called view changer. So if your user have a view changer role, for example, ITIL will have this view changer role, they can change their view from ITIL view or default view to the portal view. I'll show you all these options right now in our developer instance. So this is the developer instance. You can see this is the developer instance, and in this developer instance we have created a book table, right? So this is the book table or book tables. And here if I open this book table, and you can see this book table have one view that is called default view. So as I told that whenever you created a table, by default by default the default view was created for each and every table. So for book table also there is a default view called here default view, and in this view all the fields are showing right now, right? So let's impersonate that. I will impersonate a end user. For example, I'll impersonate this end user and impersonate that. And if you remember that we have last time show you that in this book module, if I go to this books module and open this book record, the end user will be only able to modify the state field, nothing else. So I don't want end user to see all these fields like author information, publisher information. I don't want them to see that. I only want to show them the number, book title, and then book description and state. That's it. Their state and substate. Price, serial number, author information, I don't want to show them. How can we achieve that? To achieve that, I'm going to create a new view, and then under this new view, I will show very minimum field. Instead of all this field, I'll show you very minimum field, and then end user will be able to see only minimum fields. Okay, so how can we do that? So go back to, as an admin, go back to the books module, and this is the books module. Open a books record, any books record. So this is the one of the book record. Right click, configure form layout, and you can see. So in this form layout, we have a default view. So this in this default view, we have a 3 section: book, author information, and publisher information. So if you see here, I'll open here. In this case, I'll open this. So in this default view, we have a 3 sections. So this is the default view. Right now you can see under this default view, we have a 3 section. This is the main section, and we have 2 more section: author information, publisher information. But as an end user, I don't want to show them author information, publisher information, and few other fields here. To achieve this, what we'll do, we'll create a new view. At that moment, we have only one view called default view. we can create one new view called, let's say that, end user view. So this view will create that, and once we create that, you can see right now we have end user view and we have default view. Now we have two options to switch back default view and end user view. Inside the end user view, I don't want to show all these fields. I want to show only book title and then serial number, state, substate, and then book description. That's it. We'll save that. So now you can see we have two view at that moment. This is the author information, publisher information. This is the default view, and then I can switch to the end user view, and people will be able to see only very minimum information called number, ServiceNow, this serial number, book title, and book description. So these have the very minimum information. Now what we want that whenever end user will be came up, they will be only able to see this view, not the default view they are seeing right now. So they should be able to see the end user view for end user, right? So what I'll do, I'll copy this name here. Okay, so this is our view name, and then here I'll modify this edit application here, and here, so this is the application and this is the menu. Here I'll say that they will see the list of record in this end user view. They should be able to see this under end user view. All right, so we have updated our view right now. Here you can see, and then when I will open that, I should be able to see under this end user view. So let's impersonate back here. If I impersonate our user called end user and then go back to the end user options, right? And then if I search with the book module, so this is our book module, we click here, and here you can see if they open that, they can see very minimum information about that book name, book title, and book description. So this way we can restrict them, the end user, to see the information in a very minimum field with that very minimum option. They can see this all this in the very minimum option. Now end user doesn't have any options to switch back to the default view, because as I said that to changing the view, user must have the view changer role, then only they can switch the view, right? It means that end user doesn't have this view changer role and they cannot switch back from end user view to the any other view. So that's the reason they will see very minimum information. These are the very minimum information I want to show as an end user. If I end impersonation, and let's impersonate as an ITL user and see what is happening. So if I impersonate a ITL user, I'll click here impersonate option and select ITL user. So in this way, let's see that how ITL user see this ServiceNow book module. So this is the ITL user at that moment, and if I type that book here and click here book options, and you can see the ITL user can see the end user view, and with the minimum information they can see, but they have options to switch between end user and the default end user view and the default user view. If they want to wish, they can switch back to the default view and they can switch back to the end user view, but as an end user they cannot switch the different kind of view. Why? Because this ITL user have a role called view changer role. So if I see here, this is the ITL user and they have a role called view changer, and because of this view changer they are able to switch their view from one view to the another view. So you can see the ITL user have options to change, or the user have a role called view changer, and that's the reason they can switch to this view from one view to the another view, from default view to this ITL view to the security view to the service portal view. So they can switch that. Now last not the least, we'll talk about the view rule. So view rules is a so I'll go back to the admin profile and talk about that view rules. So view rules is options that allows you to show you the view based on the condition. For example, if you are login from the laptop, or if you're login from the tablet, depending on that which view you want to switch, that you can define. So here you can click the new option and you can define that for which condition which view should be visible. For example, our case, the book. Here you can create a view rule. For example, you can define the view rule name and then for table equal to book. And then if you are logging from the mobile, you should go to this view. You can define that. Or maybe different condition like if the book author is some user, then it should always land to this particular view. That also you can define under view rule. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
In this day, we'll talk about that bulk data load. So using the bulk data load, we can load bulkly multiple data into particular ServiceNow table. So let's say that in the ServiceNow, we have many tables. We already discussed about that. For example, incident table, problem table, right? Change table, right? We have the many table. Along with that, we created a custom table called book table. So in this book table or any of this table, if we want to load 10, 20 or 1000 data, we cannot manually enter one by one the data. If your data is present to the Excel sheet or in XML format, you can directly load the data to ServiceNow instance in any of this table. So for demonstration, we are going to insert all the data into the book table. So let's see that how we can multiple data can be loaded into the book table. We'll discuss in our today's sessions. Also, we have a various method, but main and most important method is the Excel sheet. So we'll discuss about all these points, how we can load the data to the ServiceNow. So let's go back to the ServiceNow instance and understand how it works. So this is our ServiceNow instance, and in this instance, if you go back to the books table, right now I have cleaned all this data into the books table. Now let's say that I want to load multiple data to this table. How can we do that? The first thing or the first method is that doing the Excel sheet. How can we do that? So you can go to this table, and if you have admin role, you can right click here, and then here you have a options called import. You can simply click the import options. Once you click the import options, you have a options called you want to insert the data or you want to update the data. Depending on your use case, you can select that. And then here you can see by default there is a checkbox is checked. If you uncheck that, the other things are not showing. So if you let it be as checked, and then here you will create a Excel sheet. So if you don't have any Excel sheet or if you don't know that how the template works, system can create a template for you. Now here, if you want to insert all the fields, let's say that if I go back to the books table, there are many fields, right? So we have a field called book title, author, SN, price created. If you want to include all the field into the Excel, this checkbox will be checked. Otherwise, you can uncheck that, and then I know it can generate that Excel sheet for you. So at that moment, I'm not changing anything at that moment, and then I'll click the create Excel sheet template. Once I click that, it will generate an Excel sheet for me, and then I have to click the download. And once you click the download, this Excel sheet is going to be downloaded for me. Once Excel sheet is downloaded, I have opened this Excel sheet, and you can see the name of this Excel sheet is u underscore book, which is nothing but the table name. So table backend name, u underscore book is the table backend name. And then first in that we have a two sheet here. You can see the first sheet is saying the direction, and here we have a couple of guideline of how we can use the Excel sheet. And if I go back to the page one, I will be able to see all these all this field name on the header, Excel header. You can see these all are the field name of that our table. So in the book table, we have a field called book title, author, SN, price, created. These all are showing here. Now let's fill up this Excel sheet. For example, I'll say that title 1. So this way I have generated this complete Excel sheet. I could have put the state, substate, all these stuffs, but I'm just putting at that string field at that moment, description, title, and then location. Let's save that and go back to the ServiceNow here. Under the ServiceNow now, I have to select the Excel file. So let me do that. So I have selected this Excel sheet, and then I'll click the upload button. Once we click the upload button, the Excel is going to be uploaded to the ServiceNow instance, and this is showing the progress bar where it is automatically updated all that row into the ServiceNow. once your Excel sheet uploaded here, what will be happening? It's actually did not create the data to the books table. If I refresh that in books table, till now this data is not inserted to the book table at all. Now what will be happen? We have to preview the import date data. So now you can see the data is actually imported to a particular import set table. We will discuss this further, but let's say that the right now the data is in between something in between the actual table. So this is the actual table, book table. In between there is a sum where the data is stored, and then it's have a capacity to preview that data. So I can click this gear button, and then I can add the book title, description, and then location field to see that all the fields are populated correctly or not. And here you can see all the fields data are actually corrected. And then what we can do, you can simply go to the bottom and click the complete import. And so once you click the complete import, now this time the actual table, this is a book table, the data is automatically populated. And here you can see all these data are right now populated. So now this time the data is loaded correctly. So this way we can actually load the data, or if your data is in Excel sheet format, you can load the data to the ServiceNow. So this way we can load the data into the ServiceNow by quickly right click and then import import options, and then from there we can generate the Excel, and then we can populate all these options and we can import the data. Let's say that you have this template already. Let me delete all this data right now. So I'll just go and then delete that. So I have deleted this all the record right now. Let's say that I already have Excel sheet prepared, and I know that, and this is the second time I'm loading the data. So I used to do this frequently, these things, and then this time I'm going to load the data on the same table. What we can do, we can right click again, import options here, and this time I don't need to generate the Excel sheet or template for me, because I used to do that, previously I already do that, and my Excel sheet is already prepared. So you can uncheck these options, and then you can directly upload the file. So I'll do directly upload the file. Once I select this Excel sheet directly and click upload here, same process will be carry forward, but this time it's not generate any template. You don't need to download the template. If you have already Excel sheet, you can use that. So it is actually importing the data. Meantime, if we go back to the visit the books table, let's say that I'm going to the books table. Right now there is no data at that moment again. This data is loaded and in between something in the ServiceNow layer, but actually in this books table, the data is not came here. We need to preview the data. We need to verify that all the data is correctly there. So we need to click here, and then we can add the book title, location, and book description, all this field, and we need to verify this all these data are correct. And once we confirm that data is correct, we can then only click the complete import, and the data will be automatically imported to the ServiceNow instance called book table. So this is the one method we can, the very simplest method that using the Excel sheet we can load the data. Second thing is the same mechanism, little bit complex. We can talk about that import set method. Okay, and this is a very familiar method, or most of the ServiceNow developer they know. Using the import set method, we can, load the data. What we have to do, we will create is we have a table called u underscore book table. So this is our correct table, or this is our targeted table where the data has to be loaded. Before that, we'll generate a staging table, or you can say the source table, whatever. There is many names. So source table, staging table. So we are going to create a staging table called, let's say, the temp book. Book. So we are going to create a table called temp book, where through the Excel, first we load all the data to this table. Once we load all the data to this table, if we want to write some script, if we need to validate something, we'll do, or we'll use the transform map mechanism. Using the transform map, what will be happen through this, temporary table data will be transformed to the book table through the transform map. So let's see actually in the real time scenario. First, I'll do and delete all this data here. So all these data are clean. Let's understand one more time. We are going to insert the data to the book table, right, through the Excel. So this is the book table where we are going to insert the data.
and this is our target table. So this is our target table where we are going to import the data through the Excel sheet. Now, in between, we are going to create or use the table called source table, or we can say the staging table. So there could be two names, staging table or source table. And this, we are going to create a temporary table called temp book, something, any name we can do that. So temp book or t-book, whatever we want to name that. So we are going to create a temporary table, and then using the temporary table, first we will, from the Excel sheet, we'll load the data to the temporary table. Once the data is loaded to the temporary table, what we'll do, we'll create or we'll use a mechanism or one script object or one object called transform map. So we are going to use the transform map in between this staging table or source table to the target table. Okay. The transform map will decide. Transform map have a many component. We have a script sections. We have various type of script. We have field map. Using that, which field will go to the where. Using this transform map will take care all these steps, and then they will directly insert to this book table. So let's go actually see how it works into the ServiceNow. Before loading this data to the ServiceNow, I have prepared this Excel sheet, and this is the same Excel sheet that we are going to use that. And here I just removed that sheet one. So I removed the sheet one. So we have various header here. So let's say I'll remove this all these header that I'm not going to use that, and I'll maybe remove all these things that I'm not going to use there. So this is my Excel sheet. So this is the Excel sheet, and this Excel sheet I'm going to use to the ServiceNow. And using this Excel sheet, I'm going to load the data using the transform map. So the transform map is little bit complex. So if you have little prior knowledge, that is very good. Otherwise, I'll tell you that step by step. So very first thing is that to load the data, we have to visit a module called load data. So this is under system import set application. There is a module called load data. You can click that, and once you click that, it will open a UI page. Here you have two options called import set table, and here we have options called create table, existing table. So we have two options, create table or existing table. So if you are loading this data first time, so you have to be select the create table. If you are loading the data second time, you can use the existing table and load the data. So as I said that first we have to be create a temporary table for this case, right? So first thing, I'll put the table name here called, let's say the book temp. Okay, so this is the temporary table. I'm going to select that. If you know that existing table, or if you know that this table for this table there is existing table, you can use that. So this time, this is the first time I'm loading the data. I'll put the name equal to book temp, and automatically it's generate a table. I need to select the file from my computer. I just select my Excel sheet from the computer, and here you can see sheet number and then row number. So if you see here in this Excel sheet, we can create multiple sheet, right? So this is our first sheet, and then header is the first. So this is the normal configuration. I'm not going to change anything. What I'll do, I'll click submit button here. Once I click the submit button, you can see it's showing that process insert 21. So let's see that how many data we have. So we can see we have totally 21 data, you can see, and this 21 data is actually insert to this ServiceNow. Now refresh that, similar things. You can see the data is not actually inserted to the book table. Where the data is right now, the data is under this temporary table called the book temp I have created. So let's go back to this table called, we created a table called u_book_temp, where this data should be present. So you can click here, and you can see all this data, 21 data is right now under this books_temps table. So this is nothing but a called staging table or import set table. There is a many name I told you, right? Source table, staging table, or import set table. So in this table, at that moment, the data is present. From this table, using the transform map, the data is going to be inserted to the target table or the actual table called book table. So this is the temporary table where the data will be there. From this table, the data will be copied to the actual table or targeted table. Right? Before that, if you want to do any validation, if you want to do any kind of things, we can do. Now let's go back here, and here, as I said that to do that, we need a transform map, right? So we can see we have totally 21 data, you can see, and this 21 data is actually insert to this ServiceNow. Now refresh that, similar things. You can see the data is not actually inserted to the book table. Where the data is right now, the right now the data is under this temporary table called the book temp I have created. So this is the we need a transform map. So we are going to create a transform map. I'll click the create transform map. Here I need to be put the transform map name. So let's say that transform map name is the book map. For example, this is the transform map I'm giving that, and here you can see the source table is automatically pre-filled with the book name. Now here we need to be target table. We have a target table where we need to be put that data. So we want to put the data to this book table, right? So we'll copy this table name and select that as a here called target table is the book table. So I'll paste that table name and select that. So right now from this staging table, you can see source table or staging table or import set table, the data we are going to transform to the actual table called books table. Okay. And here there are many configuration. If you want to know details about transform map, you can check others video. But if you want to run some script, you can click here and then run that. If you want to run the business rule which is present to the books table during the data load, you can make sure this checkbox is checked. If you want to do some mandatory fields validation, you can do that. So all these stuffs, there are many things you can do that. So I am not doing anything. I'll just save that. So what will be happen? A transform map created. So right now we have created the transform map. Now next thing is that we need to be map the field. Okay, map this field means that there is a temporary table created, right? So book name is the temporary table. This is a temporary table, and if I open this one of this record, there are many fields. You can see location, description, state, book title, state. All these field are created from your Excel sheet. So this is your Excel sheet. From this, all these fields got created. What we can do, we have to map. So let's map that. So I'll click the mapping assist here. So now once I click the mapping assist, you can see the left side we have a book temp table and right side we have actual table called book table. Now we have to be map. So to whom, to what I have to map? So left side book title and right side book title will be mapped. Left side book description will go to the right side book description. Then location, I need to be put that here, and then this location I need to be put that. Okay, so we pretty much map that. So this temp table, we have a control that if you want to map between other field, we can map that. So book title will go to the book title, book description will go to the book description, and location will go to the location. That's it. If you want to map the state and sub-step, we can do that. Right now we don't have any data. I'll just click the save. And this transform map actually saved. Now on the bottom, we have an option called transform. We'll click the transform options. Once we click the transform options, the transform map name is showing right now. So we'll click transform, and this data is actually going to be inserted to the book table. If I refresh that, all the data are populated into the book table. So let's open one of the record. So this is the book number, book title, and then book description. Everything will be automatically pre-populated. You can see everything was pre-populated through this Excel sheet. Now let's say that I have already created the data, transform map, everything. Now I came tomorrow, I need to load the data. Do we need to do all these steps? No, you don't need to do all these steps again. Let's say I'm deleting all this data from this table, and tomorrow, let's say that I'm coming here and I need to be insert the data to this table. How we can do the data load? Type the load data again, and this time we'll open this load data in a new tab. So this is the second time I'm loading the data. Then I don't need to be select the create table. I need to be select the existing table. And what is that import set table we used? So we use the import set table is the book temps. So if you remember that the last steps we created this import set called book table, book temps table. So we are going to use the existing table, and now here I need to be select the Excel sheet. So I have selected this Excel sheet, and once I click submit, what will be happen? Let's see. The data 21 data got inserted, and here you can see the extra one button is showing called run transform map. So previously in previous steps we created the transform map, we created the table, and this time I don't need to do mapping, we don't need to do the transform map because the transform map is already there. I just simply click the run transform map, And you can see before doing actually transform, you can see the table is empty right now. So these mapping steps, creating the transform map steps are skipped. Right now, if we can simply click the transform, all the data will be actually transformed to this targeted table. So you can see all the data got transported to the targeted table. So this way you can again transform the data to the books table or any of this table. Last not the least, this is the XML method. So everyone know that some data did not capture through this update set. Basically, incident, problem, change, any of this data did not or cannot be captured through the update set. Basically, for that, what we can do the XML import. Why we need to do the XML data import? So if we use the XML data import, what will be happen? Let's say that this is our dev environment, and from this dev environment, I need to be move some data from dev to the test environment, right? So for that, what we can do the XML data import. Using the XML data import, we can actually load the data, or bulkly we can load the data from one environment to the another environment, or maybe one environment to the same environment. Okay. So what is the benefit that XML data import? If you use the XML data import, their CSID will be remain same. So if we do through the Excel sheet, what will be happen? It will generate a new CSID for that, and for that record. But if we do the XML import, the CSID will be remain same. Let me give you one method, or let me show you that how we can do the XML import. Let's say this is the one environment, and if I open this data, okay, so I open this data. So this is the one data or one record right now. So we can just do a XML first export, and then we can use the XML import. So I'll go export and then click the XML exported right now. So this data is exported in a XML format, right? Now this is the CSID of this data. Now what I'll do, I'll remove this data. So what is the data? The title 4. I will delete this title 4 data here. I'll simply delete that. Okay. So instead of 21 data right now, it will have the 20 data. So I deleted one data. Now this was my previous data. If I refresh or if I duplicate that, it will show the data not found or record not found. You can see this is not showing the record is not found because I deleted this data. Now through the XML, if you do the XML import again, the data can be added here. So if I right click and then there is an option called import XML, and here I need to choose the XML file that has been downloaded. I choose the file that has been downloaded and click upload button. The data will be restored. So you can see this data got restored. Now if I refresh this tab, you can see the data is visible and then CSID did not change. Basically the idea is that if you do the XML import, the data or the CSID will be remain same, and there will be no business rule will be run. During the XML import, the business rule will not be run. Okay, so another thing you need to be keep in mind, that business rule will not be run, but the transform map, the business rule can be run. Let's say that what I'll do, so this is the only one single record I have imported. What will be happen to the bulk load? So I can right click here, top, export here. So to single data export, we can right click here, then export an XML. But to load the bulk data or to export bulk data, you need to go to the list of the record. So this is the list of the record of the table. Right click, export and XML. And then you need to download that. So what will be happen? Right now it will download that instead of specific data, it will download complete list of the data. Now what I'll do, I'll delete that data. So I'll delete that at that moment, all the data. So I have deleted all this data right now. Now how we can get or how we can load the data, all the data. So we can right click again, import XML, and then choose the file that we have downloaded earlier. I have choose this file and click upload. What will be happen? All this data will be uploaded and their CSID will be remain same. But remember that the business rule or any kind of script is present to this table will not be run. So this way we can do data load through the XML also. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. This is the day 20 of the admin training. In this day, we'll talk about the service catalog. So if we talk about the overall service now, the 50% is used by service catalog. So service catalog is a very important factor in a service now. So most of the customer, like more than 80% customer use this service catalog.
So in the service catalog, it's a very important factor. So if you want to know about the service catalog and all these details, I have separate video, complete playlist there where you can understand that service catalog design, the service catalog complex design. But here in this admin series, I'll talk about the admin point of view, very basic things about the service catalog. So let's understand that what is the service catalog and how we can use the service catalog. So first thing first, if you remember the day one, we talk about that we have basically two type of user. One is the end user, another is the fulfiller user. So what is the end user and what is the fulfiller user? So this is the fulfiller user. So what is the end user and what is the fulfiller user? End user is something who actually requested something. For example, I have a form. Okay, so this is a form. Here I need to fill up all this information, and end user need a laptop. For example, end user need a laptop. They will fill up this form all with all these details, and depending on your selection, it will receive, this form will be received by fulfiller, and then fulfiller will actually deliver this laptop to you and then complete this request. So once fulfiller receive this form, they will understand what is your requirement. Based on the requirement, either you need the core 5, core 6 or core 7 depending on your use case, they will deliver the laptop, and finally the ticket or this form will be closed, right? So let's understand one more time. There is a two type of user. One is the end user, another is the fulfiller user. So end user needs something, for example, laptop, mobile, tablet, whatever they needed, or maybe any software access, like they need a license key of the Windows 10, 12, whatever they needed. They will go to this particular form, they fill up all this information and then submit that. Once this form is submitted, these forms or this, say the ticket, this ticket will be delivered to the fulfiller. Fulfiller understand that. So both end user and fulfiller both are the different kind of user. So they will understand what you need. You need a laptop, you need a mobile, or you need any software license. Based on that, they will fulfill that requirement, and after that they will deliver that things to you and then close that ticket or maybe close the form. So this is how it works. So in the service catalog, we have various item or various type of service catalog. We have a catalog item, order guide, record producer. And depending on the various type, we have a various type of catalog item. Let's first talk about that catalog item. So maybe you need a software Windows 10 access, right? So maybe you need software Windows 10 access, or you need to install the Windows 10. Uh, in that case, there will be catalog item, or that one we call the form. You fill up all this information. It's a standalone form. You fill up all this information and it go to this particular team called Windows 10 team, and they give you that access. So this is we call the catalog item. Next, we have an order guide. Order guide, very common example is that new hire. Let's say that I have newly joined to a company, and here what will be happen? There will be multiple form together. Okay, so there will be 3 or form together. I will fill up one form for new joinee, second form for PF, third form for my new asset. All these things I have done together and submit that. It will generate one request along with that 5 item or 5 separate things. So one thing for new joining, second thing is for PA, third thing is for new asset, fourth thing is for maybe my iCard. So there will be 4 or 5 form together that we call the order guide. And the last, not the least, record producer. Let's say that one of the things is not working. Let's say that I have received a laptop and the laptop is not working. For that, I will fill up a form, particular form. And once we fill all this form, this will convert, or this form will be directly convert to an incident, and we know that incident is nothing but an interrupt or unplanned issue, right? So in that case, it will not create any request or anything, it will directly create an incident. Okay, so that we call the record producer. So there are many types of catalog item available. So one is the catalog item, order guide, record producer, and there are many others. So if you want to learn more on that about service catalog is a vast area. Here we'll discuss about all the admin part, but want to learn more about the service catalog, there is a complete playlist available in my channel. You can go and check that. So here I am going to build a end-to-end catalog item for you guys. So let's see how it can be designed. This is my personal developer instance. In this developer instance, if you go to the left navigation or filter navigation and then type the service catalog, all these catalog related module are available. You can see under the service catalog there are various modules are available.
For the time being, I'm going to design a simple catalog item for you. So you have to go to this maintain items. Under this maintain items, all the catalog item or all the forms are available. I'll click new button and here I can design a new form for you guys. Let's say at that moment this catalog item name is that Windows 10 install, something like that. So you can, depending on your use case, your requirement, you can define that. So we have to put the name. For example, I'm putting the name equal to Windows 10 install. Here we need to be select the catalog. There are various types of catalog available, so we'll say that technical catalog. After that we can select the category, so we'll select the category. So let's say that I'll select that services, and here nothing, I'm not going to change anything. Here we need to be put the short description. I'll put the same name and short description here, and then we have to be options called we need to put the description. Let's say that, so we have put this description at that moment and simply save that. So once we save that, you can see this catalog item will be ready, and this is the catalog item ready. Now here we need to be take input from couple of input from the user. Okay. For example, we need to have some few information from the user. Let's say that which system they want to install, the computer serial number, those basic things we probably need from the user, right? So for that user input, we need to be create the variables here. So you go to this under this catalog item, there is a variable tab. Here we need to be create couple of variables because we need to be know some information from the user, right? So when you fill up the form, we basically each question we actually fill some value, right? So for example, what is your name? There will be some value, right? So similarly, we need to be define, we need to be create some variables. Under the variables, we can put some question, and then based on that, user can put some answer on that. So let's say that we need the computer serial number. So I'll click the variable section. I'll click the new option here. We'll put the question. What is the question? What is your serial number? This might be my question, and I'll put the order equal to 10 and then submit. All right, so I have created one variable called serial number, and then maybe if you need another information, like I can create another variable. So I'll click another variable. Let's say that order 20. We'll put that. So here I'll put that how long, and then this might be a date and time field. So I'll change the type equal to a date and time. So it will be asked for timing, how long they need this software. All right. So we have created these two questions here. You can see these two questions are available, and these under this catalog item we have a so in this catalog item right now we have two variables, and these two variables are on 10 and 20 order. First is the serial number, second is that how long this software needed, that is the second one, right? Now let's try it. Once we click try it, you will be able to see that how the form will be exactly looks like. So this is the form will be looks like that, and here you can see the first question, and here it have a second question, and then somebody can click order. Now it will be order. Now here it is thing. So we have created a form, right? This is the form we have created Windows 10 installation, and it have a two question. One is the serial number, another is the expiry date. Now what will be happen once somebody submit this or once somebody order this? What will be happen? It will generate a request. It will generate a request number for you. Okay, and this request number is the identity number that you can later track that. So you will generate a request number. After that, we can design some flow. What we can design, we can define that what is has to be done, how it should be processed. So first it will be go for manager approval. For example, I'm taking that requirement is for it will go to the manager approval that you actually need this software or not. Once your manager approve that, it will create some catalog tasks. It will create some task for some fulfillment group, and they actually install that software to your computer. So actually some user will actually install this in your computer, and then after that this task will be completed, and then this request will be automatically completed. Let's understand one more time. I'm the end user. I request this form, and then once I request this form, I will generate a number. It will generate a number, and I will get a number. After that, my manager will get a notification, and then my manager will review that yes, the user who requested they need this software, then they will approve or reject. Once somebody approve that, it will create a task, and then once this task is created, this will be assigned to a particular groups. Okay, so there will be groups who will assign, and this technical group member will install this software to my system, and then finally they close this task, and after that the request will be closed. So this will be our going to be our process for this form. So let's do that. To design this process, we need to be create a workflow or flow designer. So what we'll do, we'll create a simple workflow, and then based on that, we will generate some approval, and after it is approved, it will go for the next actions to creating the task. What I'll do, we'll go to the left navigation and then type the workflow, and here under this workflow editor, we are going to create a new workflow. Again, if you want to learn step by step very simple process, then you can go to the complete playlist. Here you have a step by step all the details about service catalog. You can go that. I am just for demonstration purpose, for the admin purpose, I am just showing you that how you can design the service catalog, and then how you can create the catalog task, create the workflow. That's it. So here we can create a new workflow. I'm going to create a new workflow here under this canvas. Now here we need to be put the workflow name. For the time being, I'll put the same name of the catalog item. So I'll copy this name and paste here. The table, under this table, we need to be select the table equal to SCREQ item or requested item table. So SCREQ item. Whenever you design a catalog item and then you design for the workflow, the table name will be always SCREQ item. So if you are designing a catalog item for a specific catalog item, the table will be SCREQ item, and that's it. I'll submit that. Okay, so once we submit that, a workflow will be one page will be open where we can design that. So you can see this is the beginning path and this is the end path. Okay, and this workflow, Windows 10 install, this workflow needs to be attached here. We have a call workflow. Here we need to be define this workflow name and then save this form. So what did we do so far? We created a catalog item called Windows 10. We put some information like catalog, category, all the stuff. So we created a catalog item. After that, we created two variables to get some information, right, from the user. And then after that, we created a workflow. Right, we created a same workflow, and that workflow we have attached to the catalog item, right? So this workflow, Windows 10 install, this workflow we have attached to the catalog item. Now here under this workflow, we need to be define that so that it generate the approval, right? So now we need to be modify the workflow so that it generate first a approval, and after that what will be happen, once the manager approve, it will go for catalog task creation, right? So in this workflow, you can see there are core option. Under this core, there are various activities there, and then first activity name is the approvals. Then we have a condition, notification, on call, service catalog. There are various options are there. So first we'll open this approval, and then first we have a approval user, right? So we can directly drag this activity to this workflow, and then we can define that to whom this approval will be goes. Okay. For example, whoever is the user, they order that this item, this will go for a somebody's approval, and somebody approve, then only these things has to be taken care, right? So this is actually a activity call, and here let's say that I'll say that first approval. You can put any name. Okay, Here under the stage we normally have a various stages, so we'll select that waiting for approval is that another stage, we'll select that. Okay, now to whom this approval will be go, that we have to be select that. So let's say that somebody raised the request and it has to be approved by somebody, so to whom this approval will be go, that we can select that. Okay, after that we can just submit that. So it means that when somebody approve that or when somebody order this catalog item, it will go for approval, and if somebody approve that, it will be go one path, and if somebody rejected, it will go to the another path. Okay, so we have two paths right now. All right, now if somebody approve the, what will be happen, we say that once somebody approve that, there will be generated catalog task, right? For that we'll open this task, and here you can see the catalog task. We'll track that activity, and then we will uh, create a catalog task. Okay, so catalog task may be that software installation. What will be the activity? Software installation. And here we'll just select that. I know let's see what all stages are there. Based on that we can see what we are doing. So you will select the fulfillment, and here we can put the short description. Let's say that software okay, and then here we can add all these question here, and then we can assign to a particular group. Let's say that we'll put some group name, software installation team. They will fulfill this requirement. After that this will be closed, so we'll delete that, we'll connect here. After that it will close that. So this is pretty much simple. Somebody ordered this form, it will go for approval, and once this approval is approved, it will generate a catalog task, and after that somebody catalog task is completed, this request will be completed, right? So let's publish this workflow. So our backend is ready. Now let's see how it works, right? So let's impersonate a end user. So I'm going to impersonate one end user. So let's say I am going to use this end underscore user. This is our end user. They need to install a software to their system called Windows 10 or Windows 11. They normally go to this service portal, right? They normally go to this service portal called we have a SP service portal. So they normally go there. So normally end user go to this portal, and they normally need whatever they need, they can search here. So let's say that they need to install these software. So they search with this Windows 10, and here they will be find out this catalog item called Windows 10 install. So they open this service catalog, or we can say this catalog item, and fill up all these information, required information. For example, they need to provide this serial number, and then they selected that how long they needed this software. So they selected that and then ordered that. So this catalog item is going to be ordered for that user called end user. This is going to be ordered for that particular user. Now once they order that, they will get a request number. So this request number they have to be keeping safe, and there it's showing that stage is waiting for approval. It means that it needs to be approved by some user, and this is the user who needs to be approved that. Once they approve that, they will go and create a catalog task, and then after that this software is going to be installed by somebody to their system, and then this request is going to be completed. So let's end this impersonation here. So I'll end this impersonation here, and let's say that let's open this request in backend. I'll open this request in backend, and let's, for example, this user, actual user, if I open this RITM, you can see the stage is waiting for approval, and then who's supposed to be approved? This has to be approved by this user. Let's say that this user approved that. What will be happen once this user approve this request? It will generate a catalog task, and this will be assigned to a group called software group. Whoever is the member, they will actually assign this software to particular this catalog task to among them,
and they maybe complete their task. Let's say that in this group there is a user called Freddy Lodi. So this ticket is going to be assigned to this user, and then they will complete this task activity. They will install this. This user is going to be install this software to this user computer on this serial number. After completing that, they will close this task. So they will close this task, and once this is closed, these RI team will be automatically closed. So this is how the flow actually works. So there are many other components. So if you want to know more further about this service catalog, you can go and watch my playlist. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. So this is the day 21 of the admin series. In this day we'll talk about the notification. So what is the notification? Notification means that when some action happen, I can send a mail or I can send a SMS to the actual user. So either we can send the SMS or we can send the mail to actual user. Let's take an example, like there is an incident created or incident updated or incident comment added. If you want to send the mail directly to the user to know that the incident is created for their group, or we can send an email that a comments is added to their incident, then they can directly go to this incident and then they can verify that. So they don't need to open the ServiceNow instance always. They can get notified via mail, via SMS, and they can open their ServiceNow instance and they can check there what happens. Or maybe we can send the what is actually happened via email also. Now this notification can be sent in a four way. So there is four way that we can send the notification. The very first and simple way is that when record created or record inserted, we can create a notification, and in the notification we can define a condition like if the record is created and priority is 1, then the notification should be go. So created or updated, based on that we can trigger a notification, and that's a very basic and simple triggering of the notification. Next, when event is triggered, we can send a notification. What is event? How can we generate the event? We'll talk about that. But when event is generated, we can send a notification. Third thing is that in the workflow, we can either generate the event or maybe we can directly trigger the notification. And last, not the least, in the flow designer, we can generate event or maybe we can send the notification directly. So there are four ways to sending the notification. First is that whenever the record will be created or updated, we can directly send a notification. Whenever the event will be generated, then we can directly trigger the notification. From the workflow, we can directly send a notification, or from the flow designer, we can directly send a notification. So this four way we can send the notification. So let's talk about that. What is event and how event can generate a notification. Event, let's assume that event is an object, and this is the there could be many various types of event, and one of this event name is, for example, you can put any name, so we can put that E1. So this is one event. This event can be triggered from any of these server script. So we have a various script like business rule, we have that script include, we have background script, we have fixed script. All these server, from the server script we can generate a event. Okay, once event will be generated, then from the event we can trigger the notification. Okay, so event is the object, and there could be any name we can put that. So in that we can say that event 1 or E1, and that event can be triggered from any of the script. For example, business rule, fixed script, or maybe flow designer script, workflow, any of this script we can generate this event. And then event, once event will be generated, it can, using the event, we can trigger the notification. So this is how the another steps is there, or maybe directly we can do that from the workflow or maybe flow designer. So let's go back to the service now and see how it works. So this is our PDI environment, and if you remember that we last has been working on a table called book table. So let's assume that this is a book table, right? And let's assume that whenever this book table is going to be created, there is a field called author. Author will be get notified via mail that there is a record created um, on behalf of you, and you are the author for the book. Something like that, you can trigger a notification so that author know that my book is actually created, and I should start writing, or the company is started creating my book record, and then they will send approval for me or something like that. So basically, I'm telling about that any cases or any situation, if you want to send a notification to the user to know that what is the current situation of this particular record, we can do that. Okay, so let's set up a notification for this book record or book table. What do we have to do? We have to type the notification under the filter navigation. If you search with the notification, you will be able to find out under the system notification one module called the notification. So this is the notification module or notification table where all the notification is present at that moment. So if you see right now 343, it means the total 343 notification is there, and active notification basically. And let's copy this table name called u underscore book and search that is there any notification present for my table or not. So at that moment, you can see there is no notification, no such notification on my table. So I'm going to create a notification so that author can get a notify that a book record is created on behalf of me or for me. So I'm going to create a new button here. So very first thing is that we have to provide the name. So name is something that we should use that meaningful. So we'll say that send notify to author. So this is the name of this notification. Here under the table, we need to define that for which table we want to send a notification. So our case, the table name is the u underscore book table. So we'll select that book table, and here the category. Category is that which type of notification it is. So there are out of box category are there. You can see these are the out of box category is there. Depending on your use case, you can select any of this category. If your category is not found, then you can select the uncategories. Now, the important thing is that when to send. So when I should send this notification, and there is a first option is the record insert or updated. So if the record got inserted to this table called book table, I want to send, or updated this table I want to send, then I should select this drop down, or any other, then I should select other option. So at that moment, I'm saying that yes, whenever the record will be created, I should be able to send that. Now I have to check this checkbox because whenever the record will be created, I want to send the notification, and here I can put any additional condition. For example, I'll say that author should not be empty because I am going to send to the author. And if author is empty, then what is the point to sending the notification? So I'll say that author is not empty. So in this way, we can define that when this notification will be triggered. Now, who will receive that we have to be defined here. So who will receive section is also important sections. So let's say that who will receive. So if you want to select any specific user, you can select any specific user. For example, every time the notification will be triggered, you want to send some fixed user, you can select this user. Or if you want to send some fixed group, you can select some fixed group here. Else, if you want to send the dynamically, like who will be that author in this record, I want to send them, right? I don't want to send the notification any fixed user. Whatever record will be created, whatever author will be there, that author should get a notification. In that case, we can select this user slash group in fields, this option, and here we'll select that field from where the value should be taken. So I should take the author one. So whoever will, and then lock this and simply save this record. It means that whenever the record will be created under book tables, right? So condition is saying that whenever the record will be created under book table and the author is not empty, author should be able to receive a mail. What will be contents? Here we need to be define the email subject, email body. So let's say that I will say that if I want to put some additional information, Like I want to put the book number, I can do that, or if I want to put the book title, I can do that. So let's say that I'll put that book number, so I'll do that here, book number. The field name is u underscore number. I'll copy that field name, and under, remember that under dollar and curly braces you need to put the variable name. So now what will be happen, a mail will be sent to the user or author. The mail subject will be that a new book record created with this book number, for example this complete number. Here we need to define the email body. So let's say that I'll put hi, and then I'll put the author name, so I'll put the dollar. Here we can do that. Even we have a field option here, we can select that author name. So I'll simply select that author. So hi, and then after that we can say that author name, and then I can say that a new book record created. So this way we can create a notification and simply save that. All right. So our notification is ready. Let's try that this notification is working fine or not. To know that this notification is working fine or not, what we can do here, we can go to this book module, and then we can create a new book record. So this is the book record. I'm going to create a new book record here, and let's say that I'll put that test, the book title, and here I'll put any user who is active. So I'll put that active user and who have the email. So I'll put that active, and email is not empty. I'll pick any of this user, and let's say I'll select this user and save that. So it means that I have created a new record under this book tables. Once we have created this record, the user should get a notification or user should get a mail. So how can we make sure that user receive a mail? So if I type the emails, there is a table called emails. You can see. So this is under system logs. There is a emails module is there. If you open that, right, this is a table called sys email, where we can see that all this outcoming or incoming email. So if I do jet to a on created, I can see that a new record sent and type is sent ready, and it is supposed to be sent this user. So here we can preview this notification, and we can see this is the notification that user will receive. So the user will be received that hi with the name, and then with this body. What will be the subject of this email? This is the subject of this email. So this mail is going to be received by the user. So this is the simplest way of generating the notification. Second thing is that similar notification can be triggered whenever the record will be updated. Let's say that one record updated. If I want to send some notification, I can send the notification by checking this update checkbox. So that's the one thing. Now, if we want to do the notification a little bit complex, we can do that from the event queue. So what we have to do, first thing, we have to register a event. So we'll go to this event registry. There is a module. Here you can create or define a event. For example, I'll say that here we need to define the event name. So let's say that I'll say that book review. Okay. So this will be my event name, and here we can define the table. So I'll put the table name u underscore book. So this is the table name. I'm going to select that. Fired by description is completely empty. I'm not putting anything. I'll just simply save that. So this event is registered. It means that whenever this event will be triggered, I can do any kind of action. I can do I can trigger the notification basically. So what I'll do, second step is that this is the first steps, and then second step is that I'll go to this notification modules, and let's say that this notification, under this system notification, I'm going to define a notification. I'll click new, and here I'll put the event name called book in review. All right, and here I need to type the table name. So I'll put that u underscore book, and if I scroll down, remaining part will be as it is. What I'll do, instead of record inserted or updated, I'll select the event is fired, and this time I will select this event name. Our case, the book.review is the event name. I'll select that. So it means that whenever that event will be triggered, so this is, we register that event. So this is our event, we register that. But whenever this event will be triggered, this notification is going to be sent. If we want to put some additional condition, we can do that. And then here we'll do a who will receive. Let's say that I'll select the same thing, author, and then probably I'll copy paste everything that is present here. So let's say that I'll copy this one called subject. Here I'll put that number. So I'll put u underscore number. And then here we can put that hi, and we can pick the author field here, right? And then whatever message we want to put will remain same. So this is the our notification which is ready right now. What we can do, this is notification cannot be triggered based on insert or updated. So this notification will be only triggered whenever this event is triggered. So this notification is not going to trigger anyhow until unless or this event are triggered. So we can simply trigger this notification. Now how can we trigger this event? To trigger this event, we can write the business rule. We can, as I mentioned, that we can write the fixed script, or we can write the background script. Through that, we can trigger this event. And once we trigger this event, the event will be automatically trigger this notification, right? So let's do that. What I'll do, I'll go back to the business rule. There is a module called business rule. Okay. So this business rule, what is the business rule? Business rule is nothing but a object which will trigger or which will run whenever any server-side operation happens. Like whenever a record is created, whenever a record is updated, at that time that business rule runs. So let's say that I'll say that book, and here I will put that table name equal to u underscore book. So if you are getting little difficulty on the understanding this part of this notification, I would suggest that leave this part because this is little bit complex. So I'll put that I'll try to put more simply way to in our upcoming video. So this is our business rule. Here I will put that business rule name. I'll put the table name, and then I'll put these here I'll select the advanced part, and then here I'll select the update. So what did it mean by that? It means that whenever a record will be created on the book table and then the record will be updated, at that moment I want to run some code. Here what will be the condition? I'll say that state here changes to review. I'll put this state is changes to review. It means that whenever a book record will be updated with the state is changes to review, I want to trigger some business rule, or I want to trigger some code. Here we can write some code to trigger the event. So we can write the gs.event queue, and this event queue have a 4 parameter. First is that event name. So what is our event name? Book.review is the event name. We'll put that into that first parameter, and second parameter will put the current object. So that's it, and we'll save that record. So it means that whenever the book record will be updated, the state changes to the review. At that moment, we can trigger a event, and this event will be triggered, and the notification will be sent. So let's go back to the book record, and I'll go to this book module here, and this is the book record, and let's pick any of these book record which is present right now. So this is a book record, and here you can see that the state is right now none, and here we don't have any author. First we'll select a author which have a active, and then have email address. So I'll pick a user who is a active user, and then have a email address. So I'll pick any of these user and first save that. Okay, so I'll save this record, and then let's say that the state I'm going to change to the review state, and simply save that. So once I save that, it should trigger a notification. So what I'll do, I'll type the emails, and I'll go to this emails log, and I'll see that the user should receive a email. So let's see, and you can see that email log is triggered, or email is triggered, and this is the event name called book.review, and this is the notification name. And if I click the preview, this is the mail supposed to be sent. So this way you can even send the notification through the event. So that's it for today. I know the last part, the event triggering part, is a little bit complex, but that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. This is day 22 of the admin training. In this day, we'll talk about the report. We all know that what is ticket, and then we all are mostly work on a ticket, right? So ticket is nothing but incident, problem, change, any kind of things we call as a ticket, right? And then this ticket normally assigned to a particular group, particular user. Those ticket got assigned, right? So report can help us to identify that how many record or how many ticket I am working in a graphical representation. Let's say that last 7 days I got 49 incident, and within 49 incident in progress state is 2, and then on hold state is 10. So we know that in a graphical representation that how many tickets are in which state in a very graphical representation. That's the reason we need the report. We'll also talk about the report source. We'll talk about the dashboard. Dashboard is nothing but a board. Here there will be multiple small reports. So we want to know the last 7 days incident, last 30 days incident, last 50 days incident. If we want to know that, we can create a dashboard, and inside the dashboard we can add multiple in report there. So there will be a small report attached in a board that called dashboard. We can also do a scheduled report. Every week we can send a PDF or Excel to the user, desired user, and they can so that they don't need to visit the service now. They can check their mails and they can find out that how many records are in progress. Like complete report can be sent via email. And then interactive filter, like there will be a drop down filter where you can put that value, and based on that it can be the dashboard or all the report will be interact on that. So I'll show you all these details in our ServiceNow instance. So let's go back to the ServiceNow developer instance and see how it looks like that. So this is our PDA environment, and in this PDA environment we are going to build the report, various kind of report. So let's say that I want to build a report that how many incident assigned to a particular groups and what is their state. So I want to find out the incident, okay, on a specific group, and what is their state. All these things we want to find out that. Okay, so let's build a report like that. So I'll go back first in incident table, and I'll see that, because to build the report your data has to be correct and your data has to be ready. So this is our incident table, and in this incident table if I add that assignment group, so I'll add this assignment group here. So this is the assignment group, and as this is a PDA environment, I don't have much data. I only have 18 incident, and if I group by a show match with, now if you see this in at that moment, I have incident list of incident, the 6 incident, and in between the 6 of incident, one incident is resolved, 2 incident are in a new state, one is on hold, and these three are, these are the in progress incidents. So this is how my record at that moment. Now how we can create a report, right? To create a report you have to type a report here, and if you scroll down under the bottom you can see there is a module called application called reports. Under that you will be able to see that view and runs. So here if you click that you will be able to find out all the reports that are present at that moment. So these are the reports that I have created so far. You can see these are the report I have created, and here we have groups report, because report can be shared by other user, and then these are the global report. So let's build first a report. So I'll click the create new report. First thing we have to put the report name. I'll say that incident assigned to. So this is the report name. Here we can define that source type is data source or table. At that moment, as it is that it will be the table. I'm not changing that. And then in the table, we should select the proper table. So as we are going to report on the incident table, I'll select the incident. Now click next. So once we go to the next, here we have various types of reports. We can see that bar, list, donut. So of various type of reports, time series, there are, depending on which type of report you are looking for, you can select that. So at that moment, I'll select the bar. I'll click next. Once we do that, here we have additional information like group by on which field we want to do. So let's say I'll do the group by on the state field, and here we'll click that run. Once we do the run, you can see at that moment it is showing that these are the record are in progress, these are the new record, these are the closed, on hold, and result. So this is a graphical representation on a particular report, and if you want to export that as a save as a png jpg, we can directly do that. So that's a very beautiful features. Now if we see that right now we are doing reporting on a particular table incident, but there is no filter, we can put a specific filter. Let's say that I will put a filter like assignment group is hardware. Once we put this hardware, let's say that I belongs to the hardware group and I want to know that how many incidents are in on hold, how many incidents are resolved, how many incidents are in progress. So I can simply find out by this one. Next, click next, and then here we can define the color, like use one color, use color palette, or use chart color. We can select the various options depending on our use cases. So we can do that. So I am not changing anything, and then simply save that. So it means that this report is right now saved, and this report can be shared by other member or other groups. So let's say that I have created this report and I want to share this report to some of these my colleague, like who all are part of this hardware team. So they can see that how many incidents are in progress state. To share the report, you can click the share button, and see here there are various options are there. You can click the share button here, and then here you can define that specific group. So let's say that whoever is part of this hardware group, they should be able to see this report. So let's do that and save that. So it means that this report is shared to hardware team, and this report is accessible by hardware team. Now this, by seeing this report, they can know that what is their team is doing right now. They can identify that their team is right now working on a two incident, their team is working on a in progress stage one incident and two incident, there is a one on hold incident, and then one is the resolved within this team. So this way they can identify what is happening on their team, right? Similarly, if you want to create few more report, we can do that. So I'll come to that point later. So we have created a report. Now we can create a dashboard, and inside the dashboard we can add multiple reports. So let's say that in my group I have various reports. So this is the one report. Let's go back to that type again, and I want to know that how many incidents are in progress state. So I can select that count here, and then here we can put that, and state is in progress, so that I know that how many incidents are at that in progress and my team is working. So right now two incidents are in progress state and my team is working. I'll do insert and state. It means that right now I have created two reports. So let's go back to the view reports at that moment, all, and if I personalize and then last modified and do jet to a, I have created two reports right now. One is the incident assigned to hardware team, and this one also incident assigned to hardware team, but this is the single single score, and this is the bar score. Now we can create a dashboard and we can attach this report, so that whenever somebody log in like in hardware team, they can see every time how many incidents are there. To create the dashboard, you can type that dashboard, and under the self-service module you can see there is a dashboard module there. You can simply click the dashboard and you will be able to find out all the dashboard that you have created so far. So these are the dashboard that either created by myself or maybe shared by myself. So you can simply click that create a dashboard button. So once we click that, the dashboard will be showing right now. Now here we can say that name of this dashboard called hardware team dashboard. So this might be my dashboard name, and I own this dashboard, and I'll simply save that. So once we save that, these dashboard are created, and you can click the view dashboard to see the how dashboard look like that. So right now this is if I click the view dashboard, this is my dashboard, looks like that. And inside the dashboard we can add multiple things. We can add the reports, we can add widgets, and we can add various things. At the moment I am going to add the reports that we have created. I'll click plus sign, and then here I'll go and then I'll search the report. So I'll say that type the report, click that, and at that moment we have created these two report. If you remember that incident assigned to my team, I'll add these two in this dashboard and go back, and there is a this single score, this dashboard I have created. So these two report are added to my home screen and my dashboard. And now whenever I log into my system, every time I will be able to see how many incident are in work in progress state, and how many in more details about the incident. So this way we can monitor our queue, monitor our tickets, monitor our problem, that how many or incident, how my group is performing, right? Now if you want to rearrange a little bit, you can do that. So you can click the simply this icon, and then if you want to divided this dashboard in a 3 by 3 or 2 by 2 depending on your use case, you can do that. So I will click the 2 by 2, and now we can see two dashboard is showing at a single page. Here it's count, and here it's a list of record that's showing. Here also if you want to 3 by 3, you can do that, and it's divided by 3 part, and you can see what your team is doing right now. So whenever I log into this system, I will be able to see this dashboard. Now if I click here, some reason I am not seeing my dashboard, right? So whenever I will land there, I should be able to see that dashboard. To do that, I'll click here, go to the preferences, display. Under this display you can see the current start page. What should be the current start page? We can select here and then select that use dashboard. So once we do that, it means that whenever I will log into the system, I will always see the dashboard. So I'll close that, and here we go. Every time I'll go here, I should be able to see my dashboard. So this is my dashboard is showing in every time. So I log out and log in, I will go to the dashboard and see that. So whenever you log into the ServiceNow first time, you will be able to see this dashboard, and you will know that what your team is doing and how your team is performing. So there are various other options are there. I'll do a couple of more reporting. So let's go back to the reports module. And if you go back to the reports module again, and I can create one more report here. So let's say that I'm going to create a report on a problem table. So let's do that. Show all problem. Right. And then under the table, we can select the problem table and click next. And there are various kind of report is there. Let's say that my favorite is like this one, multi-pivot pivot table. We can select the pivot table and click next. What will be happen? We can select that in the row. We can select that we can say that assign to, right? And then in column we can say that assignment group. So what will be happen if we do that? I want to know that how many assignment groups, or how many groups are doing what. So at that moment you can see that problem solving groups have a 6 ticket, and then problem coordinator have a 3 ticket, and problem coordinator B have a 2 ticket. So this way we can also know that which groups doing or working on which number of records. So you can even do that. So I'll save that, and then if I want to directly add this report to dashboard, we can simply click the share option and then add to dashboard. We can select that. What is the dashboard that we have last time created? We created that hardware dashboard. You can select that hardware dashboard, and we can add there. So once we click the add, this report is going to be added to that hardware dashboard. You can see this report is added to the hardware dashboard directly, right? I mean, we can know that how many incidents are working by whom. We can really identify that. Now, if you see, we can even rearrange that. So you can do little small like that. We can do like that, and then we can rearrange if we want. So it's a very user friendly. You can start using this dashboard. All right, so our dashboard is ready, and we can use this dashboard. Now I'll show you that interactive filter. Like I want to add interactive filter. Based on that filter, this will be react. Like I want to add a field called state here. Once you select the state, based on the state, the value is going to be shown. To create the interactive filter, you can directly type that in interactive, and here we go, we have interactive filter. We can click that interactive filter, and there are already interactive filter is available. You can use any interactive filter, existing interactive filter. I'm going to create a a new interactive filter for demonstration purpose. There are already existing predefined interactive filter is there. So let's say that I'll select the choice list at that moment. So there are various type of interactive filter is there: reference, date, group, cascade filter, various interesting filter is there. I'll say that state is that like state one, something like that. I'll put that name, table, and then field. So let's say that I will select the task table, because task table is the parent table. So I'll select the task here, so that this interactive filter can work on that incident and problem in our dashboard. So I'll select the task table. As we know, the task table is the parent, and then field will select the state field. So I'll select the state field, and let's save that. So our interactive filter is going to be saved. So at that moment, the interactive filter is saved right now. Here we have option called select multiple input, select single input, radio button, checkbox. Depending on your use case, you can select this. So I'll select the single input and save that. This interactive filter is saved, and now we have to select this checkbox because I want to interact with all the incident problem chain. So I'll just apply this all table in hierarchy. Save that. Now if I go here and simply I'll go and my type is the interactive, I'll type that interactive filter, and here I will search that our type is that choice and state one. This is our interactive filter. We'll add that. So this is our interactive filter, and then this interactive filter has a various state, and whenever I'll select that work in progress, all these reports should be interact based on that, right? So I want to do that way, so that whenever I'll select the state, this all report is started acting on that. To do that, what we have to do, we have to click again here the settings button, and here we have to click the settings, and here we have an option called follow interactive filter. We'll check that, and done. I'll do the same step for all these reports, so that all the report can follow the interactive filter. I will select that. So our interactive filter is now started working. If we select all, we can see all these report is started loading and showing all the data. Whenever we'll select open, all this report is started interacting that. So whenever we'll select work in progress, all these report are starting interacting that. We'll click close complete, and this is how they are interacting. So basically, depending on the filter, our dashboard or maybe our report can be react. So this is how we can create the interactive filter. There are various other methods in the reports, but for the demonstration purpose, I am not going to deep dive all those steps. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, this is day 23 of the admin training. In this day we'll talk about that system health. This is the last day of the admin series, and in this day we'll talk about the system health. So if you are playing a role for the system admin, so there are various parameters you need to check daily wise to make your system healthy and up and running. So your production system should be up and running every day. All the users should always access your system. So to do up and running your system, you should do a system diagnosis every day or maybe alternative day. Then we'll talk about that user preferences. We'll talk about that ACL debug. We'll talk about that event queue, email logs, system log, login, and last and not the least, we'll talk about that how we can do the certification. So these are the things we are going to talk about in our today's session. So let's get to the service now, and first we'll talk about that system diagnosis first. So system diagnosis is a process where we can diagnose our system, like how our system is performing. Is there any slow script is running? Is there any too many queue are there? Is our email is enable? All kind of debug also there as part of system diagnosis. So we'll first see that system diagnosis in our ServiceNow environment. As I said that if you are playing a role for system admin, your main job to be up and running your system, and there should not be any kind of error to your system. There is no system where there is no error. Basically, if your system is up and running and multiple user is using the system, there could be various scenario that error occurs. To keep your system healthy and up and running, you need to do certain checks daily or maybe alternative day, right? So first thing first, you will, if you want to debug your system or diagnosis your system, you can type the system diagnosis in the left navigation. This is the application called system diagnosis where we can debug multiple various things. So first module under the system diagnosis application is the script debugger. Using the script debugger, we can debug particular script. If there is any certain debug point is defined, we can particularly debug a script. So this debugging process I'll show you in our scripting classes. There is another playlist where we are discussing all the scripting part. There we'll discuss this scripting debugger part. Next, the script tracer. Using the script tracer, we can trace that for particular situation which all script are running, so that we can trace that. Next, there is a component status, and then after that we have a progress worker. So progress worker is nothing but if there is any progress things, like is there any fixed script is running in background, or is there any script which is running in the background, we can check under this progress worker. Then we have a memory stats. So memory stats all about talk about the memory statistics. This is nothing but a log statement which will show you all these memory details. Next, we have a active transactions. So this active transaction is nothing but will show you that all the node transaction happening at that moment. So right now I have only one node for this demo environment. This is the node ID, and here I can see who or what user is doing what. So you can see that under this node, admin is doing these things, and then this is the scheduler which is doing some background checks. So these all we can find out under these active transactions. Now we have a upgrade monitor. Using the upgrade monitor, we can identify like which version we are. So right now we are in that Utah version, and from which version we have upgraded, that also we can see here. So we can see that patch 4 right now we are from patch 1. So from patch 1 the system is upgraded. So upgrade is a very important factor. So every year ServiceNow upgrade themselves twice. So it is best practice to upgrade your environment on every upgrade that released by ServiceNow. So from where we can see that upgrade details, we can see the upgrade details from this upgrade monitor or maybe upgrade history. From there we can see that which version or which version we are, or which from which version we have upgraded that, so that we can see that. Next, we have upgrade logs. Using this upgrade log, we can find out that all kind of logs that generated during the upgraded. Next, I'll talk about that email diagnosis. Using this email diagnosis, we can understand that our email server is correctly working fine or not. Like you can see there is a cross sign, and what is the cross sign? Email sending is crossed. It means that for this environment, email sending is disabled. So it means that none of the mail is going to be sent for the particular user. Similarly, you can see there is a cross sign here for email receiving, which is disabled. So this ServiceNow instance cannot be received any mail. So there are various other checks like email queue, last send, processing time. All these are checks. You can verify that if there any error happens, there will be a cross mark. You can verify that if there is any issue occurs during that email sending process. So you can verify under this email diagnosis. Next, we have a stats. So stats is a very important page whenever you go for an interview. Normally, your interviewer asks that where should I verify that which version we are in ServiceNow. So if they ask for which version we are in ServiceNow, you can say that we can go to the stats, and from the stats we can find out that. You can see the build name is Utah. It means that right now we are in the Utah release. When this release happened, what is the build tag, and then what is the instance name, the instance ID, node ID, and then instance status, and then IP address. All these system related information are available under the stats page, like which version we are, when we upgraded that, and all these stuffs. Also, you can see that your memory details like maximum memory capacity, database size, all these informations are available in this stats page. So all these system related statistics are available under this stats page. Now, if there is another module called slow event, if there is any event occurring and to process this event taking so much time, you can find out under slow events. There is also slow interactions. So here all will show that slow interaction. slow script. Is there any script which is running very slow? All these will be shown under this slow script. So when you are debugging your system, let's say that your system is not up to mark, it is getting slow, you can verify those debug or statistics methods. So that's all about this debugging process. Apart from that, you can debug the business rule, you can debug that cache, you can flush your cache, you can debug your NLQ, you can debug your SQL security rule. All these you can debug that. I'll talk about that debug security later, but you can see there are many other modules to debug that, debug time, debug matrix. There are many modules available to debugging that, browser page time. So you can go through this module and you can find out that what the purpose of this module are. So these all module are purpose to debug particular application or particular instance, how much time it is taking, what is the normal time, and what is the current time they are giving. So that all you can debug from this debug module. Next, we'll talk about that user preferences. Let's say that some user are not able to see something, so you can check their user preferences. Let's go back to the service, then I'll show you that what is the user preferences. So in this demo instance, if I go back to the incident module or any module, particular module, so let's say that I'm in the incident module, and let's say that I do a particular things like I do the number equal to A to Z or Z to A. This will be stored, or maybe if I do some personalize or add this, right, add this some of these fields and log out and log in, this information will be remain same. Like next time when I log in, that all these settings that I have done for myself will be available where these are actually stored. So these all information are stored under this user preferences. If I go back to this user preferences module under the system administration, there is a user preferences where you can search with the particular username. So if I search with the particular username called system administrator, I can see that what all preferences they have set. So I can do a Z2A. So if I do the Z2A, you can see that I did a incident DB direction is descending order. It means that I did this value to descending order. So the next time when I log in that, system can show into that descending order. Now if I do the ascending order of this one, you can see that this value will be changing, and you can see the value is got empty. It means that this value is right now ascending order. Let's do another thing, like if I do the open by descending order at that moment, right, I'll do this open by descending order. This preference will be stored under this here. So you can see the value is DB order is opened at, and then direction is the descending order. Now if I do this ascending order, this value will be empty. So if I refresh that, this value of this order will be empty. So this way we know that, or the system store or system remember that what is your preference, right? For this particular user, these are the 205 is preferences. So there are a couple of entry present to the user preferences. In case you are not able to find out that any particular issue happening for particular user, you can check the user preferences, because if the issue is only exist for the particular user, you should verify that user preferences once, because under this user preferences, all the user their own preference are stored into this table. Now next thing is the ACL debug. So ACL debug, I mean using the ACL debug, we can debug particular ACL, like why this particular field is not showing, or what is the issue. Let me show you in this ServiceNow instance. So let's go back to this page here, and then let's impersonate that particular user. So if I impersonate this, so if I impersonate that end user, so let me impersonate an end user. So this is the end user, and now if we open the book module, so this is the book module, and then let's say that if I open this book, any of this book record, you can see the end user cannot modify none of this field except the state field, right? So they can modify, or they cannot modify other field except this state field, right? Why? Or if we want to know that how this is, or which ACL is actually blocking, we can debug that. To debug that, what do you have to do? You have to do in your non-prod environment. The first mechanism is that if you want to debug that, your method should be the non-prod environment. If you go back and here, if you type the debug, and if you see that under this this system diagnosis, there is a options called debug security rule. So we'll select that debug security rules. We'll check that, and then we'll impersonate that particular user. So let's say I will impersonate that particular user called end user, and go back to the book module. I'll go to this book module and open that book and open particular record. Once you open that, you can see there are various debug showing right now, right? So there are various debug is showing right now. The first thing you can see that this state field they can edit, but rest of the field they cannot edit, right? So if you click that, you can see they have read access. So you can see this read is true, this read is true, this read is true, but here this write is false, right? So these options have false. Why? Or which ACL is restricting? We can copy this one and then do Control F, and here we have find out the particular ACL. We can click this context, or there is a ACL called record u underscore book dot start, which is restricting that. So you can find out this way. So you can simply click that, it will land to this particular ACL. But as you can see that this ACL u underscore book dot start, which have the ITL role, and the user they don't have ITL role, they have end user role, and that's the reason they cannot actually able to edit that. Okay. So similarly, if you click here in this particular field, you can see that read is true and write is true. So because of that, they can read and write. Similarly, if I click this SN, right, we can be able to find out that there is a one rule which is restricting, that is nothing but record slash u book dot u underscore SN slash, right. This is something which is restricting. We can copy this one and simply do a Control F, again find out, and then the same ACL is restricting there. So this way we can particularly debug a particularly which ACL is restricting which field. Through this ACL debugger we can find out that. And after you complete all this debug process, make sure that you turn off this debugging option. So to turn off that, you have an options called disable all or disable debug. You can select that. So disable all, you can go here and click the disable all this debugging mode will be turned off after that. Next thing we will talk about the event queue. We know that what is event. Event is nothing but a object that can be generated from the script, from the workflow, from the flow. We can generate that event. And why we need to be find out that event queue? Because through the event normally we generate the emails, right? We generate the emails, or maybe we can generate that script action. We can call the scripting from this event, right? Now, if there is too many event in the process in the system and they are not unprocessed, in that case there could be a high chance to system got hanged. So let's say that there are too many event is in queued up and they are not able to process because of some reason, then the system can be queued up. So where we can find out the event queue? Let's go back to the ServiceNow and see that. So here, if you type that event log in this left navigation, you will be able to find out that all this event which is generated last one day or maybe today. And here you can do that the processed wise, like you can select that processed is empty, and based on that you can find out that what all event are generated. And if these events are not processed properly, there should be definitely some reason which is causing the issue, which is not letting the event to process. So you can check that into the event logs. Similarly, once the event is generated, if it is triggering the notification, we can find out under this event email logs. There is one more module called email logs. Under this emails log, we can find out that what all emails are generated. You can see these are the email which is generated today and supposed to send particular user. So these are the user, they are supposed to receive the email. So under this emails log, you can find out all the emails which supposed to go to the actual user. So from there you can find out, identify the email and check that who is the recipient and how the email looks like that. We can particularly open one of this email, and even we can preview that email, how the email will be looks like that. So you can see I have opened the email log, one of the email log, and this emails is generated from this event. And if we click the preview email, we will be able to see that how the email will be received by the end user. The end user will be received this kind of mail, in their mailbox. Email log we have discussed. Now we have a system log. So using the system logs, we can identify if there is any error happens, or if there is any information trying to show the system. We can see that under the system logs. So let's go back to the service. Here in the service now, if you type that logs, right, under this logs, you will be able to find out that there is a module called uh, all. You can see under the system log there is a module called alls. If you click that, all these logs to the service now is showing right now, and there will be a label like information or error. So if I go and group by this label, you will be able to find out that there is some error happens to the system, there is some warning for the system. So as a system admin, you should go through these logs, what is happening. If there is any error generated into the logs table, we should review those error. Now we have a plugins. So plugins is nothing but, let's say that you have a ServiceNow environment, you have received that ServiceNow environment, and if you want to do some additional things, which is available either in free provided by ServiceNow or paid by ServiceNow, you can install the plugins. So once you install the plugin, your ServiceNow capacity will be high. For example, you can install the major application, you can install that HRSD module. So you have to be review those application, and then if you want to use that, you can use that. So once you install the plugin, your ServiceNow capacity will be high, little high, and then that will give you more power to see more application, more module. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and see how we can install the plugins. In this ServiceNow, if you type the plugins, and you will be able to find out that under system definition there is a module called plugins. This plugins is a additional things that you can install in your system. Some of the plugins are already installed by the system, some of the are automatically installed, and some of the plugins are inactive state. You need to be installed by yourself if you require that plugin. So once you install the plugin, there will be additional script, additional object will be installed in your system. For example, if you want to install this plugin account live event, you can just click the install button and this plugin will be installed. So make sure that you review that what plugin you are installing and what is that paid or free. So you can click the paid options. All these paid plugin will be visible here, and then make sure that you are installing that. So there are various plugins, like you go to the Play Store, right, in that mobile application, you go to the Play Store and you can install multiple application. Similarly, you can go to the plugins and you can install that. So similarly, in that mobile, when you install that particular application, they consume the memory. So if you install the plugins, they will started consuming that your ServiceNow resources. Last not the least, the ServiceNow certification. So if you have 6 month experience, or if you started the ServiceNow journey, you should complete your CSA application, CSA certification. So this CSA certification will give you that extra benefit when you are trying to switch your company, or if you are going for any interview, they will ask you that what all certification you have done. So as a beginner, you should complete this CSA certification. If you go through my complete series, there are many questions which will come from this series itself. So you can review those CSA dumps. There is a dumps available. You can review those dumps and you can go for the exams. There will be some certain charges, but if you are in corporate employee, you can discuss your current company that if they are refunding that amount to you or not. So the first certification for the ServiceNow is the CSA. Then there is application certification called CAD, Certified of Application Developer, and there are many more certifications are available. So first certification is the CSA. So if you are a beginner, your first preference will be CSA. You should complete the CSA certification. After that, you should complete the CAD certification. And there are many more certification available to the ServiceNow. You should do that. So when you have started your journey, you should complete the CSA certification at least after 6 months of the hands-on experience. So that's it for today's sessions. I hope you enjoyed the sessions. Thank you very much. Have a great day.